Chapter 11, Revelations. Naruto was back to traveling across the rooftops. He had just left the guild after dropping off some of the injured. He glanced up at the floating crystals in the sky. There's only a couple more minutes until those things go off. I better hurry and find Laxus. He was pulled out of his thoughts when he heard the sound of shattering glass, and a lot of it. All of the painted glass on the church had been blown to smithereens by a tremendous force. Found you. Now knowing where he needed to go, Naruto sped his way towards his final destination. Jumping down from the rooftops and landing in front of the entrance to the church, Naruto found Urza and Natsu staring at who he thought was Mystigan at first, but then he saw the man's veil had been blown off. J. Jalal? Urza gawked. You're alive? Naruto stared at the man with wide and unbelieving eyes. Wait a second. Mystigan, you were Jalal the whole time? Mystigan looked at Urza before shaking his head. I didn't want you to see this face, Urza. But I am not Jalal. A shroud of mist began to swirl around him. I'm sorry, but I leave the rest to you. Hey! Where do you think you're going? Natsu fumed, but it was too late. The man had disappeared. Naruto turned his attention to Laxus. He would worry about that shocking revelation later. Deactivate the Palace of Thunder before someone gets hurt, Laxus. After seeing firsthand what it did to people, he could only imagine the destruction the rest of them would bring. The man in question smirked. Now why would I do that and ruin the game? Laxus thrust a hand forward and shot a bolt of electricity at Urza, causing her to scream out in pain when the lightning struck her body. And wipe that stupid look off your face. Urza. Natsu was about to charge at Laxus, but stopped when Naruto stood in front of him. Naruto. Get out of my way, I'm gonna kick Laxus's ass. Naruto shook his head. Sorry, but I got a bone to pick with this guy. He then turned to Urza. Hey Urza, are you alright? The knight slowly picked herself up and nodded. Naruto nodded back to her. Good. Take Natsu and do something about those lightning lacrima. I'll take care of Laxus. What? No way. I haven't fought a single person yet. Natsu whined. He was tired of Naruto stealing the spotlight. Oh? Laxus gained an amused grin. Urza turned to the pink-haired teen. If that was Naruto's plan, then she would go with it. Natsu, let's leave this to Naruto. We're going to take care of the Thunder Palace. Natsu hesitated for a second, but eventually grumbled in acknowledgement and the two ran out of the church. Urza and Naruto shared a look before she took off running. Will you be okay? Of course. The Thunder Mage laughed out loud. Interesting. Show me what you've got, Naruto Uzumaki. The ninja dropped into a fighting stance and stared the man in eye. You still think all of this is just a game, don't you? What is so important to make you put the lives of innocent people at risk? Laxus frowned. You just don't see it, do you? This guild is in such a sorry state, but I'm going to change it. My fairy tale will be the strongest. The two powerhouses charged towards each other, their fists collided and a shockwave kicked up a gust of wind around them. Naruto clenched his teeth as he felt electricity flow into him through their .OC contact. Jumping back, he created a dozen clones and together they circled their target. Too easy. Laxus scoffed and released a burst of electricity through the air, destroying all of the clones in the process. He then looked up to see his opponent staring down at him from the ceiling. Naruto threw a shuriken and put his hands in a seal. Shuriken Shadow Clone. What was once a single throwing star was now 1,000 deadly pointy objects hurtling down at the mage. Not bad, but still not enough. Laxus's body turned into lighting and he charged right at the metal hellstorm. Every single metal object was deflected off of his body. Shoot! Not expecting his opponent to plow right through his attack, Naruto jumped out of the way of the lightning user. But he was caught off guard again when Laxus almost instantly changed directions and slammed right into him, sending the ninja hurtling into the ground. GUH. The shinobi grunted in pain as he made an indent on the church floor. You're holding back. Do you take me for a fool, Uzumaki? Laxus roared angrily as Naruto pulled himself out of the ground. Show me that power you used against Natsu the other day. Or that vile red energy I've been hearing about. Show me your true power. Naruto frowned. You want to see me at full power? Fine. He closed his eyes and drew in the surrounding energies. I didn't want to use Sage Mode since I still can't completely control it, but it looks like I have no choice. Laxus watched with curiosity as he felt the surrounding magic swarm around his adversary. He's absorbing the ether nano around him into his body. His eyes now outlined by a bright orange, Naruto opened them, now in his new form of Sage Mode. The lightning-scarred man raised an eyebrow. Those are some interesting-looking eyes. You haven't seen anything yet. Naruto replied and blurred out of existence. Laxus didn't even have time to react when the sage appeared right in front of him and punched him into the air. He's faster. he thought as he caught himself mid-air. Surrounding himself in his lightning cloak, Laxus zoomed around the teen with blinding speed. You may have gotten faster, but can you keep up with this? Naruto just stood there motionless as the lightning man approached from behind. He raised a single hand and caught a lightning-charged fist without even looking, surprising its owner. Laxus pulled his fist back and threw a barrage of punches and kicks, but Naruto blocked them all without even looking. How are you doing that? Naruto turned to face his fellow blonde with his cross-shaped eyes. I can sense everything you do. He explained as he blocked another series of attacks. I can also do this. Naruto grabbed onto one of Laxus' arms, not even flinching when the mage channeled lightning into his limb. With the enhanced durability his form gave him, the electricity simply tickled. He then proceeded to punch the man in the gut repeatedly and then threw him to the ground. Is this even the same person? Laxus thought as he coughed up a wad of blood. Those punches were on a whole other level. It was like he was fighting a completely different person. Naruto crossed his arms. Let's stop this, Laxus. Urza and Natsu are going to stop your little crystals. There's no point in fighting against your comrades like this. A beeping noise caught their attention and they turned to see a magic screen display that the Palace of Thunder had malfunctioned. Naruto chuckled as the names of everyone in the guild popped up. Heh, you see what I mean? Everyone here helps each other out, they all care for each other. Why would you want to change that? Laxus stood up, electricity sparking around his body. Shut up? Naruto smiled. Why can't you just be a part of the group? This place is great, everyone is treated like family her dash. I said shut up. Naruto had to shield his eyes as magical power exploded from Laxus. The man's shirt was incinerated by the power that erupted from his form. I should have just used my power to take over the guild by force, not any of these silly games. The shinobi widened his eyes in shock as the man's appearance began to change. This feeling, it's just like Natsu and Gajeel. Is he? Laxus's eyes glowed white and his teeth sharpened at the edges, the upper parts of his arms now covered in scale. I will destroy anyone who gets in my way. Taking a deep breath, Laxus roared. Lightning Dragon's Roar. Naruto sprang into action as the concentrated lightning left the man's mouth. He barreled out of the way and created two clones. He put his hands back towards them and they quickly went to work. With two fully charged Razengans in his palms, the ninja dashed forward. Rasengan Barrage Dash. Suddenly, the blue sphere in his left hand glowed a brilliant yellow before imploding on itself. Ack! Naruto cried out in pain as he held his now shredded hand. What the hell was that? Laxus roared again, and this time the lightning hit true. Naruto shouted in pain as the lightning coursed throughout his entire body. Even with his improved durability, this powered-up lightning hurt like hell. With a grunt of effort Naruto tanked the full force of the attack until the lightning subsided. He fell to his knees, still holding his injured limb. The lightning dragon slayer appeared in front of the whiskered teen and raised a fist. Resounding through the air, the roar of thunder plunged from the heavens and reaped destruction. Upon bringing his fist down, he shouted. Raging Bolt. Grah! Impact aside, all Naruto felt was pain as the powerful spell shocked him to his core. Watching his enemy fall with glee, Laxus laughed maniacally. I guess that was it for you. Now I shall eliminate everyone in this entire town. The shinobi struggled to get up with his good arm, he couldn't even feel his left hand anymore. What had gone wrong with his technique? How do you plan to do that? The lightning mage sent his fellow blonde an uncaring glance before grinning madly. Like this. He raised his hands up and a blinding light came into existence. This is one of the 3 great spells of Fairy Tail. Fairy Law. With this power, I'm going to exterminate all of you weaklings. Naruto tried to stand, but found he was no longer in sage mode and couldn't get up. The exhaustion from using the technique was hitting him like a train. Shoot! I can't move. Laxus. Stop! A high-pitched voice screamed, getting the attention of both blondes. Levi stood at what was left of the entrance of the church. Most of the building had been blown away from the lighting attacks. The master? Your grandfather is at death's door. Stop all this and just go see him. Naruto widened his eyes. The old man is... This news seemed to cause Laxus to stop for a moment, before he grinned wickedly. Well, how convenient for me, looks like my chances of becoming the next master just went up. Levi brought a hand to her mouth, tears falling freely from her eyes. How cruel. Naruto growled viciously. Bastard. Activate. Fairy Law. The light in his hands expanded, reaching past the building and engulfed the entire town in its glory. When the spell died down, Laxus hunched over to catch his breath. I've done it. His musing was cut short when he heard a couple of coughs throughout the dust. What? How are you all not dead? Levi, are you alright? Naruto choked out. Why yeah. she replied. Laxus began to tremble. No. My fairy law was flawless, it was perfect. How? It's your heart, Laxus. He looked over to see Freed leaning against one of the church's walls. Freed. You've inherited the master's caring heart for his comrades, that's why your fairy law failed. Deep down, you truly see us as your comrades. The green-haired man explained with a smile on his face. No. I'm not his grandson. I'm my own person, I'm Laxus. Laxus. Laxus screamed out in defiance. Are you kidding me, that's what this was all about? Naruto muttered and stood up, back in sage mode. You mean to tell me that you did all of this? Just because you were sick of people looking at you as the old man's grandson? You don't understand. How could you? Laxus spat, his fist sparking with electricity. If you want to be acknowledged for who you are, then start by caring for your comrades. We don't care if you're the old man's grandson. I certainly don't. Naruto shouted and started walking towards the raging man. Shut up. Laxus was fed up with this annoying brat lecturing him. He charged a lightning strike and threw it with all his might. Naruto punched through the lightning, scattering it on impact. The nature chakra coating his hand protected him from most of the electricity, but some still got through and singed his skin. The lightning mage didn't stop and continued to throw bolt after bolt. Just die. The shinobi just continued to plow through the lightning strikes until he was face to face with the man. Why would you need other people's approval when you have a caring family to back you up? Get it through that thick skull of yours. Naruto yelled and headbutt Laxus square in the forehead. The lightning dragon slayer fell back, eyes rolling to the back of his head. Naruto sighed and sat down, it was finally over. Naruto, are you okay? Levi ran over to the victorious teen. Naruto mustered a laugh. Yeah, but I can't feel both my hands. The next day. Thanks to poor Ryusuke-san, the master's life is no longer in danger. Urza announced to the guild members, causing them all to cheer. Naruto sighed in relief. Thank goodness, I knew the old man would be fine. Hey, do you need help with that? Lucy asked. Naruto had a steaming hot bowl of ramen sitting in front of him, but with the casts on both of his hands, she didn't think he'd be able to eat it by himself. Curse these bandages. I can't eat my ramen like this. The ramen addict wept with tears streaming down his face. Well, I guess I can feed it to you, since it can't be helped. Lucy mumbled with a tint of red in her cheeks. It would be embarrassing, but how else was he going to eat? Juvia will feed Naruto-sama. Oh, thanks Juvia. You're a lifesaver. The celestial spirit mage deflated as she watched Juvia hand-feed Naruto his ramen, and fumed when the water mage stuck her tongue out victoriously. Everyone's attention was suddenly grabbed when the front doors swung open and Laxus walked in. I'm here to see the old man. Laxus. You got some nerve. They were stopped by Urza. Enough. She said and stared at Laxus for a long second, looking for any hint of aggression. When she found none, Urza pointed towards the stairs. He's in the medical room through there. Laxus walked off silently, ignoring what the others were saying. Laxus. Naruto called out, and the man stopped. I'm down for a rematch anytime, if you think you're up for it? The lightning mage said nothing and continued his way. How rude. Lucy huffed. He could have at least said something. Her words trailed off when she saw her partner smirking. What? Naruto shook his head and laughed. There was a secret meaning behind that silence, and only the two that shared it would understand. Juvia, more please. Yes, Naruto-sama. Say ah. Juvia chirped happily, clearly enjoying the situation. Lucy blushed furiously as she watched the scene before her, but found herself unable to do anything about it. She turned an even darker shade of red when she saw Happy looking at her, giggling to himself. Not a word, cat. This caused the rest of the guild to laugh. It seems everything was back to normal at Fairy Tail again. Are you sure you want to take part in the parade, Naruto? Lucy asked with a worried tone while looking at the ninja's still bruised fists. They still don't look fully healed yet. Naruto waved her off. You worry too much. You know I heal fast. Besides, I'm just gonna run around and spam a bunch of shadow clones, nothing too flashy. After all, Naruto was now known throughout Fiori for his cloning abilities thanks to a certain magazine. He caught wind that a lot of the people were looking forward to seeing it in action, which was kind of embarrassing. If you say so? Lucy still couldn't help but worry though, she knew how reckless he was. The parade's about to start everyone. Get into your places. Someone called out. Oh, I better get with the other girls, don't push yourself too hard. Lucy said and ran off to her spot with the others. After a couple more minutes the parade started, and the mages of Fairy Tail marched down the street with pride in their steps. The townsfolk watched in awe as they watched the different shows of magic and performances. Naruto had decided to create a bunch of clones and have them run and jump around, with some of them giving the crown high fives as they passed. Some would even transform into the audience themselves, making them laugh. The real Naruto smiled happily as he watched all the joyful faces. He was really starting to love this town. After the parade ended, everyone was now celebrating back at the guild. Makarov walked over to where Naruto was cheering with some other mages. "Naruto, my boy. How are your hands? You didn't push yourself too much just for us, did you?" Naruto shook his head. "I'm fine, no need to stress over me, Gramps." The wizard saint nodded his head. "With everyone is gathered up like this, I believe now is a good time to get your answer." Naruto sighed. "I guess I can't put it off any longer, huh?" Getting up from his seat, Naruto walked over to the stage in the back of the bar and hopped up. "Hey, I got something to say, guys." Once everyone was silent and listening, he cleared his throat for what he was about to reveal. "First of all, I'd like to say great work with the festival. We really knocked 'em dead." Everyone cheered at that. Raising a bandaged arm, he continued. "I've only been a member of this guild for a couple months, but I felt like a part of this family since day one. For that, I'd also like to thank you all." "What are you getting at, Naruto?" Natsu snorted. "All this formal talk doesn't really suit you." Naruto chuckled awkwardly when everyone laughed at him. "Sorry, but there's just some things I gotta tell you all about me. Some things that I've been keeping a secret that needs to told." Urza listened intently to his words. Was he finally going to share his complications with them? "Well, first and foremost, you know how I said that I wasn't from around here? That I was from somewhere really far?" He braced himself for came next, still unsure if they were going to believe him or not. "I'm actually from a place called the Elemental Nations, a different dimension." The whole guild gasped at the revelation. Lucy smiled. Now he would see that no one cared if he came from another dimension, because that was how the people here in Fairy Tail were. Before anyone could speak, Naruto continued again. "Wait, before you say anything, there's one more thing I haven't told anyone yet." There was something else? The celestial spirit mage frowned. This was news to her. What had he not told her? Naruto steeled himself before finally speaking. "The day I was born, a great demon known as the Nine-Tailed Fox attacked my home, Konohagakure. The shinobi of the village were no match for its power, so the leader of the village sealed the demon away inside me. I was a baby when it happened." He pulled up his shirt and molded some chakra to show the seal adorning his belly. Lucy looked at the markings in wonder. That's what those were. She had given them off as a tattoo or something, but they were actually there to keep a demon sealed away. Then that would also mean the vile red energy Naruto was using during their battle with Phantom must have been the demon's power. Naruto looked down and closed his eyes, waiting for everyone's reaction to his story. What he didn't expect was for everyone to start laughing. Huh? He stuttered. "It all makes sense now," someone said. "All that talk about chakra instead of magic, and those weird hand signs?" The shinobi hopped down, confused about why they were reacting like this. "But why? How can you all be laughing when I told you I'm from a completely different dimension? Or that I have an unstoppable demon locked up inside of me?" Urza walked over to him and grabbed his head before slamming it against her armored chest, earning a yelp of pain from the boy. "You really are an airhead? You said it yourself, we accepted you into our family since day one." Naruto rubbed his aching head. "But, the demon fox. Who cares if you have some dumb demon inside you? You're still Naruto, and that's all that matters." Natsu exclaimed, wrapping an arm around the stunned Jinchuriki. Naruto looked at everyone with wide eyes. "Really? It doesn't bother you all in the slightest?" Seeing them all smile and nod, Naruto felt moisture in the corner of his eyes. His whole life, he was treated as a monster. He was always alone with no one to call family. For these people to accept him so easily, just like that. No, he should have known this would have been their reaction, it was just the kind of people they were. "I didn't think you were such a softie, Naruto." Gray joked and playfully nudged the guy in the side with his elbow. Shut up. I'm not crying." Naruto denied, whipping the tears on his sleeve. Lucy wrapped her arms around her teammate in a hug. "You should have known better. Fairy Tail is a family." "Stupid." Naruto laughed and hugged her back. Yeah. Their little moment was ruined when Juvia jumped onto his back and separated the two, her chest pressing against the back of Naruto's head. "Juvia thinks so too." Juvia. Urza pulled his head against her armored chest again, causing the boy to wince in pain. "We all think that." Kana gained a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Group hug." She yelled and grabbed hold of one of his arms, squeezing it between her cleavage. "Oh my, I guess that means me too." Mirajane mused as she grabbed hold of his other arm. Everyone laughed as Naruto blushed furiously and held back a nosebleed as the girls held on to him. You guys. Lucy pouted as she fought to hold on to her partner. Hiatus, a quiet man known for his artistic abilities, took the opportunity to sketch the scene out. This would be a memory for everyone to laugh at in the future. Makarov chuckled to himself amusingly. Good for you, boy. He was brought out of his thoughts when Gajeel walked up next to him. Here, master. Gajeel said, handing the old man a slip of paper. I have your son Ivan's location. Taking the paper, Makarov nodded thankfully. Sorry to have you do such a dangerous thing. There's something I have to warn you about though. The Iron Dragon Slayer said abruptly. From what I told him about the events that have happened, Ivan's gained some interest in Naruto. This didn't settle well with the Wizard Saint. Did his son know that Naruto wasn't from this dimension, or about the demon? Well, in any case, we won't let him do as he pleases. Ah! Gajeel! Naruto yelled from the first floor. Now free from the girl's hold on him, the blonde pointed an accusing finger/cast. Where the hell have you been this whole time? Who would want jump in the middle of a fight between two monster? I ain't stupid, I know when to pick my battles. Unlike a certain loud-mouthed firesucker. He fired back, causing Natsu to raise an angry fist. You picking a fight with me? I didn't get to fight anyone, so bring it on. That said, the pink-haired teen tackled Gajeel, knocking over a bunch of people in the process. One thing led to another and eventually everybody was dragged into the usual bar fight. Makarov sighed. You kids are gonna be the end of me. Naruto opened his eyes and everything was blurry. Was he dreaming? He could barely make out his surroundings and saw nothing but trees, a forest. His attention was caught by a giggle. Turning to find the owner of the laugh, he caught a glimpse of long blonde hair disappear behind one of the trees. Hey, wait up! Following the laughing girl, Naruto looked up to see the biggest tree he had ever seen in his entire life. The ninja now suddenly found himself standing in front of what he thought was a grave. There was a name engraved in the stone. Mavis Vermilion. Who's that? Hearing another giggle, Naruto turned around to find a girl standing behind him. His vision was still too blurry to make out her face, but he could see that she was wearing a long pink dress and had no shoes on. She spoke, her voice echoing enchantingly. Find me, when the time comes. Naruto woke up with a start and sat up. It was just a dream. But it felt so real. That girl, who was she? Mavis Vermilion, he'd have to ask the old man. Reaching onto the table in front of his couch, he grabbed onto a notebook and pencil. After writing down the name of the mysterious girl, the tired blonde closed his eyes again and went back to sleep. Konoha. A tall lanky man walked alone down a hallway towards the Hokage's office. He had gray hair that spiked slightly to the side of his head. This man was Kakashi Hatake, elite jonin of the village hidden in the leaves, and sensei of Naruto Uzumaki. He walked up to the Hokage's office and knocked on the door. Enter. Opening the door, Kakashi walked inside and greeted his superior with a bow. Hokage-sama. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, was a tall woman with a blonde hair that was tied in two short pigtails. A beautiful, yet stern woman whose demeanor demanded authority. She was currently standing by the window, looking out into the village that was still undergoing reconstruction. How was the mission? Did you find any news regarding the Akatsuki? No, they've been suspiciously quiet as of late. Kakashi replied and went over the details of his recon mission. With Naruto being in the other dimension, the terrorist organization had yet to make any big moves. The only tailed beasts that were out of the Akatsuki's hands were the Hachibi and the Kyubi. The village hidden in the clouds, Kumo, was currently hiding their Jinchuriki. But who knew how long that would last? Tsunade sighed. I still can't decide whether having Naruto in that other dimension is blessing, or a curse. Kakashi was about to say something when the air behind him began to swirl. The copy ninja jumped back and pulled up his headband, unleashing his Sharingan. How was the barrier breached without us knowing? The swirling stopped to reveal a man wearing a black cloak with red clouds plastered on it, a swirling orange mask covering his face. Greetings. Madara. Tsunade yelled as her chakra flared, the pressure spreading throughout the room like a weighted ton. The Akatsuki member chuckled, seemingly unfazed by the intimidating action. That won't be necessary, I already know the Kyubi is no longer in our realm. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. Why are you here? The man in front of him obviously knew about the other dimension, so there was no point trying to hide it. I came to tell you that we've found a way to get into this other dimension. The leaf ninjas widened their eyes in shock. What? The space around the masked man's face began to swerve, his body slowly diapering. One more thing, the Kyubi is all that's left until Infinite Tsukuyomi takes place. He stated darkly before fading away completely. As if to confirm what the man just said, Shizun burst through the door. Tsunade-sama. We just got word from Kumo that their Jinchuriki is missing. Tsunade shouted in rage and threw her desk through the window, causing the other two to flinch. How did the Akatsuki find a way to the other dimension? No, before that, they needed to warn Naruto. Shizune. Send a message to the Toads to warn Naruto that the Akatsuki may have found a way to get to him. Shizune gasped, but nodded and left. Kakashi. I need you to put together a 5-man squad, we're finding a way into that dimension. Chapter 12, Troublesome Demons. Fairy Tail? He got first place? Naruto cackled loudly as he counted his winnings. I wonder how much ramen I can buy with this? The results for the Miss Fairy Tail contest came in and were posted all over the guild. Naruto had won first place by a landslide with Urza coming in second and Lucy in third. Lucy was bawling her eyes out internally. First he beats me in a feminine contest, now he's going to spend all that rent money on noodles. Seeing his partner's depressed state, Naruto held out the prize money and grinned. Here. This took Lucy by surprise. Wait, what? Why? Naruto shrugged. I was planning on giving you the prize money if I won in the first place. I don't really need it anyways. Lucy was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Now she didn't have to ask him to pay for her half of the rent. No wait, if she accepted the money, then Naruto would still technically be paying the entire rent. Thanks Naruto, but I think you should spend it on something you want. Yeah, all he ever did was help her, she wouldn't feel right with herself by just taking it. Oh, if you say so. After sealing the cash into a storage scroll, Naruto frowned when he noticed Urza was sitting by herself, seemingly lost in thought. Was she upset about getting second place to him? He didn't think she was the sore loser type. Hey, what's up with Urza lately? Lucy looked over to the S-class mage and shrugged. I don't know, she's been like that ever since the harvest festival ended. Getting a sudden feeling as though she was being watched, Lucy whirled around, and found nothing. Seeing the girl's obvious discomfort, Naruto raised an eyebrow. What's wrong? The celestial spirit mage shook her head. I don't really know, lately I feel like I'm being watched. Lucy explained and was startled when Naruto suddenly stepped in front of her defensively, looking around intensely. A stalker? Where is the creep? I'll teach them not to mess with us. Lucy blushed from the attention her fellow blonde was drawing to them. Calm down. I might just be imagining it. Naruto flinched. What was with this girl and her sudden changes in emotion? If you say so? Hey, wanna go get a bite to eat? I'm starving. No thanks, I'm not really hungry right now. How about you ask Natsu and Happy, I'm sure they'll go with you. Lucy suggested. The ninja nodded before turning around and shouting. Hey Natsu. Happy. Let's go get some food. My treat. Sometime later? Lucy sighed as she ascended the flight of stairs to her shared apartment. Stupid papa, showing up out of nowhere like that and demanding money. She had a run-in with her father on the way home and learned that the man had lost everything. He even had the nerve to demand some money from her after all the man had done. Unlocking and opening the door, Lucy walked in to find Naruto, and a lot of instant ramen. Wah! There was ramen everywhere, the entire room was filled with the stuff. You didn't seriously spend 500,000 jewels on ramen, did you? Lucy shrieked, her face draining all of its color. Stopping what he was doing, Naruto looked up at her and grinned. Oh, hey Lucy. Check it out. I did what you said and bought something I wanted, and look at all the ramen. Isn't it great? He said with a huge grin while looking at all the wonderful food around him with pride. Lucy just stood there, completely lost for words. Just how much did this guy love ramen? She then noticed all the scrolls sprawled around the room as well. What are those? Naruto picked up one of his scrolls. Oh, these? They're all sealing scrolls that I'm storing all the ramen in. Each one is holding about 50 cups or so. He explained, not noticing the mortified look growing on Lucy's face. Why, you went all out, didn't you? Naruto nodded happily. Yup. Hey, you look pretty tired, are you feeling alright? Remembering the conversation with her father, Lucy laughed nervously. Why yeah. I'm just tired from all the excitement recently. Seeing his now serious face, she sighed in defeat. He saw right through her, huh? I ran into my father on the way home. Naruto jumped up in surprise, dropping cups and scrolls alike onto the floor. He didn't try to bring you back again, did he? Lucy shook her head. No, he actually came to tell me that the family business had been bought out. He doesn't have the power to do anything now. Oh. Naruto relaxed and sat back down. I can't say he didn't deserve it, but he's still your father. What about your mother's grave? He asked, remembering her mother's grave was on the property. Lucy pulled out a slip of paper. It was moved. Naruto looked at Lucy in concern before he went back to sealing all the ramen into scrolls. You go shower up, I'll get all of this done by the time you're out. How about we go on a mission tomorrow? Lucy's face brightened, if not a little. Yeah, I'd like that. The next morning, Naruto and Lucy stood in front of the mission board, looking for a job that they would want to accept. What do you think? Lucy asked. How about that one? Naruto suggested. Another monster hunt? We always do those. Lucy whined. We should do a different type of job this time. An arm came between them. Juvia thinks this one. The blondes turned to find Juvia pointing at a request that was labeled, missing fishing boats. Lucy picked the paper off the board and read it. Wow, this one looks good. It has a 750,000 reward. There must have been quite a few boat disappearances. Naruto looked at Juvia. I guess you're coming with us then, Juvia? Yup. The water mage chirped and grabbed onto one of his arms, much to Lucy's irritation. Juvia will go wherever Naruto-sama goes. The shinobi laughed. Then it's decided. I thought we were here for a mission. Naruto said with a flat look, a slight blush on his face. We are, what makes you think otherwise? Lucy questioned innocently. The trio were now at a beach that was near where the boats were disappearing. Their job was to investigate the reason behind it all and take care of it. But what the shinobi didn't understand was why they needed to be in swimsuits. Naruto was wearing orange swim trunks with black flames at the bottom. Lucy and Juvia both wore bikinis, the first in a plain white and the other a blue with white polka dots. We should all be battle-ready, not in our swimsuits. Who knows what we'll find out there? Naruto said while nodding his head sagely. Sorry, do we look so good in our bikinis that it's distracting to you? Lucy teased, and snickered when the ninja turned a few shades redder. I'm gonna go see if I can sense anything weird. Naruto grumbled and walked towards the water. Juvia will help. Juvia said and merrily followed. Lucy walked along the beach and noticed 3 large trails in the sand that lead into the ocean. I wonder who these belong to. Hey, Lucy! Naruto called out. The celestial spirit mage turned to see Naruto and Juvia coming back to the shore. Walking over to them, she pointed over at the trail she found. There's a big trail going into the ocean, looks like you'll be getting your monster hunt after all. Naruto nodded. I think you might be right, Juvia found where all the missing boats are underwater. Let's go check it out. With the help of Juvia's water bubbles, the group swam to where the boats were. Juvia pointed to the entrance of a large underwater cavern and upon entering, the blondes gasped. There were ships all over the place, or at least what was left of them. The boats were thrashed to say the least, metal and wood scattered throughout the ocean floor. Swimming closer to one of the larger ships, Naruto noticed it was covered in what he thought looked like teeth marks. This was definitely the work of a monster. He thought. At the touch of his shoulder, the ninja turned to find Juvia, who was pointing up. Lucy was swimming towards the roof of the cavern. Making their way towards the girl, Naruto began to see why she was going up. There was another opening going up to an air-filled cave. Swimming up to the surface, Naruto climbed up and stood on top of the water. What do you guys think? Monster hunting time? He asked after removing the water bubble from his head. Lucy nodded. There is definitely a monster somewhere in those waters. What else would be able to bite chunks that big out of those boats like that? Juvia thinks so too. Naruto felt a chill go down his spine. This feeling, a demon? He suddenly jumped off the water and landed next to the girls just as a massive pair of jaws snapped shut where he once stood. Eep! What is that? Lucy shrieked. Looks like we don't have to go hunting, the monster came hunting for us. Naruto said as the creature stared at them with hungry eyes. The creature looked like a giant crocodile and was at least twice the length of the sunken ships they found. This was definitely the thing behind all the disappearances, if those giant sharpened teeth had anything to say about it. They all jumped back when the crocodile climbed out of the water and into the cave with them, its 3 long tails dragging along behind it. 3 tails? Naruto thought with a raised eyebrow. This couldn't be a coincidence, he was going to have chat with a certain 9-tailed fox after this was all over. Lucy, Juvia, buy me some time. He yelled and began to draw in the surrounding energies. Right. They both said and sprang into action. Water slicer. Juvia yelled and water shot out at the monster, hitting it directly. Though it didn't seem to be all that effective. Open, gate of the archer. Sagittarius. Lucy chanted and summoned the horse-dressed spirit. You called, Moshi Moshi? The spirit saluted before firing a barrage of arrows upon the beast, but the shots didn't seem to do anything either. Its scales are too hard for our attacks to pierce. Lucy said as Sagittarius and Juvia continued their assault. Let me have a try. Naruto yelled as he ran past them and towards the roaring demon, now in sage mode. He slid past its snapping jaws and jumped onto the creature's back. How do you like this? He yelled as he jumped into the air and dropped his heel into the crocodile's scales, earning a loud thud and some crunching noises. It collapsed onto the ground and hissed in pain. I'm not done yet. Naruto grabbed onto one of the demon's tails and pulled. Lucy and Juvia both watched in awe as the shinobi swung the monster over his shoulder, slamming it into the water, causing a huge splash. Amazing. Naruto-sama is so cool. Naruto jumped onto the water and watched as the three-tailed demon sank motionlessly. He turned to his friends and gave them a thumbs up. Mission accomplished. Watching them cheer, the blonde ninja laughed before sensing something and looking down again. Ashur dash. Splash. Naruto. The girls shrieked as they witnessed the teen get swallowed up by the crocodile. They ran to the water as the creature sank back into the water and began to swim away. Oh no, you don't. Lucy yelled and jumped into the water, with Juvia right behind her. You're not eating me that easily, Naruto thought as he struggled to keep the demon's mouth open. With all the water rushing past his face and him not being able to breathe, it took all he had just to keep the crocodile's jaws from closing. It had brought them out into the middle of the ocean. He felt a sudden rumble and the pressure seemed to loosen a little. Taking advantage of the moment, Naruto pushed with all his strength and forced the mouth to open enough to allow his escape. After getting some distance from the giant reptile, the ninja looked around and saw Lucy along with Aquarius battling with the creature. His vision began to blur. Crap. I need air. He could faintly see Juvia speeding over towards him, water bubble in hand. Naruto breathed in a mouthful as soon as he felt the air cover his head. Thanks Juvia, you're a lifesaver, he said between gasps. Naruto-sama. Juvia cried and embraced him in a hug. Juvia thought you were eaten. Naruto smiled and pat the crying girl on the head. It'd take a lot more than that to finish me off. He then looked towards the ongoing battle. We should go and help Lucy. Juvia nodded and they began to make their way towards the battle. The celestial spirit mage seemed to be holding her own against the demon. Aquarius was truly a force to be reckoned with. Naruto swam up to Lucy and the girl's eyes softened. Naruto. You're okay. The shinobi nodded and looked at the demon as it avoided the water currents shot out by Aquarius. I'm not very useful underwater, got any plans? Lucy thought to herself for a second before looking at Juvia, who nodded. Yeah, but we're gonna need time. Naruto grinned. I guess it's my turn to buy you guys some time then. Okay, here we go. As Lucy and Juvia joined hands and began to charge their spell, the shinobi swam full speed towards the giant crocodile. He summoned a single clone and together they charged a single Rasengan. Gaining gotten its attention, the beast began to swim towards him with its jaws open to swallow the shinobi whole. The Rasengan began to cause the water around Naruto to swirl until a miniature vortex was formed. Still not big enough, Naruto thought as he pumped more chakra into the technique, making the whirlpool increase in size. The three-tailed demon drifted head first into the vortex and tried to escape, but couldn't and helplessly swirled in the rotating water. Naruto watched as the demon swirled around before he sensed an intense flare of magic behind him. He turned around just in time to see a water vortex easily 3 times larger than his own storm its way towards his location. Immediately canceling his technique, Naruto rushed out of the way just as the magical water crashed into and through the whirlpool he had created and proceeded to carry the demon up towards the ocean surface. Naruto stared at the display of magic with wide eyes before looking over to the cheering girls. Magic is crazy. I wonder if I can learn anything like that. He shook the thought out of his head, for now anyways. Naruto whistled as they walked over to where the three-tailed crocodile had landed. After being hurtled into the sky by the powerful spell, it flew all the way onto the beach and crashed into the sand. This thing wasn't getting back up, that's for sure. That was awesome. I didn't know you could do that kind of magic. Lucy snickered. We are pretty awesome, aren't we? Juvia flushed red. Naruto-sama called Juvia awesome. After informing the mayor of their success and getting their reward, the three were now on a train back to Magnolia. Lucy stretched out in her seat and yawned. I'm tired. That was a hard battle. But it was worth it. Now she didn't have to keep asking Naruto to pay for her half of the rent. Speaking of the ninja, he had fallen asleep the moment the train departed. Naruto-sama is so cute when he's asleep, Juvia said and placed her head on his lap. Lucy's eyebrow twitched. Hey, you're going to wake him up. She growled in anger when the water mage stuck her tongue out and pulled down one of her eyelids. Fine. Do what you want. Lucy huffed and crossed her arms. Why should she care anyways? It's not like she had any feelings for that obnoxious, loudmouthed ramen addict. Did she? I really need to get my feelings in order, Lucy thought with a sweat drop. Glancing over at Juvia who was now fast asleep on Naruto's lap, Lucy blushed slightly. Was it really that comfortable? Getting up from her seat, Lucy snuck over to the side opposite of Juvia and sat down next to her fellow blonde. Looking around to make sure no one was watching, she rested her head on the shinobi's shoulder. "I'm just checking to see what the fuss is all about, that's all." Lucy reassured herself as her eyes slowly closed. "So warm? In Naruto's mindscape." "Hey, Fox!" Naruto called out. There was a slight rumbling noise coming from the darkened cage. "HM? What do you want, brat?" Naruto crossed his arms. "You know why I'm here. I want answers. Just what are all these demons I keep running into like the one I fought today? Don't bother trying to hide it, I know you know something." The fox chuckled in mild amusement. "Humph, very well. I will grant you with some of the knowledge I possess. However, you must give me some knowledge in return." Naruto raised an eyebrow at that. What would he know that the demon fox didn't? Sure. What do you want to know?" "I was wondering if you've been having any strange dreams as of late?" "Dreams?" Naruto tilted his head in confusion. "Yes, about a little human girl in a forest, to be specific." The ninja's eyes widened slightly. How did he know about that dream? "Yeah, do you know what it means?" The nine-tailed fox shook his head. "No, but I have been having similar visions and was curious." "Now, you want to know more about those lesser demons?" Naruto frowned at not getting a straight answer about the weird dream, but nodded nonetheless. "As you already know, there are demons in this world that were created by the one called Zeruf, the black mage Zeruf." Seeing his host nod, the fox continued. "Those demons you have encountered were his creations as well." "How do you know all of this? Have you been in this dimension before?" Naruto had a feeling the demon fox wasn't telling him the whole story. "There is more than I am letting on." The Kyuubi yawned and flipped around to go back to sleep. "But it seems you have reached your destination. We shall speak another time, leave me." "Hey! I'm not done asking questions." "Oi!" Naruto growled in frustration. Why did the fox have to be so troublesome? Whatever, he'll just come back and get more information later. Naruto opened his eyes and moved to stretch, but found one of his arms were asleep. He turned his head to see a sleeping Lucy snuggled up on his right while Juvia was resting peacefully on his lap. Fighting back a severe nosebleed, the blonde tapped Lucy on her shoulder with his free arm. Lucy?" "The train stopped," he said meekly, and started to grow slightly anxious when the girl started to stir awake. Why was Lucy sleeping on his shoulder? Juvia he could understand, the blue-haired girl seemed to be strangely attached to him, which he figured was because he was the first people she had met at from the guild. Juvia was very shy around new people. But what about Lucy? Maybe she had fallen asleep and accidentally fell onto his shoulder. But wasn't she originally sitting on the other side? Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts when Lucy's eyes fluttered opened. She looked at him drowsily for a brief second before realization struck. Her face turned red and she gained a shocked expression, her mouth agape. I. Lucy sputtered before jumping off the seat. "I was getting cold." "Yeah, it was cold." Naruto laughed nervously. Is that so?" "Why yes." "And Juvia? How long do you plan on sleeping there?" Lucy stuttered and pointed at the water wielder accusingly. Juvia opened her eyes and casually sat up. "Darn, the train ride is over." Juvia wanted to sleep on Naruto-sama's lap a little longer. She then pointed back at Lucy with a challenging look. What was Lucy doing on Naruto-sama's shoulder? The celestial spirit mage blushed before grabbing her baggage and walking towards the exit of the train. "I said it was cold, and Naruto was warm." She shivered when Juvia leaked out her killer intent. Naruto sighed as he watched the two argue. With his arm now awake, he got up and grabbed his stuff as well. "We should head to the guild and get something to eat," he said, his stomach growling loudly. "I haven't eaten anything since this morning." Juvia's eyes shined at the opportunity. "Juvia will cook something for Naruto-sama," the blue-haired mage declared, and ran out of the train in the blink of an eye. Lucy sweat dropped. Was she expecting me to race her? "Hey, Lucy." She blinked at her partner's sudden seriousness. "Why yes? You've been acting kinda strange lately, are you okay?" Naruto asked with slight concern in his voice. Lucy usually had those random mood swings from time to time, but recently they were happening more often. Maybe it was because of her meeting with her father? Lucy looked at him blankly before smiling. "Yes, of course. Why wouldn't I be?" Naruto studied her for a long second before walking towards the exit of the train, stopping right at the steps. "If anything's bothering you, just let me know," he said before looking back at her and grinning a toothy grin. "We're partners after all." Lucy nodded and followed him off the train. "Yeah, partners. Fairy tale? Hey guys. We're back." Naruto yelled as he kicked the doors open. He always liked doing that nowadays. "Welcome back you two, I was just showing everyone a chart of the Balam Alliance." Mira Jane greeted and gestured to the board behind her. Balam Alliance? What's that? Naruto asked as he and Lucy sat down at one of the nearby tables. Juvia knows. It's the most powerful force in the underworld. A group of 3 powerful dark guilds. Juvia explained as she set down a fresh bowl of ramen in front of Naruto. Here's your ramen, Naruto-sama. Thanks, Juvia. Naruto said and got started on his noodles, completely unaware of the envious stares he was getting from the crowd. So what's up with these dark guilds then? Then Ninja asked between slurps. The dark guilds have been active a lot recently. More specifically, the Oration Cease. The barmaid explained. They're nothing to worry about though. Someone in the guild said. Rumor has it there's only 6 of them. May I remind you those 6 are supporting a third of the underworld? Mira Jane said. They must all be pretty powerful. Lucy said and shivered. She hoped she never had to fight any of those people. She wouldn't stand a chance by herself. About those Oration Cease, Makarov said as he walked into the guild. We're going to take them down. Somewhere in the elemental nations. 2 cloaked men stood in a dark room, the only light being a single lit candle. The first one, a man who claimed to be the infamous Madara Uchiha, spoke. Are the preparations almost complete? The other man, known as Kabuto Yakushi, spoke next. Almost, I just need a little more time to research. Wouldn't want to send you hurtling through time and space just for you to end up in the wrong destination, now would we? Their attention was drawn to a green Venus flytrap-like object raising out of the ground. Zetsu. Madara greeted. I trust you have the information I asked you to get? Yes, Madara-sama. The hidden villages are in a minor state of chaos with news of your appearance. As for the information, the Kyuubi had disappeared in a similar way to that of the Hachibi. The masked man chuckled darkly. Interesting. The person that Sasuke had brought them had been a doppelganger. To retaliate, Tobi had sent Kisame to find and retrieve the missing Jinchuriki. But to their surprise, Killer Bee had mysteriously disappeared in a puff of smoke halfway through their fight. They must be in the place it seems. Kabuto mused. But I wonder what brought them there in the first place. I guess we'll have to find out when we get there. The Uchiha said, his only visible eye glowing red. Chapter 13, You too? A couple days after Makarov had revealed that Fairy Tail and 3 other legal guilds were going to join forces to dispose of the Dark Guild Oration Cease, Naruto found himself on a carriage heading towards the meeting location. He was currently looking out the window of the carriage, watching the passing scenery. Naruto glanced over at Lucy, who was sitting across from him. She was currently having a conversation with Urza, who was also chosen to go. The celestial spirit mage noticed his gaze and quickly looked away, causing the shinobi to frown slightly. She had been doing that a lot recently, ever since they had gotten back from their previous job, and he just couldn't figure out the reason. Every time he tried to confront her on the subject, she would just change the subject. Looks like someone is a little attached to you. Naruto was pulled out of his thoughts and saw Urza smiling at him. She gestured to the person seated next to him. Following her gaze, Naruto found Juvia happily snuggling onto his arm. She was the last person chosen to go because she insisted on going. Naruto laughed sheepishly and scratched his blushing cheek. Juvia sure was friendly. So how much further is the meeting place? I'm starting to get a little hungry. He asked and held his rumbling stomach. Lucy seemed to perk up a little and grabbed her bag. Oh, I brought some snacks if you want so dash. Juvia brought some lunch. Juvia chirped and handed the ninja a bento box, who happily accepted it. She's fast. Lucy thought as her eye twitched in annoyance. We should be there pretty soon. Urza said with a chuckle. Though I hope we can all get along with the other guilds. The Oration Cease are no laughing matter, 6 members or not. Lucy shivered. Are they really that strong? The S-class mage nodded. It's like Mira Jane said, they are supporting a third of the underworld for a reason. I can already tell this mission is gonna be awesome. I've always wondered what the other guilds and their members are like. Naruto said excitedly before the cart came to a stop. It seems we have arrived. Urza said and climbed out. Ladies and gentlemen of Fairy Tail, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. What the? Naruto muttered. The moment they had entered, the room had gone dark and a spotlight shined on 3 boys. We are the delegation from Blue Pegasus, the Trimans. They declared before each striking a pose. 100 Knight Hibiki. The one in the middle said, his eyes shining with a sparkle that bothered Naruto to no end. Holy Night Eve. The youngest looking boy on the left said with a smile. Empty Night Run. The last boy on the right said while looking away in an uncaring manner. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Naruto waved and walked towards them. They were going to be working with each other, might as well try to get along with them. So, you guys are the mages from Blue Pegasus? Nice to meet yo dash. Before Naruto could even finish his sentence, the trio dashed right past him and straight to the girls, leaving the ninja spinning on his heel. They instantly began to compliment them and asked if they needed anything. Juvia tried to escape over to Naruto but was cut off by Eve. "Your hair is a beautiful shade of blue, miss?" Juvia. "If you'll excuse me, Juvia needs to be at Naruto-sama's side." Juvia said and tried to go again, but was quickly led somewhere else. "Come, have a seat," Rin said and showed the girls to a couch that was conveniently laid out in the middle of the room. Naruto's eye twitched in annoyance. So, they're those kinda guys? He thought and walked over to the group before crossing his arms. "Oi." The blue Pegasus mages looked at him with uncaring eyes. "Yes? Can we help you? I don't think the ladies appreciate you smothering them, mind leaving them alone?" Naruto asked darkly. Hibiki walked forward. "Ah, you must be Fairy Tail's one-man army, Naruto Uzumaki, yes? I apologize for any misunderstandings, we were just making sure they were comfortable until the other guilds arrived." Naruto raised an eyebrow and scoffed. "Huh, is that so? Because all I see is a couple womanizing weirdos drooling over my friends." The air seemed to drop in temperature. "Are you trying to pick a fight with us?" Rin asked with narrowed eyes. "Just to give you a fair warning, we are powerful mages," Eve said with a cold smile. Their threats didn't even faze the shinobi. "Heh, I know how to deal with guys like you." He put his hands in seal. Sexy jutsu. The three mages grouped together as Naruto's form was consumed in a plume of smoke. Their eyes widened when the smoke dispersed, revealing Naruto's naked female counterpart. Lucy facepalmed. As if that would work on them. The tri-men all flew back in a trail of blood. It worked. Lucy heard Juvia make a noise next to her. The girl was covering a nosebleed of her own. "You too? Even as a girl? Naruto-sama is the best," Juvia said as her imagination went wild, and Lucy scooted a few inches away from the crazy girl. Urza hummed in thought as she witnessed Naruto's infamous jutsu for a second time. Does that technique work on all men? Maybe I should ask Naruto to teach me later." "Urza!" Lucy shouted in disbelief. What was wrong with these people? Hibiki struggled to get back up. What power? How can we defeat such a foe? Naruto laughed to himself and changed back before a sickeningly charming voice filled the air, getting everyone's attention. "I think this has gone far enough, my friends." "Eh?" Naruto whirled around to see a man standing at the top of the staircase, his face covered in darkness. "Aichi-sama." One of the fallen mages gasped. Urza began to quiver in fear. Surprising the other Fairy Tail members. "Ichiya? To think that you would also be here." The man walked down the stairs and into the light, revealing his features. "I have longed to see you, Urza-san, my honey." Naruto jumped back, pointing at the short man with a shaking finger. "What are you?" Ichiya glanced at the blonde shinobi. "Oh, you can just go home, boy," he said with a wave of his hand, the tri-men all bowing and bidding their farewells. Naruto clenched his fists. "You punks." His eyes suddenly widened when something hit his senses. "Is that chakra?" He whirled around just as the doors of the building opened and two men walked in. The first man was tall and was holding a staff in his hand. He had green scale-like arm braces on that matched what Naruto thought was a weird lizard-looking hat. The other man was also tall and dark-skinned. He was wearing a white forehead protector and oval-shaped sunglasses that covered his eyes. His most distinctive trait though were the 7 swords strapped to his back. "Greetings, we are the delegation from Lamia Scale. I am Jura, and my friend here is Dash. Yo! Killer Bee here and I'm proud say, us mages gathered here are gonna save the day." "Oh, yeah." The now-named Killer Bee rapped, completely cutting off his now face-palming comrade. Urza looked at the man in surprise. "You are Jura? Jura of the 10 Wizard Saints?" "Yes, and with our arrival, we now only need to wait for the delegation from Kate Shelter." He then looked over to Naruto. "You must be Naruto Uzumaki Dano. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." When he noticed Naruto sending him a questioning look, he chuckled. "Excuse me, I've heard a lot about you from one of our members. You know of Leon Dano, do you not?" Realization dawned on Naruto's face, and he grinned. "So Leon joined a guild after all, huh? Good for him." Jura nodded. "He claims you are his goal, the person in this world that he must surpass no matter what." Naruto's sweat dropped. "Is that so? Oh well, at least his words had gotten through to the guy. He'd have to tell Gray when they got back to the guild." While the rest of the group talked, Naruto kept looking at Killer Bee. The man noticed his stare and raised an eyebrow. "What's up with the stare? Not that I care." Naruto walked over to the man, who was looking at him with a blank expression. "That headband? You're from the Elemental Nations, aren't you? How did you get here? Do you know a way back?" Bee put his hands up. "Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold your question. Wait until we're done with this dark guild session. Naruto was about to press on when a little girl with blue hair walked in the entrance. She ran in and tripped on the rug, causing everyone to flinch when she landed flat on her face. Owie. The girl stood up and dusted herself off before speaking. I'm from Kate Shelter. My name is Wendy, pleased to be working with you all. She said with a formal bow. A little girl? Naruto thought and looked at everyone else. They seemed to be having the same thoughts. Jura nodded and faced the group. Now that everyone is here, let us begin. Naruto sweat dropped. He just gonna continue? Shaking his head, the ninja walked over to Wendy and knelt to her eye level. Nice to meet you, Wendy-chan. Did you come all this way by yourself? Alone? I think not. A white cat wearing a dress called out from the entrance. Charla, you followed me here? Wendy asked. But of course, I'd be worried sick if you went by yourself. Another talking cat? Just like Happy. Naruto thought aloud. Charla looked at the whiskered teen and pointed at him. You better keep your paws away from Wendy, you beast. Naruto face faulted. He had a feeling he wasn't going to get along with this cat, and a beast? Seriously? See Charla, be nice. That's Naruto Uzumaki from Fairy Tail. Wendy stammered. The feline just huffed and looked away. Naruto scratched the back of his head. You know me? Wendy's face reddened a little. Why yes, I like to read the weekly Sorcerer's magazine at my guild and it talked about how you beat the mighty Laxus. Her face turned even more red when she looked at Lucy and Juvia. It also talks about MMPH. Faster than anyone thought possible, Lucy seemed to appear out of thin air and covered Wendy's mouth. Shoo! He doesn't know and doesn't need to know. The celestial spirit mage whispered in an almost pleading manner. If Naruto were to find out about those rumors in the magazine, she would die from embarrassment. Seeing the poor girl nod in acknowledgement, Lucy let her go. Sorry, it's not true but it's just really embarrassing. She admitted. It's okay. Wendy said while playing with her fingers. Lucy? Naruto asked while giving her a strange look. What was that all about? Lucy stood up and laughed nervously. Nothing. Everything's fine. She began to sweat when he began to give her a suspicious look. Ichiya took the opportunity to get everyone's attention. If I may, I shall explain our strategy. But first I must visit the perfume of the laboratory. He said then scurried off, causing everyone to sweat drop. Once Ichiya returned from the restroom, he proceeded to explain the plan to everyone. Their goal was to get all 6 members of the Oration Cease into their temporary base and eliminate them with the Blue Pegasus magical bomber dubbed the Christina before they can get their hands on the powerful magic Nirvana. But wouldn't that kill them? Naruto said with a frown, remembering Fairy Tail's no-kill policy. Though he didn't know if the other guild had the same rule. Jura nodded grimly. If that is what needs to be done, our enemy will think no lighter. Time to put the plan into motion. I'ma soar through the sky like I'm swimming in the ocean. Alright. Killer Bee shouted and pointed straight up, getting strange looks from the others. The wizard saint rubbed the bridge of his nose. Bidano, could you take this matter a little more seriously? Ichiya did a little spin and pointed to the doors. Men, could you show our comrades to the Christina? Yes, Aniki. Right this way. The tri-men said in unison and proceeded to lead the others out of the building. Naruto noticed his fellow guild members were waiting for him. You guys go on ahead, I'll catch up in a second. Do you have business with them? Urza asked, gesturing to the 3 men that were left in the room. Jura and Ichiya seemed to be conversing with one another while Killer Bee was taking notes. Yeah, there's something I want to confirm. Naruto explained and looked at the rapping swordsman. Urza nodded and dragged the other 2 with her, trusting Naruto would explain it to them later. Lucy looked back with an unsure look on her face, but was reassured by the ninja's grin. She then dragged a whining Juvia towards the door. Come on, that means you too. No, Juvia needs to stay at Naruto-sama's side. Naruto walked over to Killer Bee as soon as they left. It was time to get some answers. The man looked up from his little notebook and jumped up. Yo! Ready for some answers cause I'm about to tell this info IMA say is gonna ring a bell. He pointed at Naruto's headband. By the looks of that symbol, you're from Konohagakure. I can also tell you're the Ninetales Jinchuriki. Naruto's eyes widened. So you are from the elemental nations. Wait, how did you know I have the QB sealed in me? B pointed to the tattoo on his shoulder. Because the 8 tails resides from inside my hide, it's what we Jinchuriki need to survive. Eh? You have a tailed beast in you too? How did you get here? Do you know a way back? Whoa, whoa, whoa. I know answers are your goal, but let's start out slow. I came to this world cause of an octopus scroll. An octopus scroll? Naruto was brought here because of that strange fox scroll. This couldn't be a coincidence. We're the same then, I take it you're also stuck here then? When his fellow ninja nodded, Naruto frowned. He was really hoping this guy knew something. Killer Bee put a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Don't be sad, don't be gloom. We have to take care of that dude with the perfume. Naruto narrowed his eyes on Ichiya. So, you noticed too? Ah yeah. Jura and Ichiya noticed the ninja looking at them. We should catch up to the others, they must be waiting, shall we? Jura said and began walking towards the exit. Ichiya was about to follow but was cut off by Naruto. Sorry Mr. Phony, but you're not going anywhere. Naruto said and punched the orange-haired man in the face, implanting him into one of the walls. Naruto Dano, what is the meaning of this? Jura yelled out but stopped when Bee put an arm in front of him. Bidano? Ouchie. It looks like we were found out. Ichiya burst into a cloud of smoke and turned into two little blue creatures that looked like floating dolls. Oh, you saw through my spirit's disguise? That's too bad, I was going to take out the wizard saint but you two never left. A feminine voice said from the other side of the room. It was a woman with short white hair wearing a revealing white feathery dress. If you're wondering about that filthy old man, my little spirit here copied him. Now I know all about your little plan. That's Angel, one of the members of Oration Cease. Jura explained to his two comrades. A celestial spirit mage, that's just like Lucy. Naruto thought and pointed at the woman. So, what are you gonna do now? It's 1 on 3, if you give up now you won't get hurt. Angel laughed sweetly. Silly boy, who said I came alone? As if to go along with her question, an explosion shook the building. Boom! What was that? The dark mage giggled as her features darkened. It seems our groups are having a little fun. Naruto's eyes widened. Crap, the others. He ran towards the front doors. You guys take care of her, I'm gonna go see if they're alright. The Lamia scale members both nodded and faced their enemy. Let's finish this quickly, Bidano. Jura said and flared his magical power. Alright. It's time for Killer Bee-sama to face some action. Wee. Everything around Lucy was in chaos, she could hardly even tell what was going on. One moment they were watching the magical bomber flying in the air, and then it exploded and crashed into the ground. Before anyone could even digest what had happened, 5 members of the Oration Cease appeared out of nowhere and were picking them off one by one. Gah! Lucy gasped as she watched Urza fall after being bitten by a giant purple snake. Urza! Kaya! Juvia was also taken down by a wave of green magic. Juvia! Racer, the Oration Cease member with crazy speed, zoomed past the celestial spirit mage and knocked her down onto the ground. Struggling to get up, Lucy shivered as the atmosphere around her began to waver. She looked around and noticed they had all been defeated. They're too powerful. Brain, the leader of the Oration Cease, looked down on all the fallen mages. Be gone, scum. I have no need for you. The man raised his skull staff and green magic began to swirl around it. The group closed their eyes as the man was about to fire his attack, but nothing happened and the air shifted back to normal. Wendy. Brain said with a shocked face while looking at the little girl. She was hiding behind a boulder with Charla and was shivering in fear. Eh? What's wrong, Brain? Why'd you stop the spell? One the other dark mages questioned. The man smirked. That is Wendy, the sky sorceress. Looks like I stumbled on someone valuable. Brain raised a hand and a wave of green mist grappled onto Wendy and pulled her towards him. Wendy! Charla shrieked and tried to grab a hold of the girl, but their hands just couldn't reach. The Oration Cease member named Hot Eye said something about money before using his magic to shift the ground from underneath them, causing everyone to tumble around. The green fog-like magic returned to Brain's staff as soon as Wendy was in his possession. I no longer have any business with you, trash, be gone. He yelled and the spell was shot into the air and was hurtling towards them. Get down. Lucy held her head down as the ground began to shake from the intensity of the attack. Naruto. A loud screeching noise was heard and a white and blue shuriken-shaped object flew straight into Brain's technique. Upon contact, the raisin shuriken exploded, the explosion began to grow and continued to do so. Lucy watched in awe as the two attacks fought for domination until she felt a pair of arms grab her. She saw everyone being picked up by red and orange blurs before her vision blurred. When it returned, she was relieved to see Naruto looking at her with a worried expression. Are you okay? He asked. I think so. Her relief was short-lived when she remembered one of their comrades had been kidnapped. Naruto, they got Wendy. Eh? Naruto looked at all the people he and his shadow clones had brought. The moment he arrived, Naruto had seen that everyone had been defeated and were about to be finished off by an attack from that guy with the markings on his face. But after counting faces, Wendy was indeed nowhere to be found. Quickly running back, Naruto clenched his fists when he found that the Oration Cease were long gone. Damn it! After walking back to the group, he saw that everyone was beginning to get up. They got away? Juvia is sorry, Naruto-sama. Juvia couldn't do a thing. The blue-haired girl said sadly. Naruto shook his head. No, I'm sorry, I should have been with you guys from start. Urza. Everyone's attention turned to Lucy trying to help Urza, who was holding her arm in pain. What's wrong with Urza? Naruto asked and knelt next to his partner, looking over the redhead in concern. She was bitten by the enemy's snake. Poison, huh? He thought with a frown. Is anyone here a healer? Wendy can help her. Charla said and flew over to Naruto. The shinobi raised an eyebrow. You have wings? Just like Happy. The cat huffed. I don't know who this Happy is, but this magic is called Era. We'll need to get Wendy back if you want to save Urza. It seems we were too late. The group looked to see Jura and Killer Bee walking towards them. Men, I have arrived. Bathe in my perfume of pain relief. Ichiya appeared and swooped in while opening a capsule. Upon smelling the magical fumes, those that were injured felt the pain wash away. So, we have a new plan then? Jura asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Urza's down and Wendy is the only one that can help her. Did you guys defeat that angel lady? The wizard saint lowered his head in shame. I apologize, she escaped. Someone zoomed in at the speed of sound, picked up the girl and then split like a startled hound. Killer Bee explained with a rap. Truth be told, he was ashamed of this failure as well. The orange ninja felt someone grab his leg. I am still gonna fight? Urza said and tried to get back up but was gently pushed back down by Naruto. No, you're not. Just rest up while we go and get Wendy-chan back. He said, gave her a thumbs up. Don't worry, we'll get her to heal you in no time. Urza reluctantly lay back down, shivering from the pain. If Naruto said he would get Wendy back, then she would trust him. After all, she trusted the boy with her life. Standing back up, Naruto put his fist out. Okay, so our goal is to find the enemy's base and get Wendy-chan back and save Urza. Everyone in the group met his fist with their own and cheered. Yeah. Having worked out a new strategy, the guild split up to look for the Eurasian Sea space of operations. Jura and Killer Bee were one group while Ichiya, Ren, and Eve were another. Naruto, Juvia, and Charla were the last group while Lucy and Hibiki had stayed behind to look after Urza. So Wendy-chan is a sky dragon slayer, huh? If Natsu eats fire, and Gajeel eats iron, does that mean she eats air? Naruto asked Charla as they ran through the forest. Yes. The cat answered. Naruto shivered at the thought of eating an element to regain power. Dragon slayers really were weird. Juvia wonders if there are any water dragon slayers, and if they eat water. Juvia said and giggled. The blonde laughed. That'd be pretty weird, I wonder if we'll ever meet someone like that. Charla shook her head. Honestly, you fairy tale mages are so carefree. Whoa, what's up with those trees? Some of the plant life around them were colored a pitch black, as though they were shrouded in darkness. Naruto walked over to one of the darkened timbers and put a hand on it. This is so weird. I don't feel anything but darkness in these things. Is this because of that Nirvana thing? Juvia tugged his sleeve to get his attention. Juvia wonders. Why hasn't Naruto-sama used Sage Mode to find Wendy-san? She knew that when Naruto was in Sage Mode, he could locate people through nature within a decent distance. Naruto crossed his arms and sighed. I tried that earlier, but there's something messing with my senses here. While he could go into Sage Mode, his range of sensing was cut short. It was almost like something was blocking him out. That's one of the rumored effects of Nirvana, Zatani-san. Because of its tremendous magic, the ground goes on dying, Gatani-san. Naruto and Juvia spun around and got into defensive positions. There was two monkey-like men walking towards them. Naruto narrowed his eyes and looked around. Be careful, we're surrounded. More people walked out into the open as he spoke. We are Eurasian Cease affiliated, Naked Mummy. The one named Gata declared. A dark guild, huh? Naruto cracked his knuckles. And you work for the guys we're after. Why don't you tell us where their base is? One of the Naked Mummy goons laughed. Oh yeah? Big talk coming from two kids and a cat. Do not mock Naruto-sama, those who do will be punished. Juvia said darkly as water began to swarm around her form. What are you fools thinking? We're clearly outnumbered. We should run away when we get the chance. Charla yelled at the two fairy tale members. Naruto looked at the white cat for a second before grinning. Outnumbered? He laughed as the bushes around the enemies rustled and a mob of shadow clones began to pour out and attack the unsuspecting foes. Charla was speechless as more and more clones continued to come out. When did he make all these clones? She thought and looked up at the cackling blonde. Wah! So many Naruto-samas. Juvia squealed excitedly like a little kid on Christmas morning. Ha! Who's outnumbered now? Naruto laughed and turned to the stunned little cat. Sorry, but this is just how mages from fairy tale do things. With that said, he charged into the ongoing battle. Lucy sat in the grass next to where Urza lay, holding the girl's hand gently. Hang in there, Urza, Naruto and the others are going to bring Wendy back for sure. Why didn't you go with them? Hibiki asked as he typed away at his archive magic. I couldn't just leave Urza by herself. Besides, I'm not all that good at fighting. Naruto and Juvia are more suited for rescuing Wendy. For some reason, Lucy felt a stinging sensation in her chest. Why did the thought of Naruto and Juvia being alone annoy her so much? You seem to have a lot of faith in that Naruto guy, he must be your boyfriend. Ah, I'm jealous. Hibiki said dramatically. Lucy flushed a bright red. And no. He's not, we're not, are you referring to all those rumors? None of those are true. She really hated that stupid magazine right now. The Blue Pegasus member laughed. My apologies, I was only teasing. Well, why aren't you out there with your guild? Lucy asked with a pout. I can't just leave two ladies alone in the woods. He replied. My magic allows me to gain information about this place. I can also contact the others should we need to. Wouldn't want any of them to get lost on the way back, now would we? Having defeated the Naked Mummy members with close to no trouble, Naruto, Juvia, and Charla found themselves staring at the ruins to ancient village. They were standing on a cliff just above it. So, this is their base? If those apes lied to Naruto-sama. Juvia heatedly said and began to flare out killer intent, spooking Charla. This woman is crazy. The cat thought as Naruto walked towards the edge. What are you doing? That has to be a 100-foot drop at least. Don't worry, I'll just walk down. The shinobi casually said and jumped. You fool. What are you dash? Charla activated her wings and was about to save him, but stopped when she found the blonde sticking to the rocky wall like a magnet on a refrigerator. What? This guy was full of surprises. See? I told you, now let's go get Wendy-chan. Naruto laughed and looked back up. Hey Juvia, you stay up here and keep a lookout. I'll call you if things get crazy. Yes, Naruto-sama. Juvia said faithfully. Running down to the bottom of the cliff, Naruto hopped onto the ground without a sound before scanning the area. From what he could tell, the place was completely deserted. They're probably in that cave. Charla pointed out while flying right next to him. Naruto nodded and crept along the wall towards the entrance of the den. Peering through, he had to hold back a gasp at what he saw. That guy's still alive? A fully revived Jalal stood in front of Brain and seemed to be completely fine, aside the fact he was only wearing tattered pants. He also took note that the guy named Racer was leaning against a boulder across from them and the person he thought he remembered was named Midnight was sleeping on a floating carpet. When she found Wendy, Charla was about to rush in when Naruto stopped her and covered her mouth before she could shout. Hold on a second. The blonde hissed as the cat struggled in his grasp. I have a plan. He said and grinned, his eyes now a crimson color. Wendy sniffled to herself as the leader of the Oration Sea spoke to Jalal, though he didn't seem to be very responsive. Was it a mistake to revive Jalal? I remember the rumors of all the bad things people say he did. She was pulled out of her thoughts when someone shouted from the entrance. Hey! Everyone looked to the entrance and found Naruto pointing at them with a grin etched across his face. I'm here to bring back Wendy-chan. He yelled and threw a shuriken at Brain, who just stepped out of the way. The throwing star embedded itself in the wall near Wendy, causing the girl to flinch. Ah! Sorry, my bad Wendy-chan. Racer, take care of this fool. Brain ordered and the speedman nodded before taking off in a flash. Oh crap! Naruto turned around and dashed off into the deserted village with Racer hot on his trail. Brain turned his attention back to the ex-council member. So, will you help us in our search for Nirvana? His eyes widened when Jalal suddenly put his hand out and shattered the ground underneath him with magic. Grah! Brain yelled as he fell, some rocks falling on top of him. Wendy watched with tearful eyes as Jalal turned and left the cave, leaving her alone in the room with the sleeping mage on the floating carpet. She heard a popping noise from behind her and turned around to find Charla covered in a shroud of smoke. Wendy! The cat shouted and latched onto the more than shocked girl. Charla! How did you get here? The feline let out a little snarl. That beast, suddenly grabbing me and turning me into a weapon like that. How dare he? Wendy looked over to the wall where the shuriken Naruto threw had ended up to find that it was no longer there. How did he do that? We'll ask him later, are you okay? Did you use your healing magic? How could you be so foolish as to use it so recklessly like that? Charla scolded before gasping when Wendy collapsed from exhaustion. Wendy! Juvia, heads up! Naruto shouted up to the girl as he sprinted up the rock wall. Naruto Sakaya. The moment Juvia looked over the edge, two blurs burst up and into the air. Naruto and Racer landed in front of one another. You're pretty fast. The ninja complimented and pulled out a kunai. The Oration Cease member clenched his teeth. Don't mock me. I'm the fastest there is. How can you keep up with me? Even if he wasn't using his maximum slowing power, this guy was keeping up with him. And what was with those cross-shaped eyes? I've fought people way faster than you. Naruto mocked, smirking when the man roared in anger. The mage charged at him again with twice the amount of speed than before. Juvia could barely even see the two as the blurs danced around the clearing. She noticed something in the corner of her eye and looked up to find Charla carrying an unconscious Wendy. The blurs stopped in their tracks and both looked up at the flying cat. You think I'd just let you get away? Racer growled and zoomed into the air to knock them out of the air, but he was intercepted by Naruto at the last second. You again? Juvia. Go and make sure they get to Urza safely. I'll catch up with you as soon as I'm finished things up here. Naruto called out as he landed back on the ground. Juvia nodded and ran into the forest. Racer began to quiver with anger. Not only can you keep up with me, but you stopped me in my tracks. Fine, I'll kill you first. Here he comes. Naruto thought as he suddenly sensed Racer behind him. Wadash, the blonde barely had time to bring his kunai up and block the switchblade aimed for his throat. He's even faster than before. It's a good thing I have better control of this new Sage mode now. Naruto jumped back and created a group of shadow clones. Together, they surrounded the speed demon in a perfect circle. Numbers won't help you. Racer started and lifted a hand. Dead Grand Prix, begin. The Narutos looked at the guy in confusion as they started to hear a deep rumbling. The noise kept getting louder and louder until a bunch of motorcycles burst out of the forest. Racer mounted a passing bike as the others crashed into the mass of clones, dispelling them the moment they were hit. How do you like my motor show from hell? Naruto avoided bike after bike to keep himself from being run over. Ah, these things are getting annoying. The enraged shinobi plowed a sage chakra-infused punch into the ground, causing a large explosion of rocks and grass. All of the bikes around the blonde were destroyed in process and forced Racer to jump off his own motorcycle because of the wide-range blast. As the dust settled, the two fighters had a standoff. It seems you're not as pathetic as the rest of those mages. I'll show you the true meaning of speed. Racer declared, and the two became a pair of blurs once more. This guy is really starting to get on my nerves. Naruto thought as their fight went into the forest. This was starting to take too long, he really needed to find out this guy's weakness. Racer eventually found an opening and smirked as his knife finally met flesh. Ha! I told you I was the fastest. Poof! What? Just as he thought he stabbed his opponent, Naruto suddenly exploded into smoke and a log took his place. He looked around furiously, trying to find his sneaky opponent. Come out and let me kill you. Up here, stupid. Racer looked up and his sunglasses almost fell off when he saw a horde of blondes falling from the sky, each one holding a glowing blue sphere in their hands. My prayer? He thought as the clones descended upon him, his body flinging around like a rag doll from each little blue explosion. Racer's flight was stopped abruptly when he crashed into a tree and slid down to ground. Why didn't he use his speed to get away? Naruto thought as he walked over to the defeated Oration Cease member and began tie him up to the tree with ninja wire. He was just going to use those clones as a distraction and then sneak up on the guy. I guess this works too. He shrugged and ran off to catch up with the others. Chapter 14, Dream Team. Juvia trekked through the forest with a still unconscious Wendy on her back. Charla, having run out of magical power, was following right behind her. Ah, why must Juvia be apart from Naruto-sama? Juvia peered back at the sleeping girl on her shoulders and sighed. Though it can be helped, Urza-san is in trouble and Naruto-sama asked for Juvia's help. She blinked in realization, a blush spreading across her suddenly happy face. Naruto-sama needed Juvia. Charla looked at the squealing woman with a slightly irritated look. What is with this woman? She's been talking to herself this whole time. Hello, Juvia-san? This is Hibiki of Blue Pegasus, can you hear me? Hibiki's voice called to the two of them. Hibiki-san. The water mage stopped walking and looked up, as if to find the person in question up there. Yes, I'm speaking directly into your head through my magic. One of the Oration Cease members has really good hearing, so we can't be too cautious. Hibiki explained before asking. Is Naruto-kun not with you? We have Wendy with yous here. As for the beast, he is currently fighting a member of the Oration Cease. Charla. That's great. From what Lucy-san has told me, I'm sure Naruto-kun will be fine. I'm going to upload a map to guide you to our location. Please, move quickly. Eh? Juvia tilted her head in confusion before her eyes went wide. Oh. Juvia knows where to go now. Sometime later? Lucy looked down at Urza as she and Hibiki waited patiently for the others to bring Wendy, and she couldn't help but frown. Don't worry, they should be here any second now. Hibiki consoled, getting a nod from the blonde. They were both slightly startled when the bushes behind them began to rustle. The two conscious mages anxiously gazed at Green when they saw Blue. They sighed in relief as Juvia walked into the clearing with Charla not far off behind. Juvia! Charla! You made guys it! Lucy said as her eyes fell on the unconscious dragon slayer. Is she okay? Yes, it has been a lot for the poor girl. Charla answered as Juvia gently placed Wendy on the ground. Hibiki walked over them. Now that Wendy-san is here, she should be able to cure Urza-san, yes? But first we have to wake her up. Lucy said and gently shook the little girl. Wendy? Please wake up. Urza's in trouble and you're the only one who can save her. When nothing happened, Lucy sighed and shook her head. She's out cold. Let Juvia have a try. Juvia said and formed a ball of water and dropped it on top of Wendy, soaking Lucy in the process. Hey! You didn't have to splash me too. The blonde fumed. The water mage turned and giggled. Oops, Juvia's hand slipped. Their little feud was cut short when Wendy coughed and woke up. Huh? Wadash. Thank goodness you're awake. Lucy beamed, but then raised an eyebrow when Wendy suddenly backed away and started crying. I am sorry. She sputtered and everyone looked at each other questioningly. I had no choice. Wendy. Charla looked at her friend worriedly before putting a paw on her shoulder. We'll worry about that later, first you need to help Urza, she's been poisoned. Lucy and Juvia both bowed. Please. Wendy sniffled and looked over to the fallen redhead, and could tell just by looking how bad the knight's condition was. Oh okay, I'll do it. She said with a newly determined look. The Sky Dragon Slayer moved over to Urza and began to focus. She placed her hands on the knight's body and her palms began to glow a bright blue. The others watched intently as the little girl worked. Their hearts nearly skipped a beat when her hands stopped glowing and she turned around. With a tired sigh, Wendy eased their worried thoughts with a smile. All of the poison in Urza-san's body is gone, she should be fine now. The two fairy tale mages cheered and hugged each other, before Juvia realized just what she was doing. And pointed an accusing finger at the blonde. Rival in love. Lucy sweat dropped before turning to Wendy and bowing. Thank you, Wendy. Hibiki smiled before turning serious. Now all we have to do is wait for Urza-san to wake up. Then we'll go on our counter-attack against the Oration Cease. Lucy pumped a fist. Yeah. It's payback time. Juvia raised a hand. Juvia thinks we should find Naruto-sama and the others. Can you use your magic to find the others? Lucy asked. Hibiki shrugged and shook his head. I would, but I can't seem to get a hold of the others, something seems to be blocking my connection. I'm going to take a wild guess that it's the work of Nirvana. Lucy hummed before turning over to Wendy. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. What were you apologizing for earlier? The little blue-haired girl began to shiver. I healed him. I know he did all of those bad things, but I owed him. The celestial spirit mage sent her a questioning expression. Who was it? Wendy seemed a little reluctant at first, but spoke. Jalal. Everyone in the little group was taken aback by the revelation. But before they could question the girl further, a flash of light consumed the entire forest and blinded them. I hope everyone's doing okay. Naruto thought to himself as he jumped from tree to tree. He wondered if Juvia and Charla had gotten Wendy to Urza by now. Yo, Ninetales. Killer Bee greeted as he jumped up next to his fellow ninja. Naruto blinked in surprise. Byasan? Where'd you come from? The voice in my head told me where to go. Jumping tree to tree it lead me to you, Naruto? He rapped. What is with this guy? Naruto thought with a sweat drop. Wait, what voice? You mean your tailed beast? Before the rapper could answer, a pillar of dark-colored light suddenly lit up the forest, causing the two ninja to stop in their tracks. What the heck is that? Naruto yelled and pointed the strange phenomenon. That pillar of light is no doubt Nirvana. We better check it out even if you don't wanna. Be rapped before jumping off. Hey! Wait a second. Naruto called out and chased after the man. He felt something pulling at the back of his mind, but decided to ignore it for now. Stopping the Oration Cease was his top priority right now, the fox could wait. I can't believe this is happening right now. Lucy fumed as she ran through the forest towards the black pillar of light. Just as things were starting to get better. Hibiki ran up next to her. For now, we need to head towards that light. The others are likely to go there to investigate. He was currently carrying an unconscious Wendy on his back. As soon as that light appeared, the little dragon slayer began to freak out and Hibiki knocked her out again. The group was surprised at first, especially Charla, who had tried to scratch the boy's eyes out, until he explained what nirvana actually was. To make matters worse, Urza had apparently woken up just as Wendy mentioned Jalal and took off without them noticing. "And find Naruto-sama," Juvia added. Lucy nodded. They really needed to regroup with their strongest member if they wanted to stand a chance against the remaining Oration Cease members. "Ah, that stupid rapper really pisses me off. Where'd he go?" The group stopped just as Naruto came into view. "Naruto?" The whiskered teen looked over to them and smiled. "Oh, there you are," he shouted and hopped down from the tree he was standing on. "So you got Wendy-chan to Urza, huh? Good job, Juvia," he said and gave the girl a thumbs up. "Naruto-sama's praise." Juvia sighed dreamily. Charla huffed. "Of course we did. But she's tired now, so no more healing magic." "You sure are popular, Naruto-kun," Hibiki said as he rested Wendy against a tree. Lucy looked at her fellow blonde. "Urza's okay now thanks to Wendy, but she ran off once she heard Jalal was alive." Naruto scratched his cheek awkwardly. "Dang, she found out? Then we oughta hurry and find her before that crazy knight does something stupid. But first..." Lucy was taken by surprise when the ninja suddenly threw a kunai straight at her, but was saved by Hibiki, who tackled her before the sharp object pierced her flesh. "What are you playing at, you beast?" Charla demanded. "Charla can fly. Slightly irritating. Most likely can't fight. Information retrieval successful," Naruto said in a monotone voice. "What was that?" the cat shouted angrily. "Naruto, you haven't fallen to the darkness, have you?" Lucy said as she and Hibiki got up. Lucy. Reliable. Has random mood swings. Stronger than she thinks she is. Celestial spirit mage. "Oh, that's interesting." A tick mark appeared on Lucy's forehead. "Who has random mood swings?" She fumed but stopped when Juvia put an arm out in front of her. "That is not Naruto-sama. Who are you, imposter?" Juvia. A weird and friendly person. Treasures her friends. Uses water magic. Can't be hurt by physical attacks. This one might be troublesome. "Naruto-sama is acting strange," Juvia said and began to walk towards the shinobi, but was stopped by Hibiki. "Wait, something's not right here." Lucy pulled out one of her golden keys. "If you're not going to talk, then we'll make you talk. Open. Gate of the Archer. Sagittarius." A magic circle appeared at the tip of the key, and in a flash of light, Sagittarius appeared in his trademark salute pose. There was obviously something wrong with Naruto, because she knew he would never attack one of his friends like that. "You called, Moshi Moshi?" Whether he was under the effects of nirvana or not, they had to restrain him. The fake Naruto smirked, and in a puff of smoke, he transformed into Lucy. "Eh? Me?" Lucy balked. Why would Naruto transformed into her all of a sudden? That is not Naruto-sama. Now that they are Lucy, Juvia doesn't have to hesitate. Juvia declared, and with the swipe of a hand, a slash of water was sent flying towards the doppelganger. Seriously? The real Lucy thought with a sweat dropped. But she noticed it as well, the person hadn't used the hand sign Naruto always did when he used his transformation technique. Which meant the person in front of them was the enemy. The faker rolled out of harm's way and smiled. "Sagittarius, if you would." "Gah!" Hibiki cried out in pain when an arrow lodged itself into his back. "Lucy, what are you doing?" Juvia shouted at the girl. Lucy shook her head. It wasn't me." "Sagittarius?" The spirit seemed to be fighting with himself. It was not my own intention. I am not." Juvia didn't waste any more time and fired another barrage of water projectiles at the enemy. "They must be controlling my spirits," Lucy thought before turning to Charla. "Charla, get Wendy out of here. We'll regroup later." The white cat nodded and flew off with the slumbering dragon slayer. Lucy turned back and watched the ongoing battle between Juvia and the fake. Well, now that Nirvana has been found, I'll have to finish things up as soon as possible." Juvia stopped fighting and narrowed her eyes as a white-haired woman walked into view. An Oration Cease member. "Hello Juvia-chan, Lucy-chan, say hello to Angel-chan." The now-named Angel greeted. "That's enough, Jemmy, Minnie." The fake Lucy exploded in puff of smoke and revealed to be two little doll-like creatures, and Sagittarius was sent back to the spirit world. "Pi-re," they both said in unison. "These little cuties are Jemmy and Minnie," Angel explained. "They're twin stellar spirits named Gemini. I'm a celestial spirit mage as well." Lucy surveyed the area, making mental notes on their advantages and disadvantages. They were next to a river, so she could summon Aquarius if need be. Hibiki was down for the count thanks to that arrow in his back. She was glad Juvia was here. Right now they outnumbered the enemy 2-1. "Juvia," Lucy called out, getting the blue-haired girl's attention. Let's go. She shouted and lunged for the river with Aquarius key outstretched. Right. Water slicer. Juvia shouted knowingly and shot out her water blade attack and forced Angel to dodge, giving Lucy the time she needed to summon her spirit. Open. Gate of the Water Bearer. Aquarius. As the mermaid came into existence, Angel's facial expression never changed and she too pulled out a golden key. Go get her, Aquarius. You can take me out too, Lucy shouted. Let's go, Aquarius-san. Juvia said and smiled to her fellow water user, who smiled back. The two of them had hit it off rather well when they first met and became friends almost instantly. They got along so well that it slightly annoyed Lucy. Yeah. Let's beat the hell out of them. Open. Gate of the Scorpion. Scorpio. Angel shouted, stopping Aquarius right in her tracks. After the magic circle appeared, a tan man with red and white hair came into existence. We are. Yeah. Scorpio. Aquarius chimed and jumped into the spirit's arms, much to Lucy and Juvia's surprise. Are we doing fine, Aquarius? Scorpio asked, striking a cool pose. I was so lonely. Aquarius cooed. Is he? Lucy stammered. My boyfriend. Aquarius answered bashfully. Despite being in the middle of a battle, Juvia bowed politely. Nice to meet you, Scorpio-san. We are pleased to meet you, Juvia. Oh, an owner of Aquarius. Scorpio said before wrapping an arm around his girlfriend. I hope we aren't going to mind if the two of us leave now, are we, Angel? The Oration Cease member shrugged and shook her head. Feel free. Wait. Aquarius. Lucy called out after the spirit, but it was too late. Wait, Lucy. Juvia said with a serious tone, stopping the blonde in her tracks. We can manage without Aquarius-san, we are fairy tale mages, aren't we? Lucy stared at the girl for a second before righting herself with a determined look. Right. Thanks, Juvia. With that, the two charged towards their now laughing enemy. Angel snorted a laugh. We are fairy tale mages? What a joke. How do you expect to defeat me when one of you is a celestial spirit mage that doesn't even know the relationships between the spirits, and the other is a crazy and delusional woman? Juvia is not delusional. The blue-haired girl denied steamily. She didn't deny the crazy part. Lucy thought with a sweat drop before pulling out Leo's key. Open. Gate of the Lion. Loki. Your prince has arrived. Leo said while coming out of the magic circle. Gemini turned into Juvia and met the water mage head-on, the two now locked in a battle of the liquid element. Water splashed everywhere as they cancelled out each other's spells. Were you not listening when I said it was important to know the relationships between the spirits? Angel taunted as she pulled out another gold key, one all too familiar to the lion spirit. Open. Gate of the Ram. Ares. Lucy and Leo both watched in horror as the ram spirit appeared before them. I'm so sorry, Leo. Ares mumbled. What are you doing with Karen's spirit? Lucy demanded. Angel pat Ares' head rather roughly and chuckled nonchalantly. Because I'm the one who killed her, she was just the spoils of war. Nothing more, nothing less. This shouldn't be the way you two finally meet after all this time. Lucy's spell was stopped when Loki grabbed her hand. Don't look down on me, Lucy. I'm not gonna let you lose that determination of yours just because of me. A stellar spirit must always fight for their master. For that is? Leo started and lunged forward to attack. Our pride. He and Ares both yelled as they began their fight. Oh? They're actually going to fight? This should be quite entertaining. Angel mused. Juvia and Gemini continued to fight as they dodged each other's attacks. This isn't getting anywhere. Juvia can't be defeated by water, huh? While Juvia was trying to think up a battle plan, Gemini reverted back to their original form and disappeared. Wadash. There was a loud buzzing sound that was followed by two screams and Juvia turned to find that both Lucy's spirit along with Angel's spirit had been shot by a strange mechanical cannon-like thing. She attacked her own spirit? Lucy thought in disbelief as the two stellar spirits faded away. Lucy! Juvia called out, but her words fell on deaf ears. Ahaha! That was a perfect shot? Angel laughed maniacally. Looks like you won't be able to use your big, strong Leo for a while. Lucy could believe what had just happened. She continued to just sit there as Juvia called out to her. Unbelievable. Angel stopped laughing and raised an eyebrow. What's not to believe? It's not like the spirits die or anything. But they still feel pain. Lucy snapped back. They still have feelings. And you dare call yourself a celestial spirit mage? Lucy pulled out another golden key. Open. Gate of the Golden Bull. Taurus. Mo! Taurus roared and charged forward. Gemini. Angel said as Gemini appeared by her side and shifted into Lucy again, before striking a sexy pose. Muh! The Minotaur cooed with steam coming out of his nose, before he was sliced by the changed form of the mechanical spirit wielded by Lucy/Gemini. Taurus NGH. Lucy fell on her knees as a sudden wave of exhaustion waved over her. Lucy, Juvia said worriedly and knelt beside the girl. Ha! That's what you get for summoning all those spirits one after the other and not having the magical power to support it. Angel said in a haughty tone. Lucy tried to catch her breath. That can't be. Juvia put a hand on Lucy's shoulder when she tried to get up again. Lucy must rest, Juvia will finish this fight. To be completely honest with herself, she was beginning to run low on magical power as well. After their first battle with the Oration Cease, and all the running around she did, it had all taken quite a toll on her magical reserves. Angel looked to be amused. Oh? Is that so? Just how are you going to manage that? Lucy/Gemini lunged forward and swung their weapon with the intent to lob the blue-haired girl's head off. But when the attack made contact, it went through and Juvia's body turned into water. The dark mage sighed. Oh yes, I forgot that physical attacks don't work on you. Selim, if you would? As the words left her mouth, the robotic spirit reverted into its cannon form and fired a series of shots. Juvia was forced to go into the water in her liquid form, but even then she was barely able to dodge the blasts of energy. It was as if the thing could sense exactly where she was. Juvia changed back to her physical form and jumped into the air. Water shuriken! She shouted as a countless number of throwing stars made of water began to rain down on the white-haired girl. Angel's eyes widened slightly before she smiled. Selim, Gemini. The spirits moved in front of the girl and shielded her from the sharp water that hailed down on them. She did it again. Lucy thought with grit teeth. Why do you fight for this girl? Isn't she your rival in love? Angel asked as her summon faded away from taking the attack. Juvia landed heavily in the water and began to pant. It's true. Lucy is Juvia's rival in love. She struggled to say between breaths before sending a glare that sent chills down Angel's spine. But Lucy is Juvia's friend. And Juvia will do anything to protect her friends when they're in danger. Tears came to Lucy's eyes and she covered her mouth. Juvia dash. She gasped as a pair of hands wrapped themselves around her neck and she turned to see Hibiki with a dark smile plastered on his face. Hibiki, Lucy. Juvia screamed but tripped on her own feet. Juvia's magical power is... Angel began to laugh hysterically. Aha! Don't tell me that man lost himself to the darkness? Ha ha ha! Just hold still. Hibiki whispered as his hands moved to Lucy's head. I'm going to use my archive magic to give you a one-time transfer of the data of a powerful spell. Ah? Lucy screamed as piles of symbols she didn't recognize entered her mind. Angel fruitlessly tried to stop Hibiki from doing whatever it was he was doing, but found that she couldn't summon any of her spirits. Damn it. Useless pieces of trash. Huh? In the midst of her rage, the dark mage found that the world around her had started to darken. What is this? Wait. It was like she was trapped in a void, they were no longer in the forest or near the river anymore. Oh 80 signs. Shine. The blonde finished chanting and opened her now golden glowing eyes to stare at her enemy. Juvia watched in astonishment as spheres of lights appeared and began to rush towards Angel. Uranometria. Lucy shouted and the colorful spheres mercilessly bashed into her enemy. My prayer? Angel thought as she screamed in pain, her eyes rolling to the back of her head. Upon the end of the attack, everything changed back to normal as the world around them came into view. Amazing, was Juvia's last thought before finally passing out and she began to slowly drift down the stream. The golden glow faded from Lucy's eyes and she blinked a couple times before looking around aimlessly. Splash. The blonde flinched at the sudden noise and turned around to see the defeated dark mage floating motionlessly on the surface of the water. What? What happened? Did I do that? Lucy looked around and saw Hibiki's unconscious form leaning against a boulder. Juvia. The water mage was floating towards the rapids and Lucy could only assume she was out of magical power. Lucy forced herself to stand and pushed her way towards her friend. Juvia. Get a hold of yourself. You're gonna fall. Just before the girls fell down the rapids, Lucy lunged forward and grabbed Juvia's hand just in time. To keep them both from falling, she grabbed onto a nearby branch that was sticking out of the water. Lucy sighed in relief as they hung there for a moment, though it was short-lived when the branch began to crack. Are you kidding me? The celestial spirit mage yelled as the two were swept away down the rapids. Hey, Byasan. Naruto asked as the ninja jumped through the trees. What's up? B asked casually, causing Naruto to nearly miss a branch. So he can talk normally. The teen cleared his throat before asking. Do you miss the elemental nations? I mean, have you ever had the thought that you might not be able to go back? The rapper seemed to think about it for a second before he grinned. Things are happening for a good reason. So I'ma have some fun up to the next season. That thought had been bothering Naruto recently. Who was to say he would be able to get back home? Just thinking about never being able to see his friends back again, the promises he made and wouldn't be able to keep. The only reason he wasn't freaking out as much as one would think was because he was having so much fun in Fairy Tail. Why go back? A voice in the blonde's head echoed. Naruto landed on a branch and stopped moving. He just stood there with his bangs shadowing his face. The voice continued. It's fun here. The people here are nice. They accepted you without a second thought. Killer Bee noticed Naruto had stopped moving and looked back to see what was wrong. Yo, Naruto? What's the matter? Upon hearing the swordsman's words, Naruto seemed to snap out of his thoughts and shook his head. Huh? Oh, sorry, it's nothing. He said with a light chuckle and looked down. That's when he noticed there was a stream below them. But what really caught his attention was a familiar blue hat that was snagged on a twig. Naruto's eyes narrowed slightly. That's Juvia's hat, isn't it? I got a bad feeling. Looking where Naruto was looking, Bee pointed at him with both of his arms. Let's separate for now and meet back in a flash. Then group up with the others to give the enemy a smash. Sending the rapping ninja a thankful nod, Naruto was about to leap off to go look for his friends when Bee's voice stopped him. Wait! Before you go and separate with the great Killer Bee, you should come over here and bump fists with me. He rhymed and held out a fist. Naruto raised an eyebrow before grinning and bumping the man's fist with his own. Sorry about this, but I got to go. But I'll hurry and be back in a flash, Databeo. Lucy snapped straight up the moment she regained consciousness and regretted it instantly. Ow! She was still sore from that fight with the Oration Cease member, but why couldn't she remember how they won? Glad to see you're awake, Haim. Virgo's voice came from behind. Virgo? What the? When did I get these clothes? Lucy was now wearing a blue one-piece dress that revealed most of her back and went down to her upper thighs. She had matching blue leggings that went just above her knees. Her hair was done in a twin pigtail with two longer bangs coming down the sides of her face. The maid bowed and gestured towards Juvia, who was just waking up. Yes, I brought from the celestial spirit world. I have provided the same service for Juvia-sama. Eh? Juvia blinked and looked around sleepily before looking down at her own attire. She gasped to find that she was now wearing a white dress that also revealed her back and had blue going along the sides of the gown. White detached sleeves adorned both of her arms and her legs were covered by white leggings that went up to her upper thighs. A mischievous glint came to Virgo's eyes. Shall I prepare some clothes for Naruto-sama as well, so that you all may match? Yes. Juvia said with stars in her eyes, and Lucy face-palmed at the girl taking the teasing seriously. Lucy looked off into the distance and noticed the pillar of black light had changed colors. Where it once shined an eerie black, the light was now a bright white. Well anyways, we better start looking for the others so we can finally take down the Oration Cease. Juvia agrees. The water mage said with a nod. I'll be taking my leave then, Haim. With one final bow, Virgo returned to the spirit realm. Wait! Lucy reached out a hand in an attempt to stop the spirit from leaving, but she was already gone. Virgo was here on her own just now. Does that mean my magical power is completely empty? Juvia is still out of magical power. Maybe Naruto-sama will carry Juvia. She said with a sly look. Her imagination began to run wild. Lucy's sweat dropped at the blue-haired girl's antics. Oh yeah, about what you said during the fight. Thanks, it really means a lot to me. She said with a warm smile. Juvia snapped out of her thoughts and returned the smile. Of course, everyone in the guild is family. They shared a friendly moment of silence before Juvia pointed at Lucy intensely. However, Lucy is still Juvia's rival in love, and Juvia has no intention of letting you have Naruto-sama. The celestial spirit mage smiled awkwardly and waved her off. Yes, of course. Lucy. Juvia. Can you hear me? Well, speak of the devil. Lucy mused to herself as her blue-haired companion squealed in excitement. Naruto-sama. Juvia cheered as the boy walked into view. There you are. I've been looking all over for yo. Naruto squinted his eyes and studied the two girls. Lucy shifted under the whiskered teen's gaze. What? Did he think she looked good in these clothes? Not that she really cared or anything. Juvia pulled out an outfit that matched their own and showed it to the blonde ninja. Virgo-san left you a matching set. Lucy's eyes bulged out of her head. She actually left some clothes? Naruto crossed his arms and shook his head. What are doing playing dress up in the middle of an important mission? I can understand Lucy, but Juvia. What's that supposed to mean? Lucy asked with an irritated look. Sure, she changed her outfit during the Tower of Heaven fiasco, but that's it. Naruto-sama is right, Juvia will accept any form of punishment. Juvia declared with a little bit of drool escaping her mouth. Lucy deadpanned. What are you, Virgo now? Naruto looked around and noticed they were the only ones here. Where is everyone? Was Wendy-chan able to heal Ursa? Lucy nodded to her fellow blonde. Yeah, Ursa's fine. But she found out that Jalal was here and took off. Ah crap, she found out? Yeah, Jalal is here for some reason. The leader of the Oration Cease was talking to him when we rescued Wendy-chan. Naruto explained while scratching his cheek. Was it just Lucy, or was she having a serious case of déjà vu right now? Chapter 15, One Fight After the Other. Killer Bee effortlessly kicked off a tree branch and silently landed on the ground with trained profession. Oi, Bee. How much longer are you going to dawdle around? We need to learn more about that scroll that brought us here. Aren't you worried about what the Raikage is going to do once he finds out that you escaped the Akatsuki and used that little fiasco as a means of sneaking out of the village? The swordsman grinned. No way. We're stuck here for now, so we might as well stay and play. The eight-tailed beast sighed. Then what do you think of that Naruto kid being here as well? Could all of this really be a part of the Akatsu dash? No. We were fighting it out with the tailed beast. But before we could win the battle we just ceased. Disappeared faster than calamari at a feast. There was an awkward silence between the man and the beast. Bee scratched his cheek. Sorry. You don't really want to go back, do you? Naruto shook his head. Ever since he had regrouped with Lucy and Juvia, that stupid voice started chiming in more frequently. It wasn't the fox, who seemed to be ignoring him now for some reason, so what was it? Hey, you okay? Naruto turned to see Lucy sending him a concerned look. He nodded and grinned, if only a little. Yeah, just wondering if the others are okay. Lucy nodded back, but her expression didn't change. The ninja had been spacing out a lot recently, she'd have to keep her eye on him. We'll know for sure as soon as we reach that light. Juvia said and pointed past all the pitch-black trees at the bright tower of light. The color of the light had just recently changed from black to white, so something was obviously going on over there. The earth suddenly began to violently shake, knocking the trio off their feet. What is this? Lucy shrieked as the ground underneath them rose, dirt sprung up and trees were tossed aside like toothpicks as something huge began rise with the group on top of it. Hang on! Naruto yelled and pinned them all to the rising object, using his chakra to keep from being shaken off. After squeezing his eyes shut and waiting until everything settled down, Naruto opened his eyes and almost lost his grip when he saw just what had sprouted out of the ground. Is this Nirvana? The massive object towered over the landscape, standing on 8 spider-like legs. They were currently situated on the side of one of the limbs, just about halfway to the main body. Naruto checked to see if Lucy and Juvia were okay and saw that the two were currently gawking at the sight. You guys okay? It took a second, but the girls both looked at him. Alright, let's go up there. Ursa and the rest are probably on this thing too. With that said, the three began to work their way up to the top of the leg. While they were running, Naruto looked back and raised an eyebrow. By the way, why did you guys change your clothes? Lucy smirked and held her head high. It just so happens that Juvia and I defeated a member of the Oration Cease. The battle was so intense that we had to change our clothes. The celestial spirit mage internally sweat dropped. Even though I don't remember how we won. Naruto's eyes widened slightly before he grinned widely. Whoa, really? Good job you two. He knew that they had gotten into a fight when he found Juvia's hat, but he didn't expect it to be an Oration Cease member. Lucy's cheeks burned a little at the praise. Why did she have to feel this way every time the shinobi grinned like that? Naruto-sama's praise. Juvia squealed before gaining a determined expression. Okay. Juvia can feel a newfound power welding inside of her. As the group neared the base of the giant leg, they noticed an entrance that most likely led to the inside of whatever the thing was. Naruto looked up the wall around the opening and turned back to look at his friends. I'm going to run up the wall, we need to stop this thing as soon as possible. You guys go through there and regroup with Ursa, I'm going look for the Oration Cease. Lucy nodded and entered the entrance. Got it, be careful. Juvia wanted to stay with Naruto after just being reunited, but reluctantly nodded as well and followed her rival in love. Naruto watched the two leave before jumping onto the wall and sprinting up at full speed. Reaching the top in no time at all, the blonde flew up and over the ledge and into the air. Scanning around before he fell back down, Naruto was surprised to see an ancient city sprawled out the top of the colossal structure. What are buildings doing here? Naruto thought out loud as he landed. He took a couple seconds to look around before scratching his head. This place is so big I don't even know where to start. Naruto noticed some flashing lights coming from the giant tower in the middle of the city. It always has to be towers, doesn't it? Brain laughed as the controls of Nirvana expanded, the magic sequences flashing all around him. Haha. The greatest weapon against the light is finally mine. Cobra watched with glee as the magic circles grew brighter. So Brain, now that we have Nirvana, what's our first move? Destroy that guild, of course. The leader of the Oration Sea said darkly, and the two smiled wickedly. With their first target decided, Brain raised his staff and shouted. Go forth, my ancient capital. Turn the light into my darkness. As the enormous legs began to move towards its new destination, Cobra's ear twitched. Someone's here. Just as he said that, a red and orange blur flew over the ledge of the tower and towards the two men. The person threw some small objects onto the ground and exploded, bringing forth a cloud of smoke that completely blinded them. Cobra! Take them out! Brain yelled out. It took most of his concentration to control Nirvana, so the mastermind had no choice but to rely on his comrade to protect him. Roger that. Cobra muttered and closed his eyes, his ears twitching as he focused on finding his opponent. I can hear you. With the swipe of a hand, Cobra lashed out and made impact with something, causing the smoke around them to disperse. As the gas disappeared, purple eyes met crimson and the two fighters stared each other down. What's with those eyes, and this strength is insane. His arm won't even budge. Cobra thought as he struggled to push forward. Naruto Uzumaki, I believe? Fairy Tail's one-man army. Naruto's expression didn't change as he continued to block the arm. Yeah, you guys really did your research. Mind telling me where this thing's headed? Cobra smirked and Naruto's eyes widened when he sensed magic flare into the man's hand. The shinobi quickly jumped back as a magenta-like haze poured out of Cobra's limb. Naruto didn't waste any time and circled around his enemy at a neck-breaking speed. He then swooped into attack, aimed for the guy's head. It's useless, I can hear yo dash. Cobra moved to avoid the teen's punch but was taken by surprise when an invisible force suddenly made contact with his cheek. The impact sent him hurtling over the ledge of the tower and into the ruined city. Naruto whistled as he watched the man fly through the air before turning to face the now frowning Brain. That should take care of that guy, now it's just you and me. He pointed at the white-haired mage. I didn't quite catch most of your conversation earlier, but I did hear you say something about destroying a guild. There's no way I'm letting you do that. With that said, the whiskered teen dashed forward, but didn't get very far. Naruto was forced to jump out of the way as something snuck up from behind and snapped at him. Did you really think that was enough to finish me off? Well, think again. Naruto looked up to find Cobra standing on a giant snake, and it was flying. Whoa! That snake is flying? Cobra grinned and pat his cold-blooded friend. That's Cubelios for you. If you don't want to be her next snack, then don't even think about going near Brain. Naruto looked back and forth between the two dark mages. I need to stop this thing as soon as possible, but that guy is just gonna keep getting in the way. I'll have to dash. Finish him off first? I heard that. Cobra said and Naruto's eyes widened. You can read my mind? How are you doing that? The maroon-haired man shrugged. Listening magic, I can hear everything you do and even your next move. Now that I know about that invisible blow of yours, attacking me is useless. Eh? Damn it, that's so cool. I really gotta learn some freaking magic. Naruto whined in a childish manner, receiving odd looks from the others present. Cobra narrowed his eyes. Though something's been bothering me. I hear not one, but 6 voices in this guy's head. I don't know how that's possible, but it's starting to give me a headache. Better finish this quickly. Cobra! Quit messing around and finish that fool off already. Brain shouted, snapping the Jinchuriki out of his thoughts. Yeah, I know. The snake then began to fly towards Naruto, who crossed his fingers in a cross-like hand sign. Kagebushin no Jutsu. 4 plumes of smoke burst out of nowhere around the blonde teen as 4 clones came into existence. Let's go! Naruto sounded off and he and the clones charged forward. It's useless. I can hear all of your movements. Cobra yelled and kicked a clone in the chest, dispelling it instantly. Cubelios whacked another with a swipe of its tail. The original and the 2 remaining clones attacked at the same time. The snake got ready to spin around and hit them all at once, but before it moved, the clones pushed the real Naruto up and over the tail towards Cobra. Looks like I'll have to go seriously then. Cobra said and his arms became covered in purple scales. When the 2 collided fists, they both pulled back and let out pain screams. Gah! What the hell is your skin made of, steel? Cobra held his hand and glared daggers at the shinobi. Naruto grunted in pain as he landed back onto the ground. Ouch, that burns. What is your skin made out of, acid? Naruto growled back. Cubelios. The purple snake opened its mouth and a cloud of what looked to be a haze of purple poison came out. Cobra then put out his good hand and began to eat the poison, 1 scoop at a time. Naruto watched the scene with distaste before realizing something. Wait a second. Poisonous scales. Eats poison. Rides a flying animal. His eyes widened. You're a dragon slayer. Hee. Yeah, I'm a poison dragon slayer, but I'm a second-generation dragon slayer. I had a poison dragon slaying lacrima put into me, and everything a poison dragon touches, decays. Cobra said and flew towards the sage once more, poison claws outstretched. He's not like Natsu and Gajeel, but like Laxus. Naruto though, as he jumped off the tower and onto one of the nearby rooftops to buy some time to think. I don't want to get hit with that poison. Sage mode or not, poison hurts. He jumped into one of the buildings and calmed himself. This sucks. I can hardly make contact as it is, but when I do it'll burns like hell. What do I do in a situation like this? I can hear you. Crash. The wall behind Naruto exploded and Cobra lunged at him, claws outstretched. He jumped back and created a single clone, but was nicked on his right arm by the venomous strike. Naruto grunted in pain but grabbed onto Cobra's arm with his left hand before he could pull back. Hey, let go! Cobra demanded and tried to free himself from the blonde's crushing grip. Cubelios bit into Naruto's left shoulder and he cursed as even more venom entered his system, but he strained himself to keep going. Reaching his free hand out, the clone formed a Rasengan before dispersing. Rasengan. The blue sphere burrowed deep into Cobra's gut, launching him off his snake and out of the wall he busted through earlier. Naruto then forced the purple reptile's jaws out of his arm and launched it after its master. After hearing a crash, he crouched down and started panting heavily. The poison was really starting to get to him. Naruto pushed himself up and limped to the open hole in the building he was inside of. Looking down, he saw Cobra underneath the large snake completely motionless. Jumping down to the ground, Naruto's body screamed in pain but he kept moving. He had to make sure the guy was still alive. The old man said that killing wasn't allowed in the guild, and he intended to honor that rule. Naruto stopped next to Cobra and knelt again to check his pulse. Good, he's still alive. He sighed in relief and released the natural energy, and his features reverted to normal. Sitting down and leaning against a nearby wall, Naruto closed his now normal eyes. He really needed to do something about this poison. As Naruto escaped into his mindscape, Brain made his way over to them, silently smirking to himself. It looks like I just found a very interesting person. Lucy groaned to herself. Could things get any weirder? The moment she and Juvia made it into the ancient city, they ran into Jura and one of the Oration Cease members. Apparently, the guy, whose name they'd learned was Hot Eye, was now on their side because of Nirvana. But then they had a run-in with another Oration Cease member that went by the name of Midnight, who was apparently related to their leader. Hot Eye urged that they leave Midnight to him, so they left without him. As of right now, their little group was heading towards the control tower called the King's Tower. What's the matter, Lucy? Juvia asked while sending her a questioning look. Lucy sighed. Nothing. I was just thinking about how crazy things have gotten all of a sudden. Man, I could really use a nice hot shower right about now. Lucy Dano, Juvia Dano, look sharp. The enemy is in front of us. Jura said and pointed in front of them. They saw Brain walking into view. He seemed to be dragging something. Naruto? Lucy shrieked. Did Naruto get defeated? The thought of her fellow blonde losing was just unfathomable. Juvia got into a battle-ready stance. What do you intend to do with Naruto-sama? Brain continued to frown at them before smirking. I intend to make this boy one of the 6 demons. Our members have fallen to half of its members, he'll make a suitable comrade in the destruction of the light guilds. Naruto-sama would never join you. The water mage fumed. He loves fairy tale and would never do anything to hurt it. Jura frowned. Naruto Dano doesn't seem to be unconscious. What is the meaning of this? Lucy raised an eyebrow at that statement and took a closer look at Naruto. He looked to be unconscious but, wait, no. Jura was right, he wasn't unconscious. Lucy remembered how the ninja looked when he was meditating, or conversing with the demon sealed in him. Was he talking to the Kyuubi right now? In Naruto's mindscape. Naruto opened his baggy eyes to find the familiar sealed cage in front of him. Hey Fox, would you get rid of all of this poison in my system? I think I might actually die if you don't. He joked with a small chuckle. His vision was getting a little blurry but he could still see the giant orange demon in front of him. Oi! It hurts like hell just to talk, don't make me yell. Go away. The Kyuubi all but whispered. Eh? Naruto tilted his head, completely dumbfounded by the demon's odd behavior. It wasn't like the old fox to be so silent. I said be gone. This filthy magic in the air is beginning to affect even me, so leave while I am still myself. The fox's voice boomed, knocking the teen off his tired feet. Ouch. Hey! What are you yelling at me for, you stupid fox? The blonde yelled and regretted it immediately. His head was now throbbing in pain. Ugh? RRY. Naruto blinked and looked up. Did the nine-tailed fox just apologize? To him? Never in his dreams did he think the demon would ever say those words, and to him of all people. Huh? The QB growled. I said I'm sorry, brat, alright? Damn this accursed magic. Here, I'll take care of the poison. But don't think I'm doing it because you're growing on me or anything. Naruto's eye twitched. Was he hallucinating? The poison must be rotting his brain right now because there was no way in hell this was the fox he knew. Naruto suddenly felt another presence behind him. He quickly turned around but found nothing but sewer. That was weird, he could have sworn he was being watched. Naruto, snap out of it. Lucy yelled. She had to bring him out of his mindscape before that brain guy could do anything. Brain chuckled. It's useless, the same poison that incapacitated the one called Urza Scarlet now runs through his veins. I intend to turn him before removing it. Juvia growled in frustration. She couldn't attack and risk hitting Naruto. What could she do? Lucy was more concerned about the poison. Was Naruto trying to get the demon fox to get rid of the poison in him and having a hard time convincing it to do so? It was possible considering how long he was staying in his mindscape. As everyone seemed to be considering their options, Naruto cracked an eye open. Ah, he woke up. They all thought at the same time. Brain didn't seem to notice and continued his rant. Soon this ancient capital will arrive at its first destination, Kate Shelter. The light mages were shocked to hear this. Naruto narrowed his eyes, but stayed silent. That's Wendy-chan's guild, isn't it? What does he want with her guild? Jura glared at the dark mage, who was laughing like a madman. Tell us your purpose, why are you aiming for Wendy Dano's guild? The Oration Cease leader stopped laughing and smirked. I want to see what happens when I use Nirvana's super reversal magic on a light guild. In other words, hell. Brain shivered as a wave of killer intent washed over him, and he glanced down to see blood-red eyes glaring up at him. Shaking the feeling away, Brain's smirk returned. It's not like the teen could move with all that poison in his body. So, you're awake? Are you prepared to watch as I eliminate your friend Dash? Thwack. Brain didn't even get to finish his last word when Naruto smashed a fist into his face. The impact caused a shock wave as the man flew straight through an ancient building. Naruto calmed himself and his features returned to normal. He had almost let his anger get the best of him. A rampaging demon wouldn't help anyone right now. Maybe it was because of Nirvana's magic. The others walked over to the whiskered teen. Naruto-sama. Juvia cheered and jumped onto his back. Juvia was so worried. Are you okay? Her face then turned red and even began to drool a little. Does Juvia need to suck out all of the poison? Lucy sweat dropped. Are you okay? You look pretty tired. Naruto laughed. She must be worried about the poison. Yeah, I'm fine. The fox got rid of all the poison. That was an impressive show of strength, Naruto Dano. As expected of the one that defeated Laxus Dreyer. I can see why Leon Dano set his eyes on you. Jura complimented before he turned towards the direction Brain flew. But I fear that it is not over yet. As if to go along with Jura's statement, Brain walked out of the building he crashed into. Heh. That took me by surprise, I didn't expect you to be able to move so soon. He raised his staff and a familiar aura of magic began to ooze out of it. Naruto acted fast and created two clones that went straight to work, their hands moving furiously. Brain then thrust the staff forward and the dark magic zoomed towards them. Shit. I'm not gonna make it in time. Iron rock wall. Jura shouted out with his arm outstretched and a group of stone pillars came out of the ground to shield them. The spell collided with the rocks and an explosion shook the group and threatened to knock them down. But it was no time to celebrate because Brain was already on the move again and shot out another spell. Jura immediately created another wall to shield himself but was surprised to find the dark mage's spell penetrate through the earth like butter. You can't block a penetration spell. Brain yelled before his eyes went wide. Whoa! The fairy tale members watched in awe as the wizard saint literally bent the stone as if it were rubber and sent the opposing spell sky high. Jura followed up by sending multiple rocks at Brain, each of them slamming into him as they began to bury the man. When he was completely sealed up in a mass of rock, Jura raised his hands and clasped them together. Gra! At the same time, the rocky formation exploded and Brain landed on the ground in heap. The group cheered as Jura walked over to the fallen Oration Cease member. So tell me, what was the real reason behind targeting Kate Shelter? He asked, but Brain wasn't listening. No. I've been defeated? Midnight, you mustn't lose. If you do, that person will. Brain said before passing out. Jura knelt next to the man. That person? Elaborate. He said but it was no use, the Brain was out for the count. Naruto noticed some of the markings on the brain's face start to fade away. Hey look, some of those lines on his face are disappearing. Juvia noticed it too. Come to think of it, wasn't there more the last time we saw him? Juvia could have sworn she saw more. Lucy shivered. Stop it. You're gonna give me nightmares. Hey you guys. The group turned to see Wendy and Charla running in their direction. Naruto met them halfway. Wendy-chan, and Charla. Glad to see you guys are okay? Wendy nodded before continuing. It's terrible. This thing is headed towards my guild. Naruto pat the little girl on the head, much to Charla's disapproval. Don't worry, Jura just finished off the leader. Lucy nodded. And he was the one controlling this thing, so now that he's defeated Nirvana should stop as well. Eh? Get your filthy paws off of Wendy, you beast. Charla yelled and scratched Naruto's hand, who yelped in pain. Charla. Be nice. Wendy scolded but the cat just huffed and turned away. The young dragon slayer pouted before turning her attention over to Naruto. I'm sorry, Charla means well. She's just a little overprotective. It's okay, I get it. Naruto said and laughed it off. That cat is in for some serious pranks once this is all over. When everyone wasn't looking, he began giggle mischievously. Lucy noticed her partner's antics and sweat dropped. I've got a bad feeling about this. Jura decided to take the opportunity to speak. I hate to rain on everyone's parade, but it is not over just yet. The others looked at him questioningly. What do you mean? The Lamia scale mage continued. We may have defeated the one controlling Nirvana, but it is still moving. We should go to the control area and try to stop it there. Somewhere in the city. The Hachibi sighed. B, are you lost? Man, this sucks, I should have brought a compass. Our only option now is to look out for a rumpus. The rapper was standing on top of a tall building looking for any signs of activity. At first he was headed towards the giant tower in the middle of the city, that was until he noticed a couple explosions and debris in another area. But now everything was completely silent. Something caught the man's eyes. B hadn't noticed before, but there was a person buried underneath some rubble near the building he was standing on. He was near where all the ruckus was earlier, so this must have been the loser of the fight. Leaping off from his perch, the ninja made his way over to the fallen person and raised an eyebrow when he saw who it was. Oration cease, the one with the blocky face? After making it up to the top of the tower, Naruto and the rest looked around for the controls. Though they weren't finding anything. Are you sure this is the place? Lucy asked. Naruto nodded. Yeah, there was a bunch of magic circles surrounding this whole area last time I was here. But if the controls aren't here anymore, and Brain is defeated, then how is Nirvana still moving? It seems asking Brain himself is our only option. Jura declared and the rest agreed. Maybe Jalal. Wendy mumbled to herself and Lucy glanced at her. Sorry Wendy, did you say something? The little girl twiddled her thumbs. No. It's nothing. She said before running off. I think I have a clue, I'm going to go look for it. Come on Charla. Wait, Wendy. Carla yelled and chased after the little girl. Naruto sighed and took off after the two. Hey guys, I'm gonna keep an eye on them. Keep looking for a way to stop this thing and we'll meet up later. Lucy nodded and grabbed Juvia when the girl tried to follow the fleeting ninja. And where do you think you're going? Juvia whimpered. Why must Juvia be separated from Naruto-sama so much right now? Jura chuckled at the fairy tale mages before walking towards Brain's unconscious form. They needed to find out how to stop Nirvana before it was too late, and Brain held the answer. I need to find Jalal, I'm sure he'll know how to stop this thing from going to Kate's shelter. Wendy reassured herself as Charla flew them above the city. Wendy-chan. Charla. Wait up. A voice called from behind them. Naruto-san? Wendy was shocked to see Naruto following them by jumping on the rooftops. How did he catch up to them so fast? Wendy. I'm sorry but I can't fly anymore. Charla said and began to descend back to the ground. Naruto caught up to them as they landed. Hey, so why did you take off like that so suddenly? What's going on? Wendy hesitated at first but then took a deep breath. I'm looking for Jalal, I think he might know a way to stop this thing. As soon as she finished her sentence, she shut her eyes closed. With the way everyone was reacting to Jalal being here, she just knew Naruto was going to be against it and scold her. Okay. Naruto casually said, completely catching Wendy off guard. What? But what about all of those things Jalal did? The shinobi just shrugged. When I saw him in the cave, I didn't feel any evil vibes. Besides, Urza is most likely with that guy and I'm sure we'll need her to stop this thing. He gave her a toothy grin. I don't know what Jalal is to you but you want to see him too, don't you? Wendy just stared at the blonde for a couple seconds before smiling. She didn't care what the Weekly Sorcerer magazine said. Naruto was a really nice person. Not to say the articles were saying anything particularly bad about him or anything. Not bad, for a beast. Charla said and smirked. Maybe she was wrong about the teen, not that she'd ever admit it. Naruto's grin grew wider before he closed his eyes. Before they could question him, the ninja's facial features changed, his eyes to be specific. A bright orange now outlined his sockets. His eye color was now a dark red and a moving golden aura circled his irises, and his pupils were now shaped in a toad-like fashion with a slit going down the middle making a cross. Realizing she was staring, Wendy blushed and bowed deeply. "Ah, sorry. I didn't mean to stare." Naruto blinked and raised an eyebrow before bursting out laughing. "Sorry, I forgot to warn you. This is what I look like when I go into Sage mode. To put it simply, it makes me stronger, faster, and helps me sense things better. Which is exactly what I'm about to do now." The sage then closed his eyes again and felt around in an attempt to find Urza. Nirvana was still messing with his senses, but he was starting to get used to it. Wendy and Charla waited patiently for Naruto to finish searching. "Where are you, Urza?" "There." The female knight wasn't all that far from where they were, but what bothered him was that there were two other magic signatures near her. The first one he could vaguely recognize as Jalal, but he couldn't quite read the second one. Naruto could also faintly sense a chakra signature heading in the same direction, so that was probably Killer Bee. "Okay," Naruto said abruptly, slightly startling the girl and her feline friend. "I found Urza, but we need to move quick. I'm pretty sure Jalal is with her, but there's also a third person that I don't recognize, so we can't be too cautious." Wendy and Charla both nodded and gained odd expressions when the blonde suddenly knelt in front of the Dragon Slayer. "All right, shall we go then?" Naruto asked expectantly. Wendy just stood there, completely baffled. "WWH, what is the meaning of this?" Charla stammered. Naruto sent them a flat look. "Well, I did say we needed to hurry, and no offense to Charla, but I think I could get us there faster by running. Besides, didn't you say you were out of magic earlier?" Charla wouldn't have any of it. "How dare you? Have you no delicacy? Why I oughta dash." Wendy put a hand out, her bangs shadowing her features. "Wait, Charla, it's okay." The white cat stared up at her friend worriedly. "Wendy." The little girl looked down and smiled. "You said it yourself, you're too tired to fly anymore. We need to stop Nirvana before it gets to our guild." She picked Charla up and gained a determined look. "Okay, I'm ready." Naruto sweat dropped. Why are they making such a big deal out of this? It's just a piggyback ride. Girls really were weird. Wendy walked over to Naruto and readied herself before closing her eyes and hopping on the teen's back. "Make sure to keep your paws where I can see them, beast," Charla warned. The whiskered teen rolled his eyes. Yeah, you ready? Okay then, hold on tight. Kia!" Wendy screamed as Naruto picked her up and kicked off the ground, propelling them into the air. She quickly wrapped her arms around his neck and held on for dear life. This way of travel was crazy. No wonder he had caught up to them so fast. Chapter 16, Naruto's Decision. Those mountains look familiar. Wendy thought with a grim expression as they continued towards their destination. She hoped they would be able to stop Nirvana before it reached Kate's shelter. As she thought about how close the ancient capital was getting to her guild, she unconsciously tightened her grip. Naruto noticed this and peered back with a crimson eye. "You okay?" "Why yes, I'm fine." Wendy stuttered and hung her head down in embarrassment. Naruto laughed. "You're a pretty funny kid, you know that? Hey, I've been wondering for a while now, but what else does your dragon-slaying magic do? We have 2 dragon slayers back at Fairy Tail and the only thing their magic seems to be good for is destroying things. But you said you didn't have a lot of offensive techniques and more support." He was curious as to what else the girl's magic was capable of because she healed Urza, and he wasn't even there to see it. Wendy smiled brightly. She loved talking about her magic, and having someone ask her about her magic and actually believing her made her even happier. "Besides healing, my Sky Dragon magic can do a lot of support. Like granting speed boosts, power boosts, and defense boosts. I can also cure little things like motion sickness, though the effects are only temporary." That caught Naruto's attention. Motion sickness? Man, Natsu would kill for that magic. The poor guy can't stand on transportation for his life. What are the other dragon slayers like? Wendy asked curiously. She'd never met another dragon slayer before and hearing Fairy Tail had 2 was exciting. Naruto's sweat dropped as he thought about the slayers in question. One of them is a complete flamehead that thought of nothing but fighting, and the other is a foul-mouthed bastard who also thought of nothing but fighting. They're crazy. But when it comes to Fairy Tail, they're pretty normal, I guess. Oh. Wendy wondered how they were like in person if she'd ever meet them. They sound rather troublesome to deal with. Charla said with a sweat drop. If someone like Naruto said they were crazy to him, who knew what those dragon slayers were capable of? There was a comfortable silence between the three of them, the only noise being the wind and the silent tapping of sandals hitting cement as the ninja ran across the rooftops. Something bothered Naruto. During their trip, there had been heard an explosion coming from the tower where the others were at. Jura was there and he was a wizard that even Urza held high respect for, but Naruto could help but worry for his friends. At least there were no more random questions floating back and forth in his head. What awaits you back there? That shabby old apartment they gave you? Damn, right when Naruto thought that stupid voice in his head went away. Just what was it anyway? It wasn't the QB. In fact, the demon was acting weird right now. Just imagine the kind of life you could keep here? Always being surrounded by people who want to be around you, instead of the people that became friends with you only after you saved their lives. Naruto growled and shook his head. This was really starting to annoy him. Naruto-san? Wendy asked worriedly while Carla looked at him with the same suspicious look. Sorry, it's nothing. Naruto said and strained a smile while the girl slightly frowned. Oh, we're here. Stay sharp, we don't know if the third person is an enemy or not. They nodded their heads and Naruto jumped down into an alleyway. Whoa! Wendy felt the blood rushing to her head as the blonde put her down. Wendy, are you okay? Charla asked while Naruto helped her stay up. Yeah, I'll be fine. Just a little dizzy. Wendy wasn't scared heights or anything, she flew around with Charla all of the time so it definitely wasn't that. It was just the constant feeling of going up and down, like riding on a roller coaster with no seatbelt. Alright, stay behind me. Naruto whispered and the three creeped along the walls and peeked around the corner. There they found Urza standing in front of a man with black hair and dark purple lipstick on. The knight looked ready to attack with how tightly she was holding her weapon while the Oration Cease member smiled pleasantly. Naruto scanned the area for Jalal and found the man all battered up on the floor. It seemed he must have fought and lost to the raven-haired mage. Ah, Jalal. Wendy was about to go to him but Naruto put a hand out and stopped her. Just as he did so, Urza disappeared from sight and reappeared in front of the dark mage. She brought her sword up in an upward slash, only for the swipe to miss completely. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Urza missed? No, she was spot on. That guy must have done something. Urza summoned another sword in her free hand and continued her assault. The sword seemed to bend away from him as soon as they got near. The person raised their hand and Urza grunted as she was forced back. What kind of magic is that? It's almost like he can move any object at will. Charla said with a frown. What the? They watched as Urza's armor began to twist around and constrict her. Urza. Naruto turned to Wendy and Charla. You two stay here, I'm going to help. When they nodded, the ninja turned and dashed into the open. Hey creepy. Take a load of this. He yelled while pulling a kunai from his sleeve and threw it. Midnight merely shifted his body and the kunai landed on the ground behind him. Oh, another victim so soon? Naruto? Urza gasped as she broke free of the armor binding her and replacing it with a new set. Naruto? Jalal struggled to look up from where he lay to get a view of the blonde. That name sounded strangely familiar to him. Just like Urza, he felt like he knew this person. But he just couldn't remember. Naruto skid to a stop in front of the armored woman and pointed right in her face. Hey! Glad I finally found you. Why'd you straight up leave the others like that? Urza frowned and looked towards Jalal. I? Hey now, have you forgotten about me? Midnight's smile grew grim. That deserves some punishment. TSSSSS. Midnight looked behind him and found that there was a tag that was now burning attached to the throwing knife that landed right behind him. Wadash. Boom. Naruto snickered. Hee hee. You can never underestimate a ninja. His little celebration was cut short when Urza readied herself. Stay sharp, it's not over yet. The dust cloud that was caused by the explosion swirled and flew away, revealing a sickeningly happy Midnight. That was good, but it won't work on me. Eh? This guy can block explosions too? No fair. Naruto whined and stomped on the ground. He was really starting to feel left out, being the only one without magic. Sure, he wasn't originally from this world. But he was able to conduct magic within his body, so he should be able to use magic too, damn it. The evil mage began to laugh. My reflector magic can twist and distort anything and even reflect your attacks right back at you. Now, I really want to see your pained faces now. Here he comes. Urza shouted and the two braced themselves for the attack when a holler came from the rooftops. Wee! Killer Bee yelled and flew straight towards a surprised Midnight. Lariat. He brought his arm up and electricity sparked to life, completely covering the appendage with lightning. Humph, it's useless. Midnight smirked and used his magic to redirect the lightning in the man's arm, but found that he couldn't reflect it. What? Guh. The lariat crashed right into his collar, knocking the wind out of the mage and sending him flying into a building. Naruto and Urza stood there slack-jawed. Could it be that this guy was actually really powerful? The rapper did a little dance and spit out a few rhymes in celebration that didn't make any sense. Everyone watching sweat dropped before turning to where the last Oration Cease member landed. Was that enough? Urza walked over to the fallen dark mage and found that he was indeed knocked out cold. Jalal looked at the dancing ninja in astonishment. Amazing, to be able to defeat such a foe in a single hit. Note to self, do not get on that guy's bad side. Naruto thought with a shiver. Urza studied the rapper closely, wondering how the man's magic was unaffected by Midnight's reflector. Might I ask how your magic was effective? This mage had the ability to move anything that wasn't alive. He should have been able to redirect your arm since it was covered in lightning. B raised an eyebrow. Magic? No. Back where I come from we use a thing called chakra. Killer B-sama don't go saying abracadabra. The redhead widened her eyes and turned to Naruto and the teen shrugged in response. I was gonna tell you all but never got the chance, but I'll explain later. We need to stop thing first. Wendy, Carla. You guys can come out now. The two came out from their hiding spot and walked over to them. Hello again, Urza-san. Wendy said with a bow. Urza smiled back and walked over to Jalal to help him up. You okay? The ex-council member thanked her as he struggled to stand. Yes, somehow. Okay, can somebody please explain how Jalal is here? Naruto asked while rubbing the bridge of his nose. Because quite frankly, the man should be dead. Wendy poked her fingers together. The Oration Cease made me heal him. Naruto balked. Healed him? Your healing magic can bring people back to life? How do you heal a person who was last seen blowing up into smithereens? No, Jalal somehow survived the blast and was stuck in a comatose state until Wendy revived him. His memories were damaged and he can't recall anything from the past. Urza explained, and Naruto looked at the blue-haired man in slack-jawed disbelief. Wendy gasped. Was that the reason why Jalal hadn't recognized her? Because he has amnesia? But if that were the case, then why did he smell different than she remembered from all those years ago? Wait a second. Does that mean you have forgotten how to stop Nirvana? Carla asked Jalal, who sadly shook his head. I'm sorry, the self-destruct magic won't work anymore and I don't know what else to do. The two Kate Shelter members gasped. Then how are we going to stop this thing from destroying our guild? Kate Shelter is right in front of us. Naruto sighed and crossed his arms. Well, our only option now is to find Brain and... He stopped mid-sentence and fell silent, his eyes growing wide. A feeling of dread washed over him as he felt an evil presence near the control tower, one similar to that of Jose. Without a hint of warning, Naruto suddenly turned around and began to run in the direction of the tower. He hadn't noticed it before, but he could hardly sense Jura's magical presence at all. He started to run faster, ignoring the calls from behind him. Naruto cursed. I should have stayed with them. If something happened to Lucy or Juvia, he would never forgive himself. Kaya! Lucy shrieked. Stupid perverted staff. She swiped at the cackling stick who had just peeked up her skirt. Kakaka. The underwear of a child like you could hardly excite me. It said while avoiding the girl's anger-filled strikes. Ufufu. Lucy has no sex appeal. Juvia mused to herself and Lucy bristled. Shut up and help me out. After running into a trap and Jura getting injured protecting them, Lucy and Juvia were now dealing with brain staff which could apparently talk. And it was pretty strong for a piece of wood. The staff suddenly stopped moving. HM? The six have been defeated? Now he will. Lucy and Juvia stopped chasing and looked at the strange stick skeptically. What? Who's he? Brain has another personality you see. The one you have seen thus far is the one that loves knowledge and goes by the codename Brain. The one that Brain sealed away, the one that is bent on the destruction of everything, Master Zero. A chill went down their spines as the staff quickly turned around and bowed. Eek! Welcome back Master Zero. A pale-skinned Brain with red eyes walked out from the shadows and into the clearing. Ah, Clodoa. Things have gotten rather interesting. He said before turning to the girls. I am Zero, Master of the Oration Cease. I suppose it's time to pay you back for the damage you've done to my guild. Lucy began to shiver. There was some off about this guy. He gave off such an evil aura that it made her sick, she couldn't even move. Juvia was experiencing the same terror, it was a similar feeling when Jose became furious back in Phantom Lord. They held onto each other helplessly as the psychotic man began to flare his magical power. Naruto/Sama. Get away from them. Zero frowned and raised an arm just in time as a spiraling blue sphere slammed into his magic shield. His eyes widened when his barrier began to crack. Who is this brat? Zero thought as a crazed grin spread across his face. The Rasengan exploded and the two were pushed back from each other. Lucy and Juvia cheered for their rescuer before gasping when the teen suddenly doubled over, clutching his head in pain. Don't you see? The voice chimed in, stronger than ever before. You would go to no ends for these people, and they for you. So, stay here. Forget about that place. Zero watched in fascination as a crimson aura began to leak out of the boy's body. What could this be? Shut up? Naruto growled as pieces of skin began to flake off and evaporate, revealing a blood-red energy underneath. Get out of my head! He roared as his form was consumed in a dome of tainted chakra. Lucy and Juvia had taken cover behind a fallen pillar as the area around them started to shake. This is the Kyuubi's chakra, isn't it? Lucy thought as the red dome started to crack. She remembered the first time she had seen it, but this was on a whole other level. Groar! The dome shattered, and everyone was shocked by Naruto's new appearance. His body was shaped more like that of a fox, with 4 long tails swinging behind him. You could still see the outline of his once golden hair as he was now all red, except for his now eerily white eyes and mouth. Narrate dash? Juvia started but was immediately silenced by Lucy, who clamped a hand over her mouth. Lucy had a feeling that Naruto was in a state where he would attack anything that moved, so it would best for them to stay out of his sight for now. Zero smiled maniacally, seemingly unfazed. Ha! That form of yours is something else. I'm really going to enjoy destroying you. He raised his hand and fired a green magic missile. Grrrrrrr. The possessed ninja growled and smacked the spell out of the air effortlessly. Naruto then blurred out of existence, reappearing in front of a surprised Zero with crimson claws extracted to kill. Zero almost failed to react but brought up his magic barrier just in time to block the slash. His eyes widened in surprise when the hand instantly broke through, shattering his defense like frail glass. Master Zero! Clodoa called out in distress as he watched his master get sent flying through the roof. For someone as powerful as Zero to have his barrier broken so easily, and then be sent flying like that, who was this boy? Eep! The crimson teen was now looking directly at the talking staff. Save me! Clodoa screamed and tried to escape, but Naruto extended his arm to inhuman lengths and grabbed the fleeting stick. The girls watched in horror as Naruto then proceeded to crush the enchanted piece of wood in his hands mercilessly. They shrieked and held onto each other when the teen's gaze fell upon them. And Naruto-sama? Juvia tried with a shaky voice. Lucy gulped when the possessed teen took a step forward. This eye isn't Naruto. This is the Kyuubi. She remembered Naruto telling her about this form. That the demon took control of his body and attacked just about anything that moved. But this was worse than anything she could have imagined. What once were ocean blue eyes were now empty white sockets that seemed to stare into their very souls. But before the fox could get any closer, a bright green light started flashing from the hole in the roof. Zero was looking down with a wicked smile plastered on his face. The demon turned around just in time to be hit in the face by a stream of green magic. Lucy and Juvia ducked as the fox flew over their heads and through the other side of the room, through the tower walls, then finally plummeting down and onto one of the buildings of the ancient city. Hearing a mocking laugh, the demon got up and growled at the laughing form of Zero on top of the tower. Ha! You have quite some strength. But now I must turn my attention to the Nervits, the only ones who can stand in my way of destroying everything. As he finished his sentence, Nirvana began to shake and a bright light began to shine at the front of the colossal structure. The Kyuubi glanced around, as if it was looking for something. Zero raised his arms and smiled with glee as the controls to the ancient capital flared around him. Now, fire! Nirvana! The charging noise ceased as the bright light died out, leaving Zero in a puzzled state. What? What happened? The man gaped when he saw smoke rising from where the legs connected to the main body. He then peered down at his crimson foe and found that its arms and 4 tails were stuck into the ground. No, it can't be. The Kyuubi pulled its appendages from the ground and dropped something from its hands. It was a shiny dust, almost like. Did he destroy Nirvana's power sources from here? All at once? Zero thought with his mouth agape. That was absurd. The lacrima were located at the base of each of the legs. To be able to reach them all from this distance was just... Rumble. What's happening now? Lucy cried out as Nirvana began to shake. One by one, the legs fell to the earth and the girls had to grab onto something as the whole place started falling. Nirvana, having lost its power supply, fell to the ground with a loud crash. Once the shaking stopped, Lucy got up and dusted herself off. Ugh. I want to go home. She felt a tap on her shoulder. Lucy? Juvia thinks we should get out of here, and quickly. Raising an eyebrow, the blonde looked outside to see their possessed friend surrounded by a collection of red and blue orbs. The two colors swirled and morphed together in front of his mouth, making a dark purple-like ball. Lucy started sweating. That doesn't look good. The two scurried out of the broken tower, not wanting to find out what happened when he finished charging whatever it was. Zero stood up and looked down at the scene before him. Nirvana was in ruins, his plans for destruction crippled by a single mage. Damn you! He muttered under his breath, his finger beginning to glow an eerie green. I will erase your very existence. The purple chakra ball grew to an enormous size before shrinking down immensely. It was then swallowed by the demon, and the ground underneath him cracked as a result. Genesis 0. Both parties fired off their respective techniques simultaneously. The tailed beast bomb flew towards the wave of phantoms at an impossible speed. Zero watched in disbelief as the crimson sphere ripped straight through his strongest technique like a hot knife through butter. It can't be! What are you? He yelled as the powerful attack crashed into what was left of the tower. Urza and the others got to their feet as soon as the shaking stopped. It was just one thing after another right now. First Naruto runs off without saying a word, and later she had felt the blonde's demonic energy. Then it seemed Nirvana was going to fire, but the weapon stopped short and the whole structure had fallen to the ground. Is everyone all right? Urza asked, and her response was a couple of groans. They were all tired, and she knew it. Right now, she needed to make sure her guildmates were all right. Boom! What? Urza gasped when the crippled tower in the middle of the destroyed city exploded, and the remains of the once proud tower ceased to exist. Urza-san, B-san is gone. Wendy said meekly, and Urza groaned. What was with these ninjas and leaving without warning them beforehand? Asterisk cough. Cough, asterisk Juvia, are you okay? Lucy waved her hands around in an attempt to clear the smoke. Somehow, the water mage answered weakly. When the smoke cleared, they gawked at the sight before them. There was nothing left of Nirvana, only piles of rubble remained of the once great ruins. Ah, there's Naruto-sama. Juvia said and pointed off in the distance. The ninja could be seen off in the distance going on a rampage, destroying stones and tree alike. Naruto? What happened? Lucy watched worriedly as the teen continued to his destruction spree. It was probably Nirvana, messin' with his mind. Making all these friends her musta put him in a bind. Wah! Lucy jumped in surprise when B's voice was suddenly behind her. Don't sneak up on people like that. When did you get here? Naruto-sama is being affected by Nirvana? Juvia asked. Lucy faltered. Ignored? The rapper nodded sagely. We Jinchuriki can't be heartless. To take on our beasts, we must first embrace our darkness. Lucy looked at the dark-skinned ninja skeptically. Wait, what is that supposed to mean? B looked at the girl with a straight face and pointed to his forehead protector. Lucy was puzzled for a second before she put the pieces together. Eh? Juvia watched Naruto with a saddened expression. He looked like he was in so much pain. She cursed her inability to help her beloved. If only Juvia was stronger. In Naruto's mindscape. Huh? Naruto found himself in the Kyubi sewer, only this time he was in a large and open room. Almost like the one with the cage, but the cage and the demon fox himself were nowhere to be found. Oi! Fox! Where are you? I was just about to kick that guy's ass, what do you want? The demon in question didn't answer, instead he heard the voice that had been in his head behind him. The Kyubi is taking care of that guy for us, so now we can have our long-awaited chat. Naruto turned around and saw himself across the room. It was like he was looking in a mirror. Only his reflection had black eyes and red pupils. Ah! Me? He shouted in disbelief. Yo! The person said as he began to walk forward. Who is this guy? He looks just like me. Naruto thought as the lookalike stopped right in front of him. Is this a prank, you stupid fox? I don't have time for this right now. Of course you don't have time for me, gotta protect your friends, right? The person grinned. This isn't a prank. I'm your true self, your inner darkness. True self? What was this guy talking about? Naruto scratched his cheek in confusion. You're not making any sense. But I really gotta go and make sure Lucy and Juvia are alright. Don't you see? The fact that you're so urgent to leave just proves how attached you've become of this place. The inner Naruto stated. If you care for these people so much, then why do you keep thinking you have to leave? Naruto narrowed his eyes. If you really are the true me, then you should already know why we have to go back. The copy scoffed. Because Konoha's our home? We have friends waiting for us? Our promises? What a joke. How can we know for sure they aren't just using us? If they really trust us? Just until recently, everyone treated us like an outcast. And you want to go back to all of that and abandon your true friends here? You imposer. Dark Naruto screamed and lunged forward with a fist cocked back. Naruto growled and blocked the incoming punch. What was with this guy, talking trash about his friends and home like that? You're the imposer. He yelled back and the two fought blow for blow. Gah! Naruto awoke and shot straight up, surprising those around him. Naruto-sama. Juvia yelled and tackled the whiskered teen. Ouch! Juvia, that kinda hurts. The water mage apologized and got off of him. Why was he so sore? Lucy looked him over. Are you okay? After you lost control, B showed up and stopped you. We're lucky Wendy and the others showed up, your whole body was covered in burns. She wanted to ask him about B, but that could wait until later. Ah, now Naruto remembered. He lost control of himself and fought that look-alike. The QB had taken over while he was out, that explained high soreness. Naruto nodded to his fellow blonde before looking at Wendy and managed to grin. Thanks for healing me, Wendy-chan, I owe you one. Those burns from using the QB's chakra really sucked. The little girl poked her fingers together shyly and shook her head. And no. It's the least I could do. But she was surprised how fast he had healed. The burns had healed themselves almost immediately after she began her healing magic. Taking a look around, it seemed that everyone was here. Some were doing their own thing while others were just resting. Naruto sighed. I'm guessing it's all over then? He said, laid back down and closed his eyes. He really was exhausted. Who knows how many times he had used Sage Mode during this mission. Lucy gave out a sigh of her own and plopped down onto the grass. Yeah, and thank goodness. I don't think I've ever been so tired in my life. Naruto laughed. You two did great, defeating an Oration Cease member like that. Wendy gasped. Lucy-san and Juvia-san defeated an Oration Cease member? Wow, is everyone in Fairy Tail really powerful? Naruto-san is also strong and so is Urza-san. Fairy Tail really is amazing. Lucy laughed awkwardly. Well, Urza and Naruto are special cases. While the girls began to talk about Fairy Tail, Naruto got up and internally groaned from how sore he was. He walked past B and sent him a thankful nod. After getting a returning nod, the blonde continued over to Urza, who was currently speaking with Jalal. Yo! He greeted, getting both of their attention. Urza smiled. Glad to see you're okay, Naruto, you had me worried for a second there. You know better than anyone it takes a lot more than that to put me down. Naruto took a seat next to the knight and focused his attention on Jalal. So, what are you going to do? The ex-council member looked away, as if he were ashamed of something. I don't know. I'm afraid of regaining my memories. I did all of those things. Jalal. Urza put a comforting hand on his shoulder. Naruto grimaced when he saw the pain in Urza's face. This whole Jalal situation was really tearing her apart. After a long moment of thinking, he sighed. Why don't you come to Fairy Tail? Jalal looked at the blonde with wide eyes. What? Urza looked at him with a similar expression. The Jinchuriki continued. Well, I mean, you don't really seem all that evil to me anymore, and I'm a strong believer of second chances. Besides, I'm sure if we explain the whole situation, old man Makarov would understand. Tears started forming in Urza's eyes. She didn't know Naruto was this kind, to offer aid to someone that was once his enemy. It truly surprised her. Jalal was completely taken aback. You would go so far for me? Even after everything I did? Naruto suddenly hardened his face and Jalal flinched. I'll never forgive you for making Urza cry like that. He said sharply before relaxing and scratching his cheek awkwardly. But you are one of Urza's friends and helping you out would make her happy. Naruto. Urza thought and wiped the tears from her eyes. She then faced Jalal and smiled. It's decided then. You'll come with us to Fairy Tail and we'll help you recover your memories. Mean. They heard Ichiya scream. The man was plastered against a barrier and was trying to get out. I need to use the restroom. Nobody move. We are from the newly reformed council. Naruto groaned. They never got a break, did they? A mob of rune knights circled the group of mages and a black-haired man with glasses and white clothes walked up to the front. I am the head of the 4th Custody Enforcement Unit. My name is Lahar. The news of there being a new council surprised everyone. Seeing as he had their attention, the head rune knight continued. Our purpose is to arrest the Oration Cease. The man codenamed Hot-Eye, please come on through. Jura looked ready to defend his newly found friend, but was stopped by the ex-Oration Cease member himself. Richard Dono. The blocky man sighed. It's all right, Jura. My good nature may have just awoken, but it does not erase my sins from the past. In order to start anew, I must make things right. The wizard saint frowned but nodded. If that is the case, then I'll find your brother in your place. What is his name? Naruto grinned, he was starting to really like that Jura guy. Really? Thank you, his name Wally Buchanan. Hot-Eye said. Urza's eyes widened. Wally Buchanan? I know that man, she said, and the two men looked at her in surprise. Really? The redhead nodded. He is a friend of mine. Last I heard, he was traveling across the continent. Richard's eyes began to water up and everyone smiled at the happy scene. Thank you. Thank you. The knights then proceeded to shackle the man up and take him to the carriage. Now then, for the other reason we are here. Infiltrating the council, causing its destruction, firing ether ion. Jalal, you are under arrest for federal treason. Naruto closed his eyes while everyone else gasped. Please wait. Jalal doesn't have any memories. He doesn't remember any of that. Wendy fruitlessly tried as they put the shackles on Jalal. Lahar shook his head. That is no cause for pardon, he said before turning to one of the other knights. Release the spell. Yes, sir. The knight said, and the barrier around the mages faded. But. Wendy sobbed and Jalal grinned at her. Don't worry about me, Wendy-chan, go back to your guild and keep having fun. With that, he continued to walk to the carriage. He stopped next to Lahar when he spoke though. Are you sure that is all you want to say? Your sentence will most likely be death or life in prison, you will never see these people again. Jalal's expression never changed. Yes. Lucy gasped. That's just cruel. Juvia finished. Jura frowned. I do not like this. Arresting a good man is unjust. The man with the tat tried to help us stop Nirvana. Giving him up like that, don't wanna. Killerby agreed and stepped forward aggressively. The mages looked like they wanted to take the man back, with force if needed, and the rune knights began to back off. Lahar looked at the glaring mages and put his hand up. I apologize, but this man has committed crimes, memory of it or not. Naruto looked at Urza and noticed that she was trembling. Urza. He put a hand on her shoulder and gave her a reassuring smile. Somehow, that smile of his gave her hope. It was a smile that said, don't worry, just leave everything to me. Urza managed to smile back. Naruto really was someone you could count on. But what happened next shocked her. You may take Jalal away, Naruto said with a neutral expression. Naruto? Lucy said, surprised. She expected him of all people would be against this whole thing. Seeing everyone giving him strange looks, he sighed. It sucks, but this is the council we're dealing with. Messing with them will only bring us trouble, and I don't think Jalal wants that either. Isn't that right, Jalal? Everyone looked to Jalal to see him nod. I'm not going to resist. Urza lowered her head. Naruto was right. Jalal, no matter how much she hated it, needed to go. She couldn't be so selfish as to dragging the others into getting in trouble just for her. Lahar looked at Naruto with mild interest. What is your name? Naruto kept his neutral expression and answered. Naruto Uzumaki of Fairy Tail. Sometime later? I feel really bad for Urza, Lucy said with her head rested on her knees. After the Rune Knights had taken Jalal and Hot Eye, everyone had decided that since the mission was over, it was time to return to their respective guilds. Wendy and Charla were with them since they decided to see the little girl and the cat back to their guild. Juvia nodded. Yes. It is very sad to watch someone dear to you get taken away without being able to do anything. Knowing that it's the last time you will ever see that person again. Lucy sighed and noticed Naruto was missing. Maybe he left to find Urza, since she wasn't here either. Urza remembered the day she had met Jalal, back in the Tower of Heaven. How he had picked her name because of her hair, scarlet. Tears ran freely down her face. She lost her friend not once, but twice now. Jalal. Urza. Leave me be. She sniffled when she heard Naruto's voice. I want to be alone for now. Naruto sighed. Man, and to think I went to all of that trouble just to get this guy for you too. Urza turned to face Teen. What are you dash? She gasped. Standing next to Naruto, was Jalal. Chapter 17, Peaceful times are back, right? Ah, I'm tired. Lucy complained. I can't wait to get home and take a shower. She looked around the ship taking them to Harjan town. Naruto was sitting at the front of the ship and seemed to be meditating. Juvia was talking with Wendy and Charla. Urza was sitting with Jalal, and she looked quite happy and it put a smile on the celestial spirit mage. I'm glad Urza's okay. Still, I can't believe we're bringing Jalal back to Fairy Tail with us. Honestly, it was one thing after another with this guild. After the whole fiasco with the council, they were all taking a break before going to Kate Shelter. Then out of nowhere, Naruto and Urza come back with Jalal. It had been a surprise to all of them, but Naruto had explained that he had everything under control. He had apparently tracked down the council's carriage, replaced Jalal with a shadow clone, then had the shadow clone make it look like Jalal had broken free and escaped. Then later, when they had arrived at Kate Shelter, Master Rubal had revealed that he was from the Nervit tribe from 400 years ago and the sole survivor. Everyone else in the guild had been illusions created for Wendy's sake. Lucy sighed and looked at the sky. Things really are crazy when you remember fairy tale, huh? Hey, Lucy. She looked up to see Naruto take a seat next to her. Hey Naruto, feeling better? The ninja had been a little off since the end of their mission. He wouldn't say what was bothering him, so she assumed it had something to do with what he had talked about with Killer Bee. Apparently, the rapping shinobi was from the elemental nations, and the cause was a scroll as well. But from the looks of things, he must not have had an idea on getting home. It all made Lucy wonder, was that the only thing had they talked about? Naruto leaned back and stretched. Yeah, I feel great. It sucks that my sage cloak was shredded though. He moped and pulled out what was left of the red cloth. Why did the Kyuubi's chakra always have to destroy his cloak? Lucy looked at the sobbing ninja's appearance with a raised eyebrow. It wasn't only his cloak that was worn out, but most of his clothes have seen better days. There were small rips all over the orange and black fabric, but the most noticeable one was the large tear on his shoulder. It was most likely from one of his fights with the Oration Cease. Don't you think it's time you get some new clothes, Naruto? Naruto looked at Lucy like she had grown a second head. Eh? No way. I doubt the stores in this world have anything that could come close to how awesome my clothes are. But your clothes are torn to shreds, and if it's orange you're concerned about dash, Lucy tried but her fellow blonde wasn't having any of it. Nope. I'll just ask Mirachan to stitch him up like usual. Lucy sighed in defeat. Why was this guy so stubborn about his clothes? Hey! Naruto suddenly said after a moment of silence, causing Lucy to look at him strangely. What is it? The whiskered teen poked his fingers together awkwardly. Before the mission, you were kinda giving me the cold shoulder. Did I do something to make you mad? Lucy blinked. Was she mad at him? Oh yeah, they had been through so much that she had nearly forgotten. If she was being honest with herself, it wasn't Naruto that she had been mad at, but herself. Lucy was angry at herself because of the thought that somewhere, deep down, she had created feelings for Naruto. Lucy sighed. I wasn't really mad at you. I was just a little angry with myself about something, sorry for giving you a hard time. Oh, is that so? Naruto said before crossing his arms. Well, what's been bothering you? If you don't mind me asking. And nothing that concerns you. Lucy said rather heatedly and shoved the teen playfully. Hee, okay. Just remember to ask for help if you need it. We're friends after all, and that's what friends do. Naruto said and grinned a toothy grin. Lucy's cheeks burned, Naruto and his stupid grin. Maybe I really do. She started but clamped her mouth shut when Naruto gave her a strange look. Did you say something? Lucy's blush deepened. And nothing. But you know, I can't believe I got 3 more keys. And from the Golden Zodiac to boot, ha ha ha. She laughed awkwardly, crying to herself internally. I'm such an idiot. Almost saying something like that out loud. Naruto continued to look at her with a raised eyebrow before laughing. Oh yeah, that's right, did you make a contract with them yet? Apparently the Oration Cease member that Lucy and Juvia had fought was also a celestial spirit mage, and when the Rune Knights arrested the Dark Mage, it had cancelled the contract between the girl and her spirits. No, not yet. I was planning on doing that once we got back. Lucy said sighed, she could really use a nice long soak in the tub right about now. Fairy tale? Congratulations on defeating the Oration Cease. Everyone in the guild cheered as the group walked through the doors. Naruto put up 2 fingers and snickered. We're back. Man, I'm hungry. Mirachan. Can I have some dash? Naruto. Fight me. Natsu roared and jumped at the ninja with his fists on fire. It's not fair that you get all the action. So fight me. I'm not really in the mood for a fight right now, Natsu, maybe later. Naruto said and grabbed onto a part of Natsu's arm that wasn't on fire and redirected him towards the door. Makarov laughed, spilling some of his drink on the bar he was sitting on. Welcome back, you fools. Everyone, let's party. He yelled and the celebration had begun. Naruto joined in the cheer, saying hello to some of the guild members before noticing Urza walking towards the guild master with the 3 newcomers in tow. Oh, Urza. I can talk to the old man, I was the one who started all of this after all. Urza turned to him and shook her head. That won't be necessary. There are matters that I would like to discuss with the master myself. Go get some food, you must be hungry after the long trip. She said before continuing to lead the others to the wizard saint, a small smile adorning her lips. Besides, you've already done enough. Thank you. Taking another swing from his cup, Makarov noticed Urza walking towards him with some people behind her. A masked man that looked strangely familiar, a girl, and a female happy? Master, we are back from our mission. The S-class mage said with a slight bow. Yes, good job. I see you brought back more than you left with. He said and gestured to the 3 guests. Urza nodded. Ah, yes. You see, this person is actually Dash. Naruto. I said fight me. I won't take no for an answer. Natsu declared and ran back and through the doors towards the ninja. Naruto sighed. Look Natsu, I'm really not in the mood for. Eh? Natsu had stopped dead in his tracks, a look of terror striking the pink-haired boy's features. Daring to turn around, Naruto found Urza glaring death in his direction. The two began to sweat profoundly under the red-headed woman's gaze. Natsu, we just got back and we're tired. No fighting today, understood? AI. Natsu said and the killer intent was gone, as if it were never there to begin with. Lucy watched as the normally hyper teen quietly sat down at a table. Urza really is amazing? She noticed Juvia had disappeared. Where did that crazy girl go? Naruto sighed and sat down with Natsu. Urza really was one of the scariest girls he had ever met. Sorry Natsu, but I'm really sore from the mission. I promise to spar with you some other time. Yeah, fine. Natsu grumbled before sitting down and sulked to himself. Naruto chuckled. I'll fight you tomorrow, how does that sound? This seemed to lift the boy's spirits and he pounded his fists together. Sounds good to me, later. Standing up, the hyperactive mage left to go pick a fight with a certain ice wielder. Man, it feels good to be back in the guild. I think a vacation is in order. Lucy said and took a seat next to her partner. Naruto hummed in thought. A vacation did sound nice after their battle against the Oration Cease. Naruto-sama, your ramen is done. Juvia chirped and placed a bowl of noodles on the table. Juvia made it herself, just for you. Naruto turned to her and grinned. Thanks Juvie Dash. He choked on his words when he saw what the girl was wearing, and Lucy had a similar reaction. Juvia was wearing what was, quite frankly, a skimpy-made outfit complete with a frilly skirt. Juvia? What are you doing? Naruto asked while holding back a nosebleed. This was just like getting hit by one of his sexy jutsus, he just hadn't expected this. Juvia sat down next to Naruto and picked some noodles out of the bowl with chopsticks. She gently blew on the noodles before bringing them towards Naruto's mouth. Naruto-sama. Say ah. Lucy watched the scene play out before her, completely baffled. What is with this girl? Is Juvia doing it right Mira-san? Juvia suddenly asked and Lucy turned around to find Mira-Jane giving the girl a thumbs up. Mira-san? Lucy thought with a slight look of betrayal before noticing something in the corner of her eye. The fight that Natsu had started with Gray on the other side of the bar was slowly starting to make its way over to them. Natsu knocked Gray into Elfman, who threw Warren into Max, and the two bumped into the table Naruto and the girls were sitting at. Crash! The bar went silent when as Naruto's ramen hit the floor, the bowl shattering as its contents spilled everywhere. Oh boy, here it comes. Lucy thought and swiftly left to go search for cover. Oh no, Naruto-sama's ramen. Juvia gasped and started cleaning the mess. Juvia didn't even get to feed Naruto-sama a single bite. Naruto slowly stood up, his bangs shadowing his eyes from view. What a waste. He looked down at Warren and Max with a neutral expression, causing the two to sweat bullets. You just soiled the food of the gods. You shall be punished. Naruto grabbed the screaming boys by their collars and threw them across the bar in different directions. Who else was involved in this madness? Natsu grinned, his fists bursting into flames. Alright, Naruto's in. I'm all fired you are. He didn't even get to finish his trademark sentence when Naruto was suddenly in front of him. Grabbing the wailing teen by the leg, Naruto swung him around like weapon to swat down some of the nearby mages. Oh shit. Naruto's gotten serious. Gray rolled out of the way just as Naruto threw Natsu in his direction. The pink-haired dragon slayer bounced off the ground and onto the railing of the second floor, right next to Gajeel who was watching the bar fight with a smirk on his face. Gihihai. You got beat pretty easily, Salamander. Gajeel laughed and Natsu groaned. Ugh. I don't feel so good. The metal dragon slayer watched as people were thrown all around the bar hall. So, Uzumaki's back huh? Cut it out you fools. Makarov roared in his giant form and everyone ceased fighting. Naruto dropped a battered elfman to the ground and coughed into his hand. Sorry about that Gramps, I guess I got a little carried away. Shrinking down to his original size, Makarov sighed. We have a couple new members, so make them feel welcome. Wendy stepped forward with Charla right beside her. Hello everyone. I'm Wendy, and this is Charla. Please take good care of us. She said with a bow and was instantly swarmed by the guild members, much to their surprise. Mira-Jane cleared some space for the little girl and knelt down. I assume Charla uses the same magic as Happy, but what kind of magic do you use Wendy? Wah! Look Charla, it's the real Mira-Jane. Wendy gasped and looked at her feline friend. Hold on a second. Just who is this happy that everyone keeps comparing me to? Charla demanded. Just as she finished her sentence, the doors to the guild swung open and a blue cat with wings flew in carrying a rather large fish. Look, Natsu! I caught this big fish all by myself. Happy stopped when he saw Charla, hearts appearing in his eyes. Flying up to the white cat, he offered the fish he was holding. Hi, I'm Happy the Necommander. Want some fish? Charla looked at the male cat with a look of disinterest, then at the fish, before turning away in a huff. I don't like fish. Laughing at the felines, Wendy took a deep breath before revealing her magic to everyone. I'm a sky dragon slayer, she said, and everyone cheered, taking the little girl by surprise. Another dragon slayer? A guild member said. With Natsu and Gajeel, that makes 3 dragon slayers in our guild. Another said while counting with his fingers. And to think that dragon slaying magic is so rare. Wendy smiled brightly. They had believed her instantly. So this is fairy tale? Everyone here is so nice. Watching the little dragon slayer laugh with joy, Naruto couldn't help but smile. Good for you, Wendy-chan. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to lose everyone that you cared about in the blink of an eye like she had, so he was glad she was having fun. Naruto felt eyes on him and looked up to find Gajeel smirking down at him next to Natsu, who was still slung over the rails. The Iron Man let out a bark of laughter before walking away, earning a frown from the shinobi. What's he laughing at? What was that all about? Lucy asked while coming out from her protected area. Naruto shrugged. I don't know, the weirdo was just laughing to himself up there. Lucy looked up at Natsu and sweat dropped. Is he alright? He looks like he's about to hurl. Though it was to be expected, with Naruto spinning him around like a rag doll. Naruto, Lucy. May I have a word? The 2 blondes turned around to find Urza standing behind them with her arms crossed. Naruto nodded. Yes, sure, how did everything go with the old man? Master is speaking with him right now, but... They were taken aback when the female knight suddenly bowed. I apologize for how helpless I was during the mission. I did nothing but worry you all in the end. So please, hit me. She declared and braced herself. It's fine, Urza. You were poisoned so it couldn't be helped. Lucy tried but Urza shook her head. That does not excuse it. Naruto was also poisoned, was he not? And then I selfishly left without saying a word, those are acts that deserve punishment. Lucy was about to protest again when Naruto walked forward, a mischievous glint shined in his eyes. If Urza wants to be punished, let her be punished. He said and walked up to the red head. Man, I'm going to regret this? Urza shut her eyes and prepared for the strike. Smack. Eep. The whole guild went silent after what they had just witnessed. Naruto had spanked Urza. Naruto, what are you thinking? This is Urza we're talking about. Lucy thought to herself and dove back into cover. She knew what was going to happen next and didn't want to be in the middle of it. The other guild members began to whisper amongst themselves. Did Naruto just slap Urza in the butt? Does he have a death wish? Naruto, seemingly proud of his word, prepared for what came next. I know I'm going to get pounded, but I couldn't let such a prank just slide. Urza coughed into her hand, a slight blush adorning her cheeks. And no. It's what I wanted, thank you, Naruto. Eh? They all shouted and stared at the shinobi in disbelief. Did Urza really just thank Naruto for spanking her? Urza! Lucy couldn't believe what she was seeing herself. Naruto-sama, no fair. Juvia wants to be spanked as well. Juvia whined and wiggled her butt towards the baffled ninja, causing some of the male members to glare at the blonde with jealousy. Naruto wasn't paying attention though, and he continued to stare at his hand. This is a magic hand. He then turned to Lucy, who unconsciously took a step back upon noticing his gaze. What? She stuttered, growing nervous with the way her partner was looking at her. Naruto grinned mischievously and slowly started moving towards her. Hey Lucy. I want to try something. Lucy gulped and ran away. No way. Stay back. Everyone laughed as Naruto playfully chased after Lucy, with a whining Juvia not far behind them. Makarov sighed, what a troublesome bunch of kids. Well, it seems like it'll be peaceful for the time being. He pulled out a familiar scroll from behind the counter. I guess now would be a good time to tell the brat what I found out. Later that night? Oh man, I'm beat. We sure did a lot in last couple days, didn't we? Naruto said while stretching out on his couch/bed. I'm just glad we finally get a chance to rest. Hey, have you heard from your home at all lately? I know you send them weekly messages, but I was just wondering. Lucy asked while drying her hair, having just gotten out of the bathroom. Naruto thought about it for a second and rubbed his chin. Now that you mention it, I haven't heard back from them since the first time. Though it is really busy over there. Everyone must be pitching in to rebuild the village. His frown turned into a sad smile. I wonder how they're all doing. Lucy frowned. He really misses his home, doesn't he? She needed to cheer him up somehow, but what? All right, it's settled. Naruto suddenly said, snapping Lucy out of her thoughts. What's settled? The shinobi snickered and crossed his arms. Tomorrow, I'm going to learn magic. Poof! Just as Naruto finished his declaration, a plume of smoke appeared and revealed a small toad carrying a scroll. Message from the leaf. The toad said and handed the sage the scroll. Well, it's about time. Thanks. Naruto said and took the scroll, opening it without a moment's hesitation. Thank you for bringing that message. Lucy said with a bow. It's been a while since he last heard from you guys, you all must be rather busy. The toad looked at the girl questioningly. What are you talking about, girlie? It's only been a week. Well, I'll be taking my leave. With that said, the toad vanished in a puff of smoke. A week? That couldn't have been right, it had to have been a couple of months since the last letter. Lucy was about to ask Naruto when she noticed the grim look on his face. Naruto? What's wrong? He didn't answer and kept reading, his expression then changed to an excited one. Putting the scroll down, Naruto took a deep breath before looking at Lucy with a neutral expression. Well, I got some good news, and bad news. What's the bad news? Lucy asked skeptically. There's a criminal organization in my world known as the Akatsuki, and they've been hunting down the tailed beasts. Naruto explained and unconsciously gripped his stomach, right where the QB seal was. Apparently, they found a way to get here. Lucy gasped. How's that possible? Do you think they have something to do with the scroll that brought you here? Naruto's grip on his stomach tightened. I don't know. Granny Tsunade said it might just be a hoax to scare us, but I'm gonna tell the old man about this just in case. And the good news? The whiskered teen's face exploded with joy. Granny Tsunade said that they found a way to get here and she's sending a team for support. The team will be led by my teacher, Kakashi-sensei. Man, I can't wait to see them, you know? Lucy's eyes widened. Some of Naruto's friends were going to be coming to this world? How were they going to do that? Though, seeing how happy he was about being able to see them, it made her happy. Well, we better go to sleep. We'll tell the master about all of this and see if Fairy Tail has any magic you can learn in the meantime. Naruto nodded his head and yawned, a sudden wave of exhaustion falling over him. Yeah, that sounds good, good night. Good night. Lucy said and turned off the lamp. Naruto fluttered his eyes open, but everything was still blurry. He could tell he was in a familiar forest, with a giant tree in the distance. Hello again. A familiar voice came from above where he was laying. Naruto looked up and his vision became a little clearer. The little girl with the long blonde hair from before was smiling down at him. He noticed that his head was rested on her lap. You again, what was your name again? The girl giggled and Naruto could feel the heat raising in his cheeks. My name is Mavis Vermilion, and I'm going to help you. Wasn't that the name that was on the grave? Help me with what? Oh, are you going to teach me magic? Mavis giggled again before shaking her head. No silly, I'm going to help you with your tailed beast of course. Eh? This little girl was going to help him with the giant fuzzball? How did she plan on doing that? The forest around them suddenly caught on fire, the flames slowly spreading everywhere. Oh, it seems he knows that I'm here. And he's kicking me out too, grumpy old fox. Mavis pouted before turning back to Naruto. I guess our time is up, I'll be here when you're ready to master the fox's power. She said and started fading away. Naruto's vision began to darken. Wait, do you know why I'm here or how to get back? How do I find you? All your questions will be answered the next time we meet. I'll be waiting at Fairy Tail's roots. Mavis said before she vanished and everything went dark. The next morning? Fairy Tail's roots? What's that supposed to mean? Naruto mumbled to himself while he and Lucy walked to the guild. How long have you been having these dreams? Lucy asked. Naruto had explained that he'd been having strange dreams with a little girl that called herself Mavis Vermilion. Something about that name sounded familiar. It was at the tip of her tongue, but she just couldn't remember it. Well, I actually only had a dream like that one other time. I was gonna tell old man Makarov about it, but I kinda forgot. Naruto admitted while sticking out his tongue and bopping his head playfully. Lucy deadpanned. This guy really was helpless. After walking through the entrance of Fairy Tail, they pushed open the doors to the bar hall and bid everyone good morning. They stopped at the counter where a familiar white-haired beauty awaited them. Good morning Mira-chan, where's the old man? Naruto asked. Mira-Jane greeted them with a smile and pointed upstairs. Master is in his office, he's been expecting you actually. Naruto waved her thanks and ran up the stairs to the second floor. He made his way to Makarov's office and knocked. Come in. Naruto opened the door to find the old man sitting behind his desk. Oh, hello Naruto. How are you this morning? I hope you are doing well. Makarov cheerfully asked with a wave of his hand. Hey Gramps, I'm doing fine. Mirachan said you were expecting me. Naruto asked and took a seat in the chair in front of the master's desk. Makarov nodded. No longer cheerful and now serious, he pulled out the thing responsible for bringing Naruto into the world of magic. The scroll? Naruto thought as Makarov placed it down onto the desk. Did you figure anything out? Like, where it came from or something? The wizard saint nodded. Yes, I asked an old friend of mine to see if they could find anything out about this scroll. But it appears it's exactly as I was afraid of. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Well, what is it? Makarov looked at him dead in the eye. This scroll was made by the black wizard Zeref himself. Zeref, wasn't that the guy who made all those demons like Deliora and Lullaby? Wait, why would he want to bring me here? I don't know, Zeref was an evil mage from 400 years ago. Seeing the depressed look on the boy's face, Makarov decided to change topics. What's that you got there? A message from home? Naruto looked down at the little scroll in his hands. Oh yeah, that's actually why I wanted to talk to you in the first place. You see, after the blonde finished explaining the contents of the letter as well as Killer Bee, Makarov sat back in his chair and sighed. So, a terrorist organization is after the demon fox sealed up inside of him, and they found a way to hop dimensions. On top of that, the people from Naruto's village also found a way to get here and are coming to support him. Then there was also this Killer Bee person from Lamia Scale that was from the elemental nations, having been brought to Earthland by a similar scroll. Naruto scratched his cheek. Sorry, I even brought someone who's wanted by the council back here. Seriously, you're making me age faster, boy. Makarov joked and Naruto laughed awkwardly. So, did they say when they were coming? They didn't give a specific time, just that it could be any day now. Naruto didn't have the slightest clue as to how they were going to get here, but who cares? He was going to see people from his home again. Oh, I almost forgot. What's Jalal doing right now? Somewhere in town. Achoo! Jalal fixed the black veil covering most his face and sighed. Something wrong? Turning to his left, he found Urza looking at him in slight concern. Did you catch a cold? I'm sorry that we couldn't find a better place for you to sleep. Jalal shook his head. No, not at all. This mask was just a little itchy is all. Urza hummed and they continued their walk towards the guild. They had rented a place for Jalal to stay the night prior, but only for the one night. Urza intended to make him work. Once we get to the guild, we'll pick out a job for you to start out with. The blue-haired man nodded. He was a little nervous about doing work for Fairy Tail, not wanting to risk getting them into trouble with the council. But he felt that he owed them a huge debt and wanted to do all that he could to pay them back. Especially Naruto-san? From what Urza has told me, I owe him more than just my life. Back at the guild, Lucy let out an exaggerated sigh and leaned forward onto the bar. She had finally come to terms with the fact that she had feelings for Naruto, but what now? It's not like she could just go and tell him, the ninja already had enough on his plate as it was. Hey Luchan, what's got you so down in the dumps? Levi asked and took a seat next to her seemingly depressed friend. Is about Naruto? What's that supposed to mean? Lucy mumbled and buried her face into her arms. Levi laughed softly and put a hand on the girl's shoulder. It's kinda obvious, I think the only member in the guild that doesn't know is Naruto himself, he gives dents a whole new meaning. It's that obvious, huh? Letting out another sigh, Lucy sat up and looked over to where Naruto was at. He had come down with Makarov and they were currently talking with Mira Jane. I don't know what do. I'm finally accepting I have these kinds of feelings. But knowing if I tell him the truth, it would only cause him even more stress than he already has. Levi frowned. Poor Luchan. She's in a tight spot. She looked over to where Naruto was and sweat dropped. Juvia doesn't seem too bothered by that though. At some point in their conversation, Juvia had come out from the kitchen and was trying to feed Naruto ramen again. I understand what you mean Luchan, but if you leave things as they are now, he might get stolen away before you know it. Yeah, but... Lucy mumbled, but she knew Levi was right. Okay, I've made up my mind. With that said, Lucy stood up and started walking towards her target. Go get him Luchan, you have my support. Levi thought with a fierce expression. As she drew closer, Lucy noticed that Kana was now sitting next Naruto. She looked to be trying to get him to drink with her. Another powerful foe has appeared. Naruto sure was popular. Come on Naruto, don't be so stingy. Have a drink with me. Kana whined while playfully pulling on the teen's jacket. Sorry Kana, I don't really like alcohol. Naruto nervously declined, only to be pulled on the other side by Juvia. Naruto-sama. Please allow Juvia to feed you the ramen before it gets cold. Hey! Give Naruto some space, can't you see he's uncomfortable? Lucy said while pointing an accusing finger at the two girls. Oh? She's making her move now? Kana smiled slyly before grabbing Naruto's arm and putting it between her bust, earning a blush on the teen's face. I was just trying to have a drink with a fellow guild member, what's wrong with that? She said while feigning ignorance, looking at Naruto's still growing red face. Plus, I just can't help teasing this guy. He's just too adorable. Juvia seemed to have taken Kana's actions as a challenge, and proceeded to grab onto Naruto's free arm with a pout. That's sneaky, Kana-san. Wait, now that Juvia thought about it, this sort of thing wasn't new. Kana was always trying to get her Naruto to drink with her. That must mean another rival in love. Kana blinked for a second before bursting out laughing, all the while Naruto stared at the ramen sitting in front of him hungrily. I just want to eat my ramen. Lucy stared at the scene play out before her, a tick mark slowly making its presence known on her forehead. Oh, maybe I went a little too far? Kana thought with a sweat drop as Lucy began to quiver with anger. Oh my, what is going on here? Mira Jane walked over to the table and saw the look of hunger on Naruto's face as he stared at the now growing cold bowl of noodles. Now, you should all leave Naruto alone to eat. The poor thing looks like he's starving. As if to go along with what she said, Naruto's stomach gave out a loud growl. Ramen. Ramen. Naruto moaned. Kana laughed awkwardly and let go of his arm. Sorry Naruto, my bad. But seriously, come have a drink with me later. She said with a wink and walked off to find some booze. Juvia's hold on Naruto's arm didn't budge. Juvia, I could use some in the kitchen. Would you be a doll and help me? Mira Jane asked sweetly and Juvia hesitated at first, but reluctantly let go as well and walked to the back of the bar. Mira-chan. Naruto said with anime tears streaming down his face. The barmaid giggled. Now, eat up. Juvia worked hard to make that for you, we wouldn't want her efforts to go to waste, now would we? Naruto shook his head and began to devour his food. Lucy sent Mira Jane a thankful look before noticing the expression on the girl's face as she watched Naruto scarf down his food. Don't tell me. Mira-san too. Feeling Lucy's eyes on her, Mira Jane sent her a wink before walking off to the kitchen. Lucy sighed and sat down next to the hopeless ramen addict. Something told her these next couple of days were going to be troublesome. Chapter 18, Dreams and Magic. Did you just say, Mavis? Makarov sputtered. Naruto was telling him about some dreams he'd been having. But the girl he was talking about, it couldn't be. Naruto sent the old man an odd look and nodded. Yeah, it was Mavis Ver something. Mavis Vermilion. Makarov finished. Also known as Fairy Tail's founder and first master. Eh? This was news to him, she didn't say like that in the dreams. I guess it kinda makes sense, she did tell me to meet her Fairy Tail's roots or something. Wait a second, he saw her grave in his dream, didn't he? Did that mean that he was talking to a GGG ghost? Naruto. Makarov suddenly said before the blonde could freak out. If what you are saying is true, then we must go to Tenru Island as soon as possible. Naruto leaned forward in his seat and grinned. Sweet. When do we leave? The old man rubbed his chin in consideration. Well, for the sake of preparations, I'd say at least a week. What? What do you mean a week? Why so long? Makarov cleaned his ear out before coughing into his hand. Calm down boy, it takes time to set up preparations. People don't just go to Tenru Island, it's Fairy Tail's holy ground. Besides, this will give you time to learn some magic, won't it? Naruto's face brightened a little before he leaned back in his chair and shrugged. Fine. I guess I can wait a little. Makarov chuckled. He's just like a kid, this one. I wonder what magic I should learn. It's gotta be something I can't already do with chakra. Naruto said and nodded to himself. But where am I gonna learn magic? Or actually, who should I get to teach me magic? MMMPH. A muffled voice came from next to him. Naruto turned to his side to look at the person beside him to find Natsu head first in the ground, his legs kicking the air comically. Oh whoops, sorry Natsu, I'll get you out of there. Naruto grabbed onto the teen's leg and pulled him out from the earth. He had promised the Dragon Slayer a fight, so he gave him one. They had decided to go to Naruto's training field to spar. Natsu spat out dirt while wiping his clothes. Man, I was so close too. No you weren't Natsu, it was a completely one-sided match. Happy said with a shake of his head. Just face it, you can't beat Naruto, just like Urza. Shut up. I can beat Urza now, I'm way stronger than before. Natsu shouted before sitting down in a fit. What do you want to learn magic for anyways? Naruto crossed his arms. Everyone in the guild can use magic except for me. I'm from another dimension so it only makes sense, but since I can draw an ether nano to myself for sage mode, why not learn a type of magic to go with it? Do you even know how to use the magic you draw in by itself? Happy asked with an incredulous look on his face. Naruto scratched his cheek. No, not really. But with a good teacher, I'm sure I could learn all of that in no time at all. Did you ask the old man? Natsu asked while picking dirt clumps out his hair. Yeah, I did. But he said that magic was easier to learn when taught, so I should start out by having someone in the guild teach me. Since I have close to no knowledge on the stuff, it'd be pretty hard to learn by myself. Naruto explained. HMHM, 'cause you're dumb. Natsu and Happy both said while nodding. A tick mark grew on Naruto's forehead. Putting that aside for now, ready for round 2? Happy, you can join in as well. The two started sweating when Naruto let out a couple dark chuckles as he slowly started walking towards them. Come on Happy, let's run for it. Natsu yelled and took off. Aye sir. Happy sprouted his wings and picked his friend off the ground, just barely escaping the whiskered teen's grasp. Oh no you don't. Naruto yelled and chased after the fleeting duo into town. Ugh. I can't believe I'm actually doing this. Gajeel muttered under his breath. He'd been looking all over town for a cat, but not just any ordinary cat. It was going to be a cat that was cooler than that dopey blue one that the salamander had, and the snobby white one that the new little girl had. He could faintly hear the sounds of shouts coming just outside of town. Taking a peek outside of the alleyway he was in, Gajeel looked around and noticed Natsu flying over him. Salamander? Wasn't he fighting with Dash? I'm not done with you yet, Natsuo. Gajeel squinted his eyes. Uzumaki? This actually works out perfectly. Stepping out of the alley and into the street, the Iron Dragon Slayer crossed his arms and put on a smirk. Hey, Uzumaki. It's time we finally settled our scores, Anguha. He didn't even get to finish his sentence when Naruto literally ran him right over. Was that Gajeel just now? Naruto thought while looking over his shoulder. Come to think of it, Gajeel also knew dragon-slaying magic like Natsu and Wendy, didn't he? The blonde wondered if he'd be able to learn some of that ancient magic before shaking his head. Nah. While learning dragon-slaying magic would be awesome, he didn't think he would be able to learn it. Natsu, Gajeel, and Wendy all learned their magic from their respective dragon parents, and it's not like he'd be able to find a dragon willing to teach him just like that. Laxus had a dragon lacrima put inside him, but those were extremely rare and Naruto wanted to learn some magic as soon as possible. Townspeople started to gather around Gajeel and his fallen form. Hey, are you okay lad? An old man poked Gajeel on the back of his head and his body twitched. That boy just ran you over like he didn't even see you, sort of reminds me of Gildarts. To everyone's surprise, Gajeel shot up and roared. Growling, Uzumaki. He then charged after the blonde ninja at full speed. Such energy, those mages of fairy tale. The townspeople mused before going back to their own business. Is he still chasing us? Happy asked and Natsu looked back. Naruto was now running on top of the buildings, and was looking right at them. Why yeah, he is. Looking around in hopes for an escape, an idea formed in Natsu's head as something caught his eye. Happy, go down low. But if we go down, Naruto will be able to reach us. Happy protested but Natsu shook his head and grinned. Just trust me on this. He said while looking at the form of Gray down below. Okay. The blue cat said and reluctantly began to descend towards the ground. Naruto, noticing the two going down, narrowed his eyes. What are they planning? He jumped down from the rooftops and onto the street. Natsu flew down, past some people, then shouted just as he passed his ice-wielding rival. Gray quick, put up an ice shield. The raven-haired teen raised an eyebrow at the fleeting pair. Huh? Why should I? Just do it. Hurry, or he'll get you too. Natsu yelled back. Muttering under his breath, Gray turned around to see what the idiot was running from and noticed Naruto running towards him with a dark look on his face. Oh no. So, you're going to help them escape, are you Gray? The ice mage swore under his breath and slammed his right fist into his left hand, activating his magic. Everyone knew that once Naruto got like that, there was no stopping him. Damn Natsu, dragging me into his mess. Ice make, shield. A large wall of ice grew into existence in front of the mage. Heh, I made this one extra thick. Let's see you get through this, Naruto. Looking at the wall of ice in front of him, Naruto smirked and Gray began to sweat. The wall wasn't going to hold, was it? Ah sure dash. Naruto punched the ice barrier with a chakra-infused punch, completely shattering it and causing Gray to fly into a pile of crates. Sorry Gray, better luck next time. Naruto said as he passed the fallen mage. Ice make magic. No, Naruto didn't think he'd ask Gray to teach him. Pushing the boxes off himself, Gray stood up and sucked his teeth. What are those idiots doing? Whatever, it's probably not worth my time. He was about to walk off when Gajeel rushed past him at full speed, almost knocking him down. Uzumaki. Gray shook his head. It seemed he wasn't the only victim, and probably not the last. Urza? I thought we were going to go on a job. We are. Jalal's sweat dropped. If they were going to accept a job request, then why were they sitting at a cafe table? Your cake, ma'am. A waitress said and placed a plate onto the table. Thank you. Urza said politely and looked at the delectable treat in front of her. This cake is limited to this time of the year only. I've been waiting to try it since we returned from our previous mission. Jalal smiled under his mask, so this was her reason for postponing their mission. How amusing. Urza grabbed her fork and was about to cut off a bite-sized piece when a familiar voice shouted. Come on, Happy. Full speed ahead. Aye, sir. A blurred form of Natsu and Happy flew past the table Urza and Jalal were sitting at, a gust of wind picking up after them. Urza's free hand flashed down onto the table like a bolt of lightning, her armored fingers making a cage over the small plate as her fingers sank into the wood. When everything settled, she sighed in relief and pulled her ingrained fingers out of the table. That Natsu, always in such a hurry. Jalal let a breath he didn't know he was holding, knowing full well just how terrifying Urza was when angered. Then, without warning, Naruto zoomed past them at the speed of a train and the whole table was sent flying. Naruto. Urza. Naruto glanced behind him and the redhead yelling at him from her seat. She uses requip magic, right? As his mind wondered, he failed to hear the enraged girl's death threats. I can already do all that with sealing scrolls, so I guess that magic is out as well. Picking up speed, Naruto turned back and waved. Sorry Urza, I can't talk now. See ya. That's right, he had a pink-haired teen and a feline to catch. Why he was still chasing after them? Because it was fun, plain and simple. Naruto laughed to himself, it looked like they were heading towards the guild. Gur! That fool! When I get my hands on him. Urza growled and was about to chase after him when she noticed her cake was now plastered all over her friend's face. Jalal was trying to wipe the desert off him without removing the mask but found it difficult to do so. Ah! Let me help you. While Urza helped the poor man, Gajeel could be seen chasing after the culprits, anger clear as day on his features. Fairy tale? Then, if it's all right with you master, I will be off on this job. Freed said and handed the master a job request. Makarov took the slip of paper and looked it over. Okay then, have a safe trip. Freed bowed. Then, I'll be dash. Get out of the way. Natsu burst in through the doors, shattering the wood to tiny splinters, and ran up to Lucy who was having a chat with Mira Jane. Natsu? What's wrong? She stood up and asked before the teen grabbed her. Oh my. Mira Jane said and moved to go clean up the now broken doors. Where's Natsu? Naruto demanded as he ran through the entryway and past the barmaid. Lucy, stop Naruto. Natsu all but pleaded. Eh? Lucy said in confusion as to why the boy was hiding behind her of all people. Naruto spotted his target and started creeping towards them. So, taking a hostage are you? He said while cracking his knuckles menacingly. That's awfully cowardly of you. Who's a hostage? Lucy fumed but was ignored. I'm not holding her hostage. Natsu denied. Besides, I don't want to hear that coming from a ninja. Naruto sweat dropped and was about to retort when an angry shout was heard from the entrance. Uzumaki! Gajeel roared as he ran into the guild, stopping right in front of the Jinchuriki. You got some nerve running me over like that and ignoring my challenge. He said with a growl. Naruto got into a fighting stance and grinned widely. You wanna fight? Alright, sounds like fun. Sweet, a free-for-all. Count me in. Natsu declared as his fists caught on fire, his fear of Naruto gone in an instant. Makarov sighed. Seriously, these kids were going to be the end of him. Freed, if you would. The green-haired mage nodded and pulled out his sword. Yes, master. The combatants stared each other down while Lucy slowly snuck away to find cover. Why does this always happen? Then, just as they lunged at each other, their magic suddenly stopped working. Huh? Gajeel watched as his sword arm changed back to normal. You may not use magic without the master's permission while inside this enchantment. Freed read as the words appeared in the air above them, runes now surrounding them all. Natsu lunged towards Naruto, who didn't seem to be paying attention. Whatever. I'll still fight without magic OF. Makarov smacked the Dragon Slayer with an enlarged arm and onto the ground. He then coughed into his hand, getting everyone's attention. Alright you fools, that's enough. TCH. Whatever. You owe me a fight Uzumaki. Gajeel spat and walked off. Naruto stared at the green-haired man as he talked with Makarov. It's that magic again? Is something wrong? Hello? Earthland to Naruto. Lucy waved a hand in front of the teen's face, snapping him out of his thoughts. Huh? Oh, sorry Lucy, what's up? Lucy pouted when Naruto turned his attention back to what he was looking at. She followed his gaze and found that he was staring at Freed. He seems like a very responsible person, if not a little antisocial. Yeah. Naruto said absent-mindedly. Freed, huh? It was his magic that kept him inside the guild during that whole thing with Laxus, wasn't it? No matter what he did, he couldn't do anything about it. If it weren't for Levi, he wouldn't have been stuck in the guild until it was all over. Maybe. Freed is really powerful, isn't he? To be able to stop all three of you like that, the Thunder God tribe are really amazing. Lucy said before Naruto suddenly took off. Hey, don't just walk off while people are talking to you. Sorry Lucy, I gotta go. He said and chased after Freed, who was just leaving the guild. Hey, Freed. Lucy walked back to her table. It's a good thing Juvia had gone on a solo job today. Had the girl been here right now, she'd surely be rubbing this in her face right now. Freed looked at Naruto and raised an eyebrow. Naruto-san? Do you need something from me? The whiskered teen clasped his hands together in a polite fashion. Teach me how to do that rune magic of yours, please. This took the stoic man by surprise. You want to learn magic, and from me? Why? Because I want to be able to do all those cool runes and stuff, and you seem like you'd be a good teacher. So will you? Naruto asked again expectantly. I don't think I would be a suitable teacher. Actually, Freed, could I ask you to do it? Makarov asked and jumped onto a nearby table. This brat's been bugging me about learning magic and it's giving me a headache. Well, if that is what the master wishes, then very well. Freed finally said and Naruto cheered. Alright, magic, here I come. Training field. Dark Écriture, a visual magic that allows the user to write runes on surfaces or even in the air. Freed read aloud from a book in his hands. Naruto sat in the grass and listened intently. Different runes will bring forth different effects. Naruto raised his hand. This is a visual magic? Like, the runes come from your eyes? Freed nodded. Yes. You use your fingers or an object to write out the runes where you are looking. I myself use a sword to write runes, like so. His eyes flashed black with a purple magic circle for pupils as he unsheathed his sword. Swiping it a few times, runes came into existence on the ground around the blonde. Naruto watched in fascination as the runes were written on the ground. When the foreign letters made a complete rectangle around him, words floated into existence. Having lived in this world for a couple months now, he was able to read the language with little to no problem. Those who enter this enchantment cannot leave until the following answers have been answered. A couple questions that Naruto had no hope as to knowing the answers to appeared below the rule. Oh, don't tell me. He noticed Freed had already started walking away. Hey, wait a second. How am I supposed to answer these? With the books that are right next to you. Freed said without looking back. I'm going on the job I accepted from the guild earlier. It shouldn't take that long, but it should be enough time for to read those books and answer the questions. Good luck. Naruto sighed and plopped down onto the grass, with one of the books on runes and enchantments now in his hands. Stupid Fried making read these stupid books. He grumbled before an idea dawned in his head. Wait, I know. Putting his fingers in a familiar hand sign, Naruto molded some chakra. I don't have a lot of room, but there should be just enough for 2 or 3 clones to help read these books. Kagebushin no Jutsu. Nothing happened. An additional rule made itself known that read. She may not use any techniques that could aid in answering the questions. Naruto just sat there and stared at the new rule with a dumb look on his face. Freed. Freed smiled in amusement as he continued to walk back towards the town. Later that night, Lucy sighed. She'd been doing that a lot lately. I wonder why? She asked herself rhetorically. With all that sighing, you're starting to sound like an old lady. Gray joked and took a seat in front of her. What's up? No, wait, let me guess, it's Naruto? Everyone really did know about that, didn't they? Ah, what the hell, she didn't care anymore. Yup, you guessed it. I just feel like he's been ignoring me lately. It's like he always has something to do, always on the move. Jerk. Sounds like someone I know. Gray watched as Natsu ran around the guild, picking fights with random members. But that's just how he is, right? Though I just can't see what you and that Juvia girl see in that guy. He's strong for sure, but he's an airhead that does nothing but train and fight, like Natsu. He snorted. No wonder the two get along so well, they're like brothers. That's not true. Lucy suddenly said, getting the ice mage to raise an eyebrow. I mean, Naruto's always helping people even if it means not getting anything in return. He always puts his friends before himself and never goes back on his promises. Yeah, I guess that's true. Gray agreed, remembering back when they had gone on the S-rank mission at Garana Island. How Naruto had helped not only him, but Leon as well. But he's still an airhead. Lucy added and they both laughed. The newly built doors to the bar opened and Freed walked in with an extremely exhausted-looking Naruto staggering behind. Lucy immediately ran over to the teen and helped him to a chair. "Naruto, are you okay? He should be fine after a good night's rest. We'll continue our training tomorrow, good night." Freed said left. Was he grinning? "You're learning from Freed? What did he make you do?" Gray wondered how hard the man's training could have been to leave a workaholic like Naruto in such a state. "Books," Naruto mumbled. "Books. Books, books, books." Naruto suddenly yelled and shot up, surprising the two with the sudden burst of energy. "All that reading almost fried my brain. Damn that Freed. Even going as far as to seal off my shadow clones. I couldn't even use my storage scrolls to get some ramen. I haven't eaten all day." Lucy and Gray sent each other a look. Naruto stomped over to the bar where Mira Jane was currently cleaning some dishes and sat down. The barmaid smiled warmly. "Hello Naruto, I couldn't help but overhear that you've been doing some training with Freed all day. You must be starving." Naruto nodded eagerly. After all the mental torture he'd gone through today, he was gonna go all out. As Mira Jane happily started up on Naruto's meal, Lucy and Gray took a seat on both sides of the starving ninja. "So, you've been reading all day?" Lucy asked with a raised eyebrow. As long as she'd known Naruto, she hadn't seen him pick up a single book. Not including the Sorcerer magazine, which she'd been hiding so he couldn't see what the current rumors were. Naruto groaned and leaned forward onto the bar. "Yeah, and I wasn't able to use my shadow clones to help either." Gray snorted. "Sounds rough, you gonna quit?" "Of course not. I vowed that I would learn magic no matter what it took, and I don't go back on my word. That's my ninja way." Lucy sweat dropped while Gray stifled another snort of laughter. What? What's so funny?" Lucy shook her head and stifled a laugh of her own. "It's nothing, don't worry about it. Look, your ramen's done." Mira Jane returned to the counter with a steaming hot bowl of noodles. She placed it in front of the now drooling teen and smiled. "Here you go, enjoy." "Thanks Mira-chan, you're the best." Naruto beamed and started wolfing down his food with record speed. "There's plenty more where that came from." Mira Jane giggled and went back to work. "Oh yeah, I just remembered, the 24-hour endurance race is in a couple days, isn't it? Are you guys gonna do it?" Gray said while taking off his shirt, earning a smack from the female member of the little group. "Don't strip in public." Lucy scolded. 24-hour endurance race? Slurp, what's that?" Naruto asked while slurping down noodles, also earning a smack in the back of the head. "Don't eat and talk." Gray rubbed his head and muttered something about nagging woman under his breath. "It's an annual event Magnolia does where mages run to a specific location and back, all within 24 hours. That sounds fun, I'm so going to join." Naruto exclaimed and pumped his fist. "I'm gonna win this thing for sure." Lucy smiled slightly at her fellow blonde's enthusiasm. Gray scoffed and crossed his arms. "I wouldn't count on it. Personally, I'm aiming for second." Gray said with a shrug and Naruto cocked an eyebrow. "Why is that?" "Because Jet always dominates the race, he uses speed magic and all." The ice mage yawned and got up to leave. It was getting late. "I'm gonna call it a night, see ya." Naruto and Lucy waved him goodbye before the ninja went back to inhaling his food. The celestial spirit mage rested her head on her palm as she watched him eat. "You really like ramen, don't you?" Naruto swallowed before speaking, not wanting to feel the wraith of another Lucy chop. "Hell yeah. It's the food of the gods." Lucy laughed at her partner's undying love for cooked noodles and broth. "So is reading the only thing you did today?" "No, we did other things too," Naruto said after drinking the rest of the soup in his bowl. "Freed also started helping me try to absorb magic by itself, without the natural energy and store it." The girl raised an eyebrow. That sounded complicated. "So? Were you able to do it?" Naruto laughed sheepishly and shook his head. "Nah, not yet. This is on a whole other level than mixing my chakra with the stuff. I even brought old man Fukasaku to help us out." He turned around on his stool and leaned back onto the bar. "They say there's so many possibilities with me learning how to harness magic by itself. As it is right now, I'm only going to be able to use magic while in sage mode. But with enough training, I might be able to use magic anytime like you guys." Lucy stared at the teen in front of her in awe. He was just going to keep on getting stronger, wasn't he? Compared to her. Noticing the slightly sad look on Lucy's face, Naruto frowned. Now that he thought about it, the two of them hadn't gone on any jobs recently. They were a team, weren't they? "Hey, after I'm done training tomorrow, do you want to go on a mission?" Lucy's face brightened a little. "Just the two of us?" Naruto grinned and gave her a thumbs up. "Sure. Oh my. Sorry to interrupt, but it is rather late." Mira-Jane said and giggled when the two jumped in their seats. Naruto yawned and got up. Yeah, it is pretty late, isn't it? Man, I'm tired. Lucy sighed and got up as well. I guess it can't be helped, shall we go? As the two left, they looked back and waved to the barmaid. Good night, Mira-chan/San. The white-haired beauty waved back before finishing up the rest of her duties. Good for you, Lucy. Then, as she was just locking up the guild for the night, a small mischievous giggle escaped her lips. Now, I wonder how Juvia is going to retaliate? Oh, I'm so bad. Chapter 19, New Friends, New Foes. That is rather strange. Fried rubbed his chin while studying Naruto and one of his shadow clones. Your clone does not share the same facial features, is that normal? Lucy tilted her head as she looked between the two. I guess I never really noticed. Naruto had begun to practice drawing in magic by itself when he had suggested using shadow clones to make the process faster. After finally getting Fried to agree, the ninja had summoned a single clone while in sage mode to give an example. But the green-haired mage had noticed something was off. While the original Naruto had the new markings of the magic-enhanced sage mode, the clone held the traditional toad sage look. You know, I noticed a while back that my clones didn't have a guild stamp on their hands. But I didn't think it was all that important and never thought too much on it. Naruto said, and as the doppelganger raised his hand to show that there was indeed no tattoo, just as the original had claimed. How exactly does your cloning technique work? Fried asked in an attempt to get a better understanding of the situation. If he learned more about Naruto and his chakra, then perhaps he could find a solution to Naruto's trouble with magic. Naruto put his hands in his favorite jutsu's hand sign. The shadow clone jutsu divides the chakra equally into every clone that I make. When they dispel, the clone's chakra and memories come back to me. Fried raised his eyebrows at the explanation. No wonder he wanted to use clones to help with the training, that was quite a useful trick. Wait, does that include the natural energy you draw in? Lucy asked, having already known how the jutsu worked. Naruto grinned and nodded. Yeah, back in the elemental nations, I could have a clone gather natural energy and send me the nature chakra to go into sage mode. Though I don't really need to do that here since this place is chock full of nature energy. Fried looked at Lucy, who seemed to be in deep thought. Why, have you figured something out? The girl looked up and nodded. Call it a hunch, but I think the reason could be behind the guild stamp. Lucy turned to Naruto and pointed at his hand. Back when you were learning how to sense magic, didn't you use the guild mark to focus on the magic you drew in and control it? Well then maybe when you make clones, they don't receive any magic and only get the sage chakra you make. Fried nodded. That could also explain why the clones don't have a guild mark on their hands. Impressive. Lucy rubbed the back of her head at the praise. You could say I'm the brains of our team. Naruto groaned. But if that's true, then I can't use shadow clones to help me train with magic. Looks like we'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Fried said and pulled out a couple of books, much to the blonde ninja's dismay. Ah, sorry Fried, but Naruto and I are going to take on a job today. Lucy chirped and grabbed onto one of Naruto's arms. Oh, is that so? Then I guess it can't be help. Fried said before handing Naruto a book. But have this book read by the time you get back. Naruto nodded and reluctantly took the book from the man's hand. All right, Fried-sensei? Fried gasped. Fried-sensei? Was it really okay for someone strong enough to defeat Laxus call him sensei? How should he respond? Should he say something encouraging like, don't worry Naruto, I have my utmost faith that you can do it? No, that wasn't right. Laxus. What would Laxus say to his student? I already picked out a job, so let's go. Lucy said and they left, leaving the rune mage to his own thoughts. Fried's eyes widened. Of course. He turned around and shouted. Naruto dash. Ah. They already left. So what is this job? Naruto asked as they walked towards the train station. It's a secret. Lucy chimed and started to hum. She was really looking forward to spending the entire day with Naruto, and without Juvia to hog all of his attention. Alright, it's just me and him, now is the perfect time to strike. Lucy pumped a mental fist as a wave of determination started radiating from her, spooking those unfortunate that they passed. Though it seemed to go over Naruto's head as he was lost in his own thoughts. I wonder when Kakashi-sensei and the others are going to get here. They said any day but? Naruto's thought trailed off as the memories of a shadow clone came to him. As he sorted through the memories, a grin sprawled across his face. Noticing the all-too-familiar grin, Lucy sighed and pinched the bridge of her nose. What did you do this time? Hee hee, oh nothing. Let's just say a certain metal dragon isn't very happy right now. Naruto said before bursting out laughing. Gajeel again, huh? Lucy had already forgiven Gajeel for what he had done, the guy was even starting to open up to the guild little by little, even if it didn't seem like it. But it looked like Naruto still held a bit of a grudge, even if he didn't admit it himself. I wonder what he did this time? Earlier in the town, Gajeel had been looking around town again, searching for a feline that was better than the ones the other two dragon slayers in the guild when he had come across a cat with red-orange fur. Never in his life had Gajeel seen one with such a bizarre color on a cat. Could this be? Sensing the dragon slayer's presence, the odd-looking cat stared at him with large, crimson eyes. What ferocious-looking eyes! Gajeel thought as a smirk grew on his face. You there. You're going to be my cat. Seeing as the animal didn't so much as flinch at his sudden outburst, Gajeel's smirk grew even wider. Gee-hee-hi. This cat is perfect. Now I too have a dash. Don't wanna. Eh? Gajeel just stood there dumbfounded as the cat started walking away. Did it just talk? Just like those other cats. There was no mistake, this was his cat. Wait! Gajeel yelled before the cat jumped onto the rooftops with a single leap. What the? That was like a 20-foot jump? Hopping onto the rooftops, the dragon slayer searched for his target. He then found the cat was already a couple buildings away. What speed! With a cat like that by my side, there's no way I could ever lose. After about a half an hour of chasing, Gajeel finally managed to corner it. Asterisk huff asterisk I finally, huff caught you. Gajeel wheezed and took a moment to catch his breath. Now, you're mine. He yelled and lounged in an attempt to grab his new pet, but the cat jumped through his arms and pushed off his back. Gah! Not being able to catch himself, Gajeel crashed into some trash cans. The cat watched from on top of a dumpster as the man pulled himself from the rubbish. Damn it! Gajeel cried and slammed a fist onto the ground. I just want a cat like those too. Why am I the only dragon slayer without a cat? Did you say dragon slayer? Huh? Gajeel looked up to find the orange cat was still there, looking down at him with a glint in its red irises. Yeah. I'm the Iron Dragon Slayer, Gajeel Red Fox. I see. Gajeel gulped as the cat studied him. Very well. I shall be your partner. It finally said with a short nod. The mage's eyes widened and was about to do a victory roar when the cat spoke again. In one condition. Gajeel stopped and looked at the cat questioningly. In order for us to become partners, you must perform the ceremony. Huh? As you've noticed, I'm no ordinary cat. I'm actually a descendant from an ancient tribe of super cats. Gajeel nodded in acknowledgement. Now it all makes sense, I knew this cat was special. He crossed his arms. So, what's this ceremony I gotta perform? After getting all the necessary supplies, Gajeel found himself in the center of a circle of candles, wearing a humorous cat suit. Ugh. This is humiliating. But I gotta endure this if I want that super cat. He chuckled as he imagined the faces of the guild members if he showed up with such an awesome cat. Ahem. Are you ready? The cat asked, snapping the slayer out of his thoughts. Here, you'll need these too. It said and pushed a pair of maracas in front of him. Now, let us begin. Here goes nothing. Gajeel shook the maracas as he awkwardly danced, and the cat started jumping over his head a series of times while saying strange words that he assumed was for the ritual. The cat then jumped onto a nearby dumpster, seeming to have finished with the spell. Now, say the enchantment. Gajeel nodded and closed his eyes, continuing the dance as he spoke. O Nico Kami, hear my plea. Let the team of dragon and cat become reality. Pfft. Gajeel ignored the strange sound and continued. I, Gajeel Red Fox the Iron Dragon Slayer swear in the name of Dash. Pfft. Ha ha ha. Gajeel shot his eyes open just in time to witness the laughing cat explode into a puff of smoke, revealing none other than one Naruto Uzumaki. Wa Dash. Ah ha ha ha. Oh. My sides. Ha 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 ha. I just couldn't take it anymore. Ha ha ha. Naruto laughed out while holding his splitting sides. Rip. The blonde wiped a stray tear from his eye and watched as Gajeel tore the cat suit to pieces. Whoops, looks like I hit nerve. You've done it now, Uzumaki. Gajeel muttered while looking down, his hands gripping into iron fists. Naruto continued to grin even when Gajeel grabbed onto his jacket threateningly. I'm gonna fucking kill you. He swore and reared back a fist. Naruto just laughed and gave a mock salute. Well, I'd love to stay and play, but I'm not really feeling up to it right now. Thanks for the good laugh. Poof. Gajeel glared bloody murder at the spot where the ninja once stood and growled. Grr? Uzumaki. Present. You know, you should really give the guy a break. Lucy said as they got onto the train. He might be a jerk, but he's still a member of the guild. Naruto chuckled some more but nodded. Yeah I know, but I just can't help it. He's such an easy target. Lucy sighed and sat down on her seat. I'm just saying, one day you're going to take your pranks too far and it's gonna bite you in the butt. Okay Mom. Naruto said and rolled his eyes, earning a pout from his partner. So, are you going to tell me about the mission now? At least tell me where we're going. There's a woman in Clover Town whose cat keeps running away. It's been a couple of days and they can't seem to find it. Lucy read from the paper before handing to Naruto, who raised an eyebrow. A cat? Heh, what a coincidence. This time it was Lucy's turn to raise an eyebrow. How so? Naruto chuckled and shook his head. Nah, don't worry about it. Though, I can't help but think this mission is going to be a little troublesome. Lucy frowned. Is this job a little too boring? I just wanted to take a break from all of the crazy monster hunts for change. No, that's not it. I'm cool with taking lower-ranking jobs every once in a while. It's just that there was a mission that me and my team back in the Elemental Nations did almost weekly. This crazy lady's cat would always run away and it was our job as a freshly formed genin squad to catch it. I swear, that cat was a pro at escaping. Not to mention its razor-sharp claws. He shivered remembering all the scratches he got from that beast. If it weren't for the QB's healing factor, his entire body would have been covered in scars. Lucy laughed at the face Naruto was making. She really enjoyed listening to him talk about his past adventures. Oh, come on. It shouldn't be that bad. Fairy tale? Everyone at the guild was just going at their usual business and hanging out at the bar hall when the front door swung open, and an overly excited Juvia ran in. Naruto-sama. Juvia is back. She had just returned from a solo job she'd done because of her desperate need for money. Usually, Juvia never had to deal with that type of situation. But because of all the new Naruto merchandise being sold in the guild store due to his newfound popularity, she had begun to run low on jewels. Hello Juvia-san. Wendy said and waved at the girl from across the hall. She was sitting at a table with Charla and Kana. If you're looking for Naruto, he just left on a job with Lucy a little while ago. Kana said and pointed back towards the door. Wadash. Uzumaki. Gajeel roared and charged into the guild, his eyes filled with undying rage. Come out Anak. Everyone in the guild sweat dropped as the Dragon Slayer was cut off by Juvia, who was now stepping on the man's back. Why me? Gajeel whimpered as a wave of killer intent washed over him. How sneaky. Unforgivable. How dare Lucy try and one-up her while she was away on a job? She had to stop this before something happened. What if? Juvia's imagination. Naruto was chasing Lucy in a meadow, both were laughing merrily and enjoying themselves. But then, just as Lucy trips on a root, Naruto swoops in and catches her. Naruto. Lucy says with a light blush adorning her cheeks. You saved me. Naruto then smiles and pulls her closer. Of course. I'll never let you fall. He says and closes the distance. Naruto. Lucy. Nui. Juvia suddenly wailed, unconsciously applying more pressure onto the poor Dragon Slayer. Juvia can't let that happen. But how will Juvia stop them? Where did they dash? Her thoughts were interrupted by a paper airplane flying into her hat and onto the ground. Picking it up and reading its contents, Juvia looked up to find Mira Jane giving her the fight signal. Mira-san. Juvia sent her friend a thankful look and was about to leave when she looked down. Gajeel-kun? When did you get here? D-demon. Gajeel muttered and passed out. Shrugging, Juvia dashed out of the guild towards the train station. Hang in there Naruto-sama. Juvia is coming to rescue you. Kana chuckled as she watched the water mage run off. Naruto is as popular as ever. Charla crossed her arms and huffed. What a beast. You best stay away from him if you know what's good for you, Wendy. Naruto-san isn't like that. Wendy denied before blushing. Those rumors are all lies. Naruto-san is a good person. Kana smirked and swung an arm around Wendy. Oh? What's this? Has Naruto gotten to you too, Wendy? She teased before bursting out with laughter when the little girl's blush turned scarlet and she began to sputter out nonsense. Ha ha ha, sorry, I was just teasing. Wendy pouted at the older girl. Kana-san, that's mean. Charla sighed, what a troublesome guild this was. See? I told you it was going to be okay. Lucy said as she turned back and waved at their happy client. I'm glad we were able to find the cat so quickly, the owner looked so sad and lonely. Maybe we should get a cat. No thank you. Naruto declined without a shred of hesitation before he stopped and turned to his partner. So, what do you want to do now? Lucy took a moment and thought about it. This was all part of her secret plan after all. Going on a job that they'd finish quickly, and then spending the rest of the day together, all without that clingy water woman to get in her way. Hey, Juvia was her friend, but they were both after the same guy. A girl's gotta do what a girl's gotta do. How about we walk around the town, maybe grab a bite to eat? Sounds good to me. As the two began walking towards the town square to go sightseeing, a shadowed figure could be seen spying down on them from the rooftops. Sometime later? Yeah, and then the pervy sage got us kicked out of the inn for peeping in on the girl's bath, again. Naruto said with a chuckle. We ended up camping in the forest that night because it was the only inn at the town. Lucy laughed as they continued their route through the town. You know what I think? Naruto said and took a bite out of his cotton candy. I think the pervy sage and old man Makarov would have really gotten along. I could see that happening. Lucy agreed while taking a piece of the candy for herself and plopping it into her mouth. If all the stories about your master are true, I'm sure they would. Things were going great so far. They had been walking around the town and gotten a bite to eat, all the while talking and enjoying each other's company. It was almost like an official date. But best of all, no dash. Naruto-sama. Juvia. Lucy frantically searched for the blue-haired girl before Naruto could realize she was here. There she is. Juvia was some ways behind them, flailing her arms up and down in attempts to get their attention. Huh? Was that Juvia just now? Naruto asked and was about to turn around to see if it was her when Lucy grabbed his shoulder, stopping him from turning, and started pushing him towards a food stand. What? I don't hear anything. You must be hungry, go buy us some snacks. Eh? I could have sworn I heard Juvia. Besides, I'm not all that hungry dash, the shinobi started before clamping his mouth shut when a wave of energy he knew all too well washed over him. I'm getting kind of hungry myself, can you please get me some snacks, Naruto? Lucy said with a tone of voice that sounded so calm it sent chills down the Jinchuriki's spine. Oh okay. I'll be right back. He said rather quickly and dashed off to go and get their snacks. Juvia frowned when she saw Naruto suddenly go in the opposite direction. Something didn't seem right. Her frown deepened when Lucy turned and sent her a look that said, go away. So that's how Lucy wants to play. Now I've done it. Lucy thought as Juvia began to sprint in her direction. I've got to stop her from getting to Naruto, or I can kiss my alone time with him goodbye. Lucy met the girl halfway and dove in to tackle her, but she just went right through her body and crashed onto the ground. Huh. Juvia's body is made of water, Lucy can't touch Juvia. The water mage sneered and took a deep breath, getting ready to call out to her beloved. Naruto-sama. Eh? What is this? So she says. Horologium said as Juvia tried to escape her prison. Lucy sighed in relief, the clock spirit's key in her outstretched arm. Phew, Barley made it. Naruto came back a few minutes later with some hot snacks in his hands. Hey, sorry to keep you waiting. The line was pretty long, huh? He looked around but Lucy was nowhere to be found. Eh? Lucy, where'd you go? Naruto called out but got no answer. Man, where is she? The snacks she wanted are already cold. His search led him to the end of an alleyway. A dead end, huh? Guess I'll just enter Sage mode to find her. Whoa. Naruto jumped out of the way just as a stream of what looked to be red hair impaled the cement he was just previously standing on. When the dust settled, he saw 3 people standing at the entrance of the alley. You must be Naruto Uzumaki-chan. Naruto frowned but instead of responding, he took a second to see what he was dealing with. The person in the middle, the one who spoke, was a tall man with black hair and a black beard. He was wearing expensive-looking clothes and had a shit-eating grin on his face that bothered the blonde to no ends. The second person, the one to the left of the first, was taller than the first and had blue hair with lighter blue skin. He wore a black cloak and had a black top hat on top of his head. Naruto noticed a small critter perched on the man's shoulder, it had a creepy smile on its face. The last of the 3, the one that had attacked him, was a young girl with red hair. Naruto tried to keep his cool when he noticed she was staring straight into his eyes with an unnerving smile and her head slightly tilted. Blondie, the girl said as her hair retracted back to normal lengths. Okay, that's not creepy at all. Naruto thought and turned his attention to the man in the middle, who he assumed was the leader. Can I help you? The man chuckled and took a step forward. Yes, my name is Ivan, master of the guild Raven Tail. You've gotten quite popular in Fiori as of late, so I've come to you today with a proposition. He said, his smile growing with each word that came out of his mouth. Raventail, wasn't that a dark guild? What would a dark guild want with him? I don't know what kind of deals you would want to make with me, but I don't think making deals with wanted criminals sounds like a good idea. Upon hearing this, Ivan put a hand up, his grin ever so present. Just hear me out, I think you'll find this deal is quite in your favor. Relaxing his muscles, only a little, Naruto sighed and leaned on a nearby wall. Fine, what do you want? He'd hear the guy out, then beat the crap out of them before turning them in to the Rune Knights. Ivan's smile grew slightly before he spoke. Good. The proposition that I speak of is quite simple. I want you to take the dragon lacrima that resides within Lax's body and bring it to me. Naruto choked on nothing as he faltered from where he was leaning. Huh. What do you want that for? The man shrugged. Dragon lacrimas are worth quite a bit of money nowadays. Besides, that power is wasted on that weak son of mine. Your son? Naruto growled out the last part. You bastard. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't kick your ass right now. Ivan smirked, knowing that this was how the boy was going to react. What if I told you I know of a way for you to get home? Naruto's eyes widened as the man continued to speak. The elemental nations, I believe it was called? Magic is a beautiful thing, Naruto-chan. It is a very useful tool. So, what is your answer? Join my guild, take the lacrima from Laxus, and I can send you home. He didn't really know how to send him home, but the brat didn't need to know that. Gajeel had told him that the shinobi was actually from a whole other dimension, and that he was desperate to find a way back. That desperation was something Ivan was going to manipulate the powerhouse into doing his bidding. I refuse. Naruto said flatly and cracked his knuckles. What? Don't you want to go home? I have the power that can dash. Naruto cut the man off and sent him a cold glare. If you expect me to betray all my friends just for an off chance to get back home, then you must be dumber than you look. A tick mark formed on Ivan's forehead, his grin long gone. How disappointing. You're no better than that old fool. Flare. Oh brah. Kill him. He demanded and backed away as the two prepared to attack. Naruto dashed forward and slid under a familiar stream of red hair that had been shot out at him. He then kicked off the ground and punched Obra in the face. The critter jumped off his shoulder as the man flew into a nearby wall. Flare shot out multiple streams of hair in all different directions, but was surprised when the ninja blurred from her field of view just before her attack landed. Waku! With a swift chop to the neck, Naruto watched as the young girl fell into bliss unconsciousness. 2 down, 1 to go. He thought and began walking towards Raventail's guild master. Any last words before I beat you to a pulp? Ivan seethed with anger, before all his anger disappeared and he began smirking. While I am disappointed that you won't take up my offer, it will make it all the more satisfying when I crush Fairy Tail. Naruto clicked his tongue and lunged forward to deck the laughing man in the face, but his eyes widened when he went right through his body. A thought projection? Until next time. Naruto-chan. Ivan taunted before disappearing. Turning around, Naruto cursed when he found the other two were gone as well. Whatever, it probably wasn't worth chasing them down. I can't believe that was the old man's son. Naruto walked through the town, searching for his missing partner. Where did she even go? He turned around a corner to find a small crowd in the middle of a street. Huh? I wonder what's going on. Letting his curiosity get the best of him, Naruto ventured forth and pushed his way into the crowd. After making it to the front, he found Lucy with Juvia. Oh, Juvia was here after all. Wait. What are you guys doing? Naruto asked with a sweat drop. Lucy and Juvia were in the middle of what looked to be a miniature Miss Fairy Tail contest. They were both in the middle of doing their own personal performances when they noticed the blonde staring at them. Ah, Naruto-sama. Juvia cried and instantly latched onto his arm. Juvia was looking all over for you. You clearly weren't. Naruto deadpanned but was taken by surprise when Lucy grabbed a hold of his other arm. Oh, come on. It was my turn with Naruto today. We were just hanging out after just having completed a job. Juvia pulled Naruto closer, a childish pout on her face. And that is why Juvia is here to take Naruto-sama back. The two then began to fight over the shinobi, his head moving like a bobblehead as they pulled him back and forth. What the heck is going on? Naruto thought as the males in the crowd started sending him jealous looks. Click. Everyone's attention turned to a certain pointy-haired reporter, who had just taken a picture of the scene. Cool. 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 Fairy Tail's Naruto Uzumaki makes an appearance in Clover Town, the place where he once destroyed the guild master's meeting hall dash. Naruto sweat dropped. I almost forgot about that. Now he's here to show off his two-lover dash. Jason never got to finish his sentence when Lucy rammed a fist into the man's head. Not another word. She ordered and started walking off. Let's go home, I'm tired. Naruto and Juvia quickly followed behind her, the latter just happy to be the one still holding on to the former's arm. Fairy Tail? Naruto was leaning on the railing on the second floor of the guild, and watched as the guild members drank and laughed. Ivan. It's hard to believe that bastard is actually the old man's son. Gihihai. How was your little run-in with Ivan? He heard Gajeel say from behind him. Whirling around, Naruto stared at the Dragon Slayer with suspicious eyes. And how did you know that? Gajeel chuckled again and didn't say anything, leaving the answer to the blonde's imagination. Naruto's eyes widened and he grabbed the man's collar. I should have known. You're in cahoots with Ivan. Gajeel began to sweat, not thinking that the ninja would think he was an actual spy. No. Actually I had Gajeel take on a very dangerous job, a double agent to keep my son Ivan in check. Makarov butted in. Oh. Naruto let go of Gajeel's collar and muttered an apology. My bad. The Dragon Slayer just sucked his teeth. Whatever. Ivan offered something like a way to get you home, or something along those lines, right? Naruto's eyes brightened. Does that mean you dash? Gajeel cut him off with a shake of his head. No. I don't know how to get you home, and neither does Ivan. He was going to use that to get you to join his ranks. Figures as much. Naruto hadn't thought the evil man knew how to get him home, but it didn't make him feel any better. Makarov frowned at seeing Naruto's sad look. Cheer up, boy, we'll find a way. Now you should probably rest up, the 24-hour race is tomorrow. Naruto let out a chuckle. You know, you're pretty excited for this race, old man, why is that? The grin on the master's face sent shivers down both Naruto and Gajeel's spines. You'll find out tomorrow. He said gleefully and began to skip away before stopping. Want my advice? Don't lose. With that, the old man continued to skip away, leaving the two teens severely creeped out. Gajeel? Naruto said after a moment of silence. What? Something tells me that whoever loses that race is in for some deep shit. Yeah. Gajeel agreed before socking Naruto in the arm. Hard. Ow. What was that for? Gajeel glared at the blonde. You know what you did. He spat and walked off. Naruto raised an eyebrow before the memory of his prank came to mind. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that too. Maybe I should get a camera? Chapter 20, Race of Pranks. Naruto lay back on the grass, a slight frown on his face. It was the day of the 24-hour race and he had just gotten done with his early morning training with Freed, who had just recently left to go prepare for the event. Naruto was currently working on his magic control, and he was beginning to get the hang of, but not to the extent he wanted. Naruto was now able to draw in a bit of magic and maintain it long enough to write down a couple of runes. But there was still one problem, he was still only able to utilize the magic he absorbed while in Sage mode. When he deactivated Sage mode, the collected magic would leave his body alongside the natural energy. Folding his arms behind his head, Naruto let out a sigh as he felt the light breeze sweep over him. He used to do this a lot in the training fields back in Konoha after a workout. Outstretching a hand upwards, Naruto stared at the sky and saw his friends from the elemental nation smiling down at him. Guys? When are you coming? Lucy, who had come to tell Naruto the race was starting, frowned sadly from a distance. He really is homesick. And to think this whole time I've been selfishly trying to get closer to him without even considering his feelings. Hey Lucy, is the race starting? Naruto suddenly said from behind her. Eep. Lucy squealed and jumped from being startled, her heart skipping a beat. How are you? She looked over to where the ninja was previously and found there was another Naruto waving at her before exploding into smoke. Of course, a clone. Naruto laughed as the girl pouted at him childishly. Sorry, I sensed you were coming and couldn't help myself. Man, I got you good. Ha ha ha. Honestly, I come all this way to get you just to get pranked. Lucy huffed and started walking back to town, the laughing teen following suit. How did I fall for this guy? He's such a child. Stifling his laughter, Naruto wiped a stray tear from his eye and grinned widely. Anyways, thanks for getting me. I probably would have been late. Lucy nodded and stared at the ground as they walked, slowly falling behind the shinobi as her pace slowed. I'm terrible. All I've ever thought about was my love problems while Naruto's been hurting this whole time. Hey, Lucy. Naruto suddenly said. The celestial spirit mage stopped and looked up to see her fellow blonde staring up at the sky. Thanks, but you don't have to worry about me. Just knowing my friends back home are worried enough about me to find a way here is enough to keep me going. Naruto said and turned back, and he grinned brightly. His messy hair ruffled a breeze picked up. But thank you for worrying about me too, it means a lot. Honestly. Lucy stared at Naruto with growing eyes as she used a hand to keep her hair out of her face from the wind. They stood there for a couple seconds before Lucy finally broke the silence with a chuckle. Well, of course, it's only natural for friends to look after each other. That's what a mage of fairy tale does. She said matter-of-fact-like, quoting what Naruto had told her countless times. Naruto kept his smile and the two began walking towards the town again. They had a race to get to. Starting line. Cool. 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 Everyone, get to the starting line. Jason shouted excitedly into the microphone as the contenders of Fairy Tail got to their positions. Makarov had just finished explaining the rules of the race. Naruto watched as everyone got into their starting spots before pumping a fist. Alright, I'm gonna win this race for sure. he declared, earning a couple smiles from the other members. Hey Naruto. The ninja turned around to find Jet walking up to him with a grin on his face. Hey Jet, ready for the race? The mage nodded and smirked. Yeah, though I'm afraid you're not going to be winning this race, not if I have anything to say about it. Naruto returned the smirk and crossed his arms. Oh yeah? I heard you were fast, so I guess that makes us rivals this time around then. But I ain't going home second. I guess it does, good luck. Jet said and left to find Levi to show off. I admire your determination Naruto, but I have no intention on coming second myself. Urza declared and walked up to the blonde. She was wearing what looked to be a runner's outfit instead of her usual armor. Hey Urza, where's Jay? Naruto greeted and asked. They had decided to call Jalal Jay to keep his identity safe. He's out on a job right now, she said and shook her head. She had tried to get the man to join them in the race, but Jalal had insisted on doing a job instead. Not that she was complaining. It was nice seeing her friend trying so hard to redeem himself. Oh, that's too bad, Naruto said before a familiar blue-haired girl latched onto his arm. Juvia found Naruto-sama at last. Struggling to keep his balance, Naruto laughed awkwardly as the affectionate girl held onto his arm. Hey Juvia, ready for the race? Juvia gained a fierce look of determination and nodded. Of course, she said before letting go and looking away shyly. If Juvia gets in second place, because Naruto-sama is going to win for sure, will Naruto-sama take Juvia out on a date? She squeezed her eyes shut and clasped her cheeks as they turned bright red. Ah, Juvia finally said it. Now, what will Naruto-sama say dash? Sorry Natsu, but I'm gonna win first place for sure. Naruto said and Natsu pointed at him. No way. I'm gonna win this race with my secret technique. Just you wait. Juvia's words had fallen onto deaf ears as Naruto was now talking with a couple other guild members. I don't like this new rule though. Happy moped at the no flying rule that had been added to this year's race. I'm going to do my best too, Naruto-san. Wendy declared. Yup, do your best. Naruto said encouragingly and pat the girl's head, much to Carla's annoyance. Keep your grubby hands off of Wendy, you beast. Carla, be nice. Wendy scolded as Naruto's eye twitched in annoyance. This cat. Naruto had a nice little prank that had the stuck-up feline's name written all over it. Naruto-sama. Juvia moped as tears flooded from her eyes, a couple unlucky guild members getting washed away. Urza chuckled and put a hand on the weeping girl's shoulder. There? She then gazed into the crowd. Hey Juvia, have you seen Lucy? Hey Lu-chan. Lucy looked up to find Levi walking towards her. Hey Levi-chan, what's up? The little girl smiled weirdly. I should be asking you that, what are you doing all the way back here? Right now, the two were pretty far off from the starting line. Ah, that? Lucy laughed awkwardly. Well, let's just say I'm taking precautions. Levi cocked an eyebrow. Precautions? For what? She asked, but before Lucy could answer, they heard a shout coming from the crowd. Levi! There you are. Jet ran up to Levi. What are you guys doing all the way out here? He asked before they heard someone shout that the race was about to begin. Never mind, just watch my start Levi. As if I'll have time to watch. Levi said as the teen ran off. Come on, he only wants to show off. Lucy said with a teasing tone. Levi deadpanned. I wouldn't be able to watch even if I wanted to. As the girl finished her sentence, a whistle was blown, indicating the start of the race. And as soon as the whistle was blown, an explosion went off at the front of the starting line, causing almost everyone to fly off their feet. Cool. Jet is pulling away from the starting line right off the bat again this year. Jason screamed into the microphone as the people on the ground groaned. Levi sighed, relieved that they had been far enough to not be affected by Jet's start. See? Couldn't see him even if I wanted to. Lucy deadpanned before noticing Naruto standing at the starting line, and looking like he was ready to go. Remember when you asked why I was back here? Lucy asked and Levi was about to say yes when another explosion went off at the starting line, only bigger this time. That's why. Just as the other members had finally picked themselves up, they were knocked down again as the ground beneath them shattered. What is this? Naruto laughed at the sight as he sped away from the starting line. Sorry about that. But I got a race to win. Levi watched in awe at the now destroyed starting area. He destroyed the starting line, just by starting. Lucy sighed and put a hand on her friend's shoulder. Naruto tends to go a little overboard and I thought this might happen, so that's why I came back here. She said and surveyed the area, cringing as she watched people pull themselves from the rubble. And I'm glad I did. Jet laughed as he passed through the town. Huh. Looks like I got this race in the bag again this year. The race had just started and he was already nearing the forest just outside of town. Just watch me win again, Levi. You really like Levi, don't you, Jet? The man blushed slightly and wiped his nose. Well, yeah, I do a little. Wait, what? Jet gasped when he saw Naruto running alongside him with an amused look on his face. Yo! Naruto said, and Jet almost tripped on his feet. Don't give me that. How are you running so fast? Jet shouted as he tried to figure out how Naruto was keeping up with him. He didn't know magic, and he didn't say anything about knowing any speed-enhancing techniques. Don't tell me. Is Naruto only using the power of his legs? Naruto laughed before waving. Sorry, I'd like to chat, but I gotta fly. That said, the shinobi pumped even more chakra into his legs and zoomed forward. Oh no you don't. Jet yelled and channeled more magic into his technique. Jet had started off the race, but Naruto has now taken the lead. Our all-time champion is now in second place. What a turn of events. Cool, Jason announced and turned the microphone towards Mira Jane, who was watching the video lacrima right next to him. They really are fast. The cameras can't even film them. The barmaid said with a sweat drop. Not bad. Naruto thought as Jet slowly caught up with him, though he seemed to be pushing himself. The two were now sprinting through the desert landscape that was just outside of the town, both leaving a massive dust trail behind them. Heh, I guess now would be a good time. Naruto thought and brought his hands into a familiar hand sign. Taju Kagebushin no Jutsu. The shinobi yelled as a ton of clones came into existence. What are you doing? Jet asked nervously as there was now a mob of Narutos around him. He wasn't really going to take him out here and now, was he? It wouldn't be against the rules. Alright guys, you know what to do. Naruto said, ignoring the speed mage's question. Get to work. Right. The clones yelled and scattered in groups of blurs. Jason let out a series of cools as he brimmed with excitement from the race. Naruto and Jet are still far in the lead. Let's see how the other contestants are doing. The video lacrima flickered from the trails of dust Naruto and Jet were making to Natsu, who was using his flaming fists as a boost to make him go faster. Natsu smiled excitedly as he rocketed through the rocky landscape. Damn, Naruto and Jet really are fast. I better kick it up a notch. That being said, the flames on his fist grew brighter and as a result he began to run faster. Ha! The Dragon Slayer yelled triumphantly as he neared a natural stone archway. Watch out guys. I'll catch up in no tiayak. Natsu was cut off when something caught onto his foot, causing the teen to trip and fall. Natsu fell to the ground, rolling across the dirt a couple times before finally coming to a stop. After the spinning in his head stopped, Natsu tried to get up but found he couldn't move. What the, I'm stuck. Natsu cried out as he fruitlessly tried to move, but found that he was all tied up in weird metal wires. What the hell is this? So, you're the first to fall prey? Of course it was you, Natsu. Ha ha ha. The pink-haired teen growled as he heard a series of laughs above him. Naruto. Get me out of here. Naruto could be seen laughing on top of the rocks, laughing his butt off in fact. Ah, this is great. He raised an eyebrow as Natsu's body was engulfed in flames. Heh, sorry but those wires won't burn. Naruto. Natsu screamed and started rolling and bouncing around, all the while spouting out nonsense and spitting out fire. The blonde laughed again before stopping and peering out in the distance. Ah, looks like everyone else is coming. Better get ready. A group of guild members were trekking through the rocky landscape when they noticed Natsu all tied up and on the ground up ahead. Natsu? What's he doing there? Huh. Serves you right, ya hothead. Gray snorted and ran right past him. The other mages found it odd that the Dragon Slayer didn't retort back, so they all stopped and walked over to him. Hey, Natsu? Are you alright? Max asked and went to shake Natsue's shoulder, only for the Slayer to explode into a cloud of smoke. What the? When the smoke cleared, there was a note that had a cartoony drawing of Naruto sticking his tongue out and words that read, "Look up." The group gulped, already knowing what was coming next, and looked up to find a bunch of Narutos standing above them on some rocks, all of which carried a variety of tools and trinkets in their hands. Charge! One of the clones yelled and all hell broke loose. Ow! Stop it! Nab yelled as he tried to run from a clone, who was throwing tiny balls that exploded at the ground around him. Why does he have all this stuff with him? Warren cried out as he was now completely covered from head to toe with orange paint. Come and prank me like a man, Naruto. Elfman demanded as a clone stepped up to him. The large man raised an eyebrow when the clone exploded in a puff of smoke, and when the smoke cleared it revealed another Elfman. Well, it was Elfman's head, on Happy's little body. Elfman looked at the transformed clone in shock. That's... man. Be a man. The clone said in Happy's voice. That's not manly. Elfman said and fell on his knees depressed. The clone now laughing historically in Happy's voice. Glad I kept running? Gray thought as he looked back and watched the massacre unfold. He cringed when Max fell victim to the 1,000 years of death technique. That must have hurt. TSSS. Huh? Gray stopped when he heard a hissing sound behind him. What is that? He asked no one in particular and whirled around, only to hear the hissing from behind again. Hey Gray. Gray heard Natsu call out from a distance, the real Natsu. The fire dragon slayer hung upside down and dangling from a rock archway. You got something stuck to your pants. On my dash. As soon as the ice mage checked the place where Natsu was referring to, he swore when he saw firecrackers attached to his pants, with a lit fuse. Oh sure dash. Natsu cackled with laughter as Gray ran around in panic, frantically trying to knock the now exploding firecrackers from his trousers. Ha ha ha. That's what you get for just leaving me back there. Natsu. What's going on here? The teen looked down to find a familiar blue cat looking up at him. Happy. Quick. Get me down from here. While the cat began to help his friend, Kana, Wakaba, and Mikao ran past them in the distance. Sheesh. Naruto's going all out, isn't he? Kana said with a sweat drop. Yeah, let's just keep going and hope he doesn't notice us. Mikao said and Wakaba nodded in agreement. Oh darling. Wakaba flinched when the screechy voice of his wife sounded from behind him. Emilgana? What are you doing here? The husky woman was running behind them and catching up fast. Darling. Wait for me. No way. Wakaba screamed and ran past the other two mages, his wife passing them as well. Kana and Mikao stopped in their tracks, gave each other a look, and watched as the smoker ran for his life. Ha ha ha. That was great. If he's that scared of her, why did he marry her in the first place? They turned around to find a laughing Naruto. Yo! He greeted casually. Mikao smirked. Whatever little prank you're planning, it won't work on me. I've got years of experience when it comes to kids and their pranks. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Is that so? He said before doing a couple hand signs, and his body was consumed by smoke. Mikao was confident that he'd be able to handle anything the blonde threw at him. But what he didn't expect was for Naruto to transform into Kana, the only thing covering her private areas being the evaporating mist. Guh. The man flew back and fell to the ground, his nose bleeding profoundly. That did it. Kana couldn't take it anymore and burst out laughing. Ah ha ha ha. Okay, that was a good one. She cried out while holding her sides. The clone transformed back, a frown on his face. Okay? Why aren't you embarrassed? Or mad? Why are you laughing? He demanded, frustration clear in his voice. Kana wiped a stray tear from her eye and sighed. If you thought I'd be embarrassed for showing a little skin, then you thought wrong, man. She said and gestured to her bikini top, a confident look on her face. Oh? Guess I didn't prepare as much as I should have. Naruto said and sighed, getting another laugh from the brown-haired beauty. Don't worry, I'm sure your prank would have worked if it was anyone else, well maybe not Mira. But whatever. Looks like you owe me a drink later. She said and turned to leave when the clone called out to her. Wait. I actually have a drink on me now if you want some. He offered the beverage and the girl looked at him incredulously. Is it booze? The doppelganger nodded happily and Kana grabbed the container without hesitation. Well, why didn't you say so? Lucky me. She chirped and took a long swig, only to spit it up the next second. Ugh. This isn't booze. What is this stuff? She demanded angrily, her anger only growing when she saw the clone laughing his butt off. What did I just drink? After calming himself, Naruto pointed to the container on the floor. What you drank was coffee. The shadow clone didn't get to finish his sentence. Kana decked him in the face and caused it to explode. Damn. She muttered, her fist shaking with anger before she crossed her arms and pouted. He got me good. Coffee was the enemy to all alcoholics, because it made you sober. She'd have to get him back for that. What happened here? Lucy said as Levi and herself ran past what looked like an aftermath of war. Mages were scattered everywhere. Some were covered in orange paint, others were tied up and had funny drawings on their faces. The two girls cringed when they saw Max on the ground, holding his rear. We better keep running, Luchan. Levi said and Lucy nodded in agreement and they left the fallen mages behind. Damn that Naruto? One of the victims muttered under their breath. Come on guys. Let's go get that prankster. Yeah. They all said in agreement and got back to the race, a new fire burning in their eyes. Naruto looked back and grinned. Getting tired yet? Not, Huff, not at all. Jet wheezed as he trailed behind the stamina freak. This guy. How is he able to run this fast for so long, and only just breaking a sweat? Never in his life had Jet pushed himself so much just to catch up with someone. They had just gotten their wyvern scales at the peak of Mt. Ivor and were now running back down the mountain towards the forest. Hey, Jet. Naruto asked after pulling up next to him, an idea forming in his head. Huff, what do you want? A mischievous grin sprawled on his face as the blonde took in the terrain for a second time. What do you say we take a short break, catch a few Z's before having a final test of speed? Jet frowned. Was Naruto making fun of him? Like he'd really fall for a trick like that. Although he didn't like to admit it, he was getting kind of tired. But after seeing the ninja begin to slow down, Jet sighed and did the same. After catching his breath, Jet looked up at the ninja with a suspicious look on his face. He was about to speak but Naruto spoke up first. Before you ask, I just want to beat you at your best. He said with a shrug and Jet scratched his cheek awkwardly. Well, I guess I don't mind taking a little break. He said and Naruto gave him a short nod. That was only half of the truth. To be completely honest, there was a few pranks Naruto wanted to set up in the forest that he could only do in person. A prank that he had been planning for quite some time now. Doing a little stretch, Naruto looked at Jet who was propping himself against a tree to rest on. Okay, while he's distracted. While Jet wasn't looking, Naruto replaced himself with a shadow clone, the original now in the trees. Escape complete, now for some fun. Urza, Juvia, and Gajeel were running through the forest, Mt. Ivor poking right above the trees. Ah, Juvia wishes she was as fast as Naruto-sama. Juvia sighed as she ran alongside Urza, who chuckled. You really like Naruto, don't you Juvia? She asked and the blue-haired girl covered her cheeks bashfully. Very much so. Naruto-sama is dash. She stopped mid-sentence and began to stare at the red head suspiciously. Noticing the stare, Urza began to feel a little uncomfortable under the girl's gaze. What is it? Juvia narrowed her eyes. Don't tell me Urza-san is also? Juvia's rival in love? The knight almost faltered in her steps. That is not true. Naruto is a person who deeply cares for his comrades, and I respect him. That is all. Urza closed her eyes and smiled, an odd thing to do while running. He's a reckless fool, but a fool that would go to impossible lengths to help a friend. Urza opened her eyes to see Juvia pouting at her. Gajeel, having witnessed the entire conversation, face-palmed. Why the hell do I have to listen to this? Moi. Juvia pouted and Urza started sweating. Well, you Sikaya. Urza stuttered before she suddenly fell through the ground. Juvia and Gajeel, having been far enough from the trap, both stopped and peered down the hole and saw Urza laying in a heap. The girl picked herself up and noticed a small note in front of her. After reading it, she crumpled the piece of paper in her hand and started trembling. Naruto. Gajeel grunted in amusement before running off, not wanting to be near the now enraged woman. At least I'm not the only one that guy pranks. Even Juvia had to fight back some laughter. Naruto had told her about the pitfall trap incident that happened at Garana Island, but seeing Urza fall for it in person was quite amusing. Urza punched the wall of the pit. How could she have fallen for such an embarrassing trap not once, but twice now? That blonde prankster was going to be punished. Urza looked up towards the sky and screamed at the top of her lungs. Naruto. Naruto's ear twitched as he had just finished up his next trap. Hee, sounds like Urza had a nice fall. Why was he doing all of this you ask? Because it was fun, plain and simple. It had been a while since Naruto had gone on a pranking spree like this, and having everyone in the guild going in a specific route, he just couldn't resist. Come on Carla, don't stop now. Who knows what the punishment will be if we get in last place. Huff, I hate this no flying rule. It's show time. Naruto thought and hit himself, just as Wendy and Carla came into view. Just as he'd predicted, Wendy was the first to pass over his trap. But nothing happened, since she wasn't his target. It wasn't until Carla stepped on a certain leaf when an orange four-wall barrier appeared out of nowhere, trapping the cat inside. What is the meaning of this? Carla yelled, and Wendy looked back to find her friend stuck in the rune box. Carla, what is that? Don't worry Carla. I'll save you. The two were surprised to see Happy plow into one of the orange walls. But his attempt was proven to be unsuccessful as he bounced right off the wall harmlessly and onto the ground. Ouchie. That didn't work. Happy-san. Are you okay? Wendy asked and started healing the fallen feline. Carla sighed when she noticed something in the corner of her eye. Letters started forming words above her. They were sloppy, but she was still able to read them. You can't leave until you eat this, fish? As she finished reading, a fish on a platter appeared behind her. Why do I have to? This is rune magic. Happy said while struggling to get up. Freed uses this magic, but the writing seems to be too sloppy to be his. Naruto probably did this. Freed is teaching him that magic. Naruto's eye twitched in annoyance. He couldn't help having sloppy handwriting, he was still a beginner. But the orange walls were his touch, and Naruto was proud of that fact. Wendy frowned and watched as Carla glowered at the fish. Poor Carla. She hates eating fish. Why did that beast have to put this trap here? He's probably almost at the finish line, there's no point. Carla demanded and stomped her foot on the ground. Actually, Naruto's been pranking everyone in the race. Happy said, and the two looked at him with somewhat surprised looks on their faces. He already got Natsu and Gray, and some others too. Just go, Wendy. Carla said all of a sudden, taking the little girl by surprise. It's okay Carla, I can wait Wendy started, but the female cat cut her off. No really, it's fine. Don't worry, I'll catch up. You too, male cat. It's not like eating the fish was going to take all that long, she just didn't want them to see the face she was about to make eating the fish. Happy was about to protest when Wendy picked him up, understanding her friend completely. Okay Carla, be sure to catch up. With that, Wendy ran off with Happy in her arms. After making sure they were far enough, Carla looked down at the plate and shivered. Well, here goes nothing. She said aloud and picked the scaly thing up. Naruto reached into his jacket and pulled out a camera. He had bought one at a store for special occasions such as this. Say cheese. Just as Carla bit into her fishy meal, she gained a look of disgust that already made Naruto want to burst out laughing. But he resisted the urge and took the picture, the camera making a silent click before the image was saved onto the built-in lacrima. Not that he knew how any of that worked. Not being able to contain his laughter any longer, Naruto fell on his back and started laughing. Hearing the bursts of laughter and the shaking branch, Carla swallowed the rest of the fish and bristled with anger. Why you beast. A couple hours later. Hey, Jet. Let's go. Naruto said and lightly kicked the teen, who had fallen asleep while they were resting. Huh? Oh, yeah. Jet stood up and stretched. He was already feeling a bit sore from how hard he had been pushing himself earlier. But now that he was rested up, and knew what he was up against, there was no way he was going to lose. Alright, let's do this. The two silently stood next to a tree, in their own respective starting positions and waiting for a sign to start. A fruit attached to a nearby tree snapped off its branch and started falling to the earth. Just as it hit the ground, the two boys took off. Both with the intent to finish the race. How could I have fallen for such a stupid trick? Gajeel grumbled to himself. He had been running back down the mountain with his wyvern scale when he caught sight of the same orange-red cat that Naruto disguised as to prank him. Obviously, it was a trick. Gajeel knew this and was just going to keep moving. That was until the transformed ninja pulled out a photo of Gajeel in the stupid cat costume. That was something Gajeel couldn't let others see no matter what, so he gave chase and ended up stepping on a tripwire. Now here he was, tied up and hung upside down on a tree branch. I can't even reach the stupid wires and eat them. Damn you Uzumaki. Ahahaha. You got caught, what a loser. Gajeel saw Natsu pointing up at him and laughing. Put a sock in it, salamander, and get me down. He demanded, only for his fellow dragon slayer to snort and wave him off. Huh. Yeah right. I'm outta here. Natsu said and started to leave. Have fun getting last. The iron-eating teen watched as Natsu's ankle was caught and was tied up in a similar fashion as himself. He would have palmed his face if he could, for they were now both tied up and hanging upside down. Shut up. At the finish line, Jason was about ready to explode. He was beyond excited. After finding out that Naruto was prankster, and a good one at that, he just couldn't get enough. Who knew Fairy Tail's one-man army was such a prankster? I for one did not expect it. He moved the microphone to Mira Jane. Did you already know of this, about Naruto Uzumaki being a prankster? The barmaid nodded her head and smiled. Yes, he's pulled a few pranks here and there before. She noticed a cloud of smoke out in the distance and Jason began to go crazy again about Naruto and Jet being neck and neck. He's never pranked so much in a single day though. Is it because of the event? Or maybe he's just in a good mood. Mira thought as she watched the ninja in question. Naruto really was an interesting person. Who's going to come in first place? Jet, the undefeated champion? Or Naruto, the powerhouse ninja who came out of nowhere? Naruto had to admit, he was actually starting to get pretty tired. Unlike Jet, the blonde hadn't rested. He had been too busy pranking everyone using shadow clones and runes. While the clones didn't really take all that much of his energy, he had to go into sage mode every time he wrote the runes. That's what had drained him. Jet on the other hand, looked like he was running on fumes. The poor guy seemed to be ready to collapse any moment now. But he was still keeping up with the shinobi, and Naruto had to give him props. Fairy Tail sure is full of tough people. Naruto thought as the finish line came into view. Hearing the loud and excited screams of the announcer enter his ears, Naruto rolled his eyes. I wonder if my pranks will be in the next Sorcerer magazine. I just hope Lucy doesn't rip pages out for the quizzes again. Every time he bought one of the magazines, Lucy would always take it and rip a couple of the pages out before he got to read them. He didn't really mind, as she really seemed to like the quizzes, he just wondered what he missed on those pages. It would be an understatement to say that Jet was pushing himself, he was beyond tired. But he wouldn't give up, not while Naruto was still going. That guy really had a crazy amount of stamina, but what pissed him off the most was that he was always just a little ahead of him. I'm not gonna lose. He yelled and poured the last of his magic into his high speed, and he actually began to pass the ninja, much to his surprise. I'm gonna win. I'm gonna dash, was Jet's last thoughts before his magic stopped, indicating he was out of magic power. Oomph! Naruto flinched as the mage made contact with the ground, rolling a couple times and sliding to a stop. Oh, that had to hurt? Jason's eyes bulged out of their sockets. What a surprising turn of events. Just as Jet seemed to be gaining the lead, he suddenly falls and doesn't look like he can stand again. Oh, what's this? Mira Jane gasped. Oh my. I hope Jet is alright. Jet groaned and flipped himself onto his back. Damn it. I was so close. He was completely out of magic and could barely move. It was all over, now he was going to get in last place. There goes my title of being the fastest. Hey, you're not just gonna give up now, are you? After all that? The speedy mage was pulled out of his thoughts by Naruto, who was looking down at him and grinning slightly. Jet looked away and frowned. If you're here to rub in your victory, save it. Instead of replying, Naruto put out a hand, his grin still present. Jet's eyes widened. Why? Naruto chuckled, his grin growing wider. Fairy tale mages never quit, don't they? Jet grinned and grabbed onto the offered hand. Naruto pulled him up and put the mage's arm around his shoulder to support him. What is this? Naruto is now helping Jet up and they are now walking towards the finish line. What good sportsmanship. Cool. Jason screamed as Mira Jane smiled fondly. What a sweetheart. The crowd cheered as the two neared the finish line. Thanks, Naruto, Jet said, and Naruto chuckled. Don't mention it, Jet. Some ways behind them, a screaming girl was heard, and it was steadily getting louder. When the two boys turned to see what it was, mere inches away from the finish line, they were surprised to see Lucy flying right towards them through the air. Lucy? Earlier with Lucy? Come on, Luchan, we're almost to the town. Levi beckoned her friend to step it up, but the celestial spirit mage was deadbeat tired. I'm sorry, Levi-chan, I'm too tired. The script magic user sighed, before an idea popped in her head. Luchan? Should you hurry though? Naruto is probably going to win the race, and Jason is there. She hinted, knowing how much Lucy didn't want the shinobi to find out about the rumors within the Sorcerer's Weekly magazine. Lucy's eyes widened in realization, how could she have forgotten? Oh no, you're right. There's no telling what that loudmouthed reporter will ask. Scrambling to get her keys, Lucy looked for a spirit that could help her in this kind of situation. Grabbing Virgo's key, she chanted the spell and the maid appeared in golden flash of light. Is it punishment time, Haim? Virgo. I need you to carry me back to town, and as fast as you can. Please. Lucy pleaded urgently and the spirit complied. Virgo picked her master up and carried her bridal style. Yes. Thanks, Virgo. Now, onward. As you wish, Haim. Virgo said and took off in a blur of speed, her cargo screaming the whole time. Good luck, Luchan. Levi called after her friend with a sweat drop. That poor girl. I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna fall. Lucy screamed as she held onto Virgo as hard as she could, though the spirit didn't seem to mind the bone-crushing hug she was receiving from her master. In fact, if one looked closely, they would notice a tad bit of red in her cheeks. Haim. The spirit said in her ever-neutral tone, getting the screaming girl to silence herself. You are running out of magic, so my time is almost out. She explained as the finish line came into view and Naruto could be seen helping Jet to the finish line. I'm going to throw you, brace yourself. Eh? No, wait. Lucy cried out, but her pleas fell onto deaf ears and Virgo threw the girl like a spear. Wah! Lucy squealed as she flew straight into Naruto, and the two tumbled right over the finish line to tie for first. Jet rolled over the finish line shortly after, coming in for second place. Oh my! Mira Jane and the rest of the crowd gasped at the scene in front of them. Jason took out his camera and took a picture, without so much as a word coming out of his mouth. Lucy groaned and opened her eyes, only for them to widen exponentially. Naruto stared up at her with equally wide eyes. She was on top of him, and their lips were touching. Chapter 21, Surprises at the Race's End. Naruto's mind was racing back and forth. Where the hell did she come from? No, that doesn't matter anymore. Lucy's going to kill me. Lucy's mind was in a similar state, her heart was beating like there was no tomorrow. This isn't happening. This isn't happening. Please tell me this isn't happening. She was kissing Naruto, on the lips. It was a complete accident, but kissing was still kissing. Oh God, we're still kissing. Lucy quickly got up, separating their lips, and scrambled off her fellow blonde. At the same time, Naruto immediately got onto his hands and knees. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please don't kill me. He pleaded, but Lucy didn't hear a word he was saying. Instead, she just stared at the ground in front of her, and hand on her lips. I just kissed Naruto? While they were doing this, a certain white-haired beauty giggled to herself. Oh my. That was quite unexpected. She mused, but was pulled out of her thoughts when a flash of pink flashed past her. Oh? What's this? Naruto. Naruto was still begging for forgiveness when he heard the angered voice coming from behind Lucy, and a lot of killer intent. Acting on instinct and activating Sage mode, Naruto got up, moved in front of Lucy defensively. The girl jolting in surprise from the sudden action. Huh? Wadash. Boom. Naruto caught the incoming fist in his own, and the ground underneath them cracked from the pressure of the blow. This is chakra. Naruto thought when he came face to face with a familiar set of emerald green eyes, and they were infuriated. Sakura-chan? Naruto glanced behind the angry girl and found Kakashi waving at him lazily with a deadpan expression on his face. Kakashi-sensei too? Next to the man, Naruto found sweat-dropping Yamato, a cheering Rock Lee, and an intrigued Tenten holding a fainted Hinata. When did you guys get here? Earlier in the Hokage's office? 6 ninja stood in a line in front of the Hokage's desk. The person behind that desk was Tsunade Senju herself. Kakashi, I see you have assembled your team. Good. The Toads are now going to explain how this is going to work. Tsunade said and nodded to Fukasaku, and the elder Toad nodded back before speaking. We've been working on a way to get you to the same place as Naruto boy, and have come up with this. The Toad said and threw a small scroll to each of the 6 ninja. They each caught the scroll and began to inspect it. That there is what we call a temporary summoning contract. With it, we'll be able to reverse summon you to the other world. Sakura raised a hand. What if we already have a contract made with another summon? Lee raised his hand and spoke as well. And I cannot use ninjutsu, how will I be able to participate? Fukasaku grinned at the questions, pride evident in his smile. It's a temporary contract and we will be the ones doing the summoning. So even if you already signed a contract with another summon, or cannot perform ninjutsu, this will still work. Kakashi put a hand on his chin and hummed. I see. Very clever indeed. Tsunade coughed into her hand to get everyone's attention. Now then, sign the contracts and go find Naruto. Yes, Tsunade-sama. The squad yelled and bit their thumbs hard enough to draw blood. They then wrote their names in the miniature scrolls, completing the temporary contract. Fukasaku nodded approvingly. We will reverse summon you to the other world in a few moments. He said and disappeared in a small puff of smoke. Tsunade then watched as the ninja began to disappear one by one until the room was left with only Shizune and herself. Good grief, that brat is tiring me out all the way from a different dimension. I need a drink. Kakashi opened his one visible eye and looked around. They were in a town on an empty street, that much was for sure. But there wasn't a whole lot of people, if not anyone around. We've summoned you a little ways from the guild called Fairy Tail, the place that Naruto boy is staying with, so he should be around here. Good luck to ya. Fukasaku said, and he and the other Toads went back to MT Mayaboku. Kakashi glanced back at his squad and noticed they were all looking around the place in awe. It was to be expected, the place did look a lot different than Konoha, and the air here seemed so fresh. What a pleasant town. Kakashi mused before Lee pointed off in the distance and yelled. There's a crowd over there. Yosh. That must be where Naruto-kun is. He declared before taking off running. Ah, Lee, wait. We should stay Toge dash. Hold it, Lee. Kakashi-sensei hasn't given us orders yet. Sakura yelled and ran after the boy. Tenten and Hinata both looked at each other before chasing after the two. Kakashi just stood there, a sweat drop sliding down his face. Yamato pat the man's shoulder understandingly. Shall we go to then, senpai? When Lee made it to the crowd, he pushed his way through, ignoring the angry shouts and complaints. But when he made it to the front, his eyes widened in surprise from what he saw. Sakura pushed her way through the crowd and grabbed onto Lee's vest. Don't just go running off on your own. She scolded while shaking the teen around, but stopped when Lee pointed at what he saw. Wah! Sakura gaped as the other came through the crowd, gaping at the sight as well. There they found Naruto. But he was on the ground, under a girl with blonde hair, and they were kissing. Naruto-kun is. KKK kissing someone? Hinata thought with a growing blush on her face before her head overheated and the girl passed out due to an emotion overload. So the rumors of Naruto and Sasuke being gay are lies? Interesting. Tenten thought as she caught the now unconscious Hyuga heiress. The flame's youth burn brighter than ever, Naruto-kun. Lee cheered gave the teen a thumbs up. Kakashi and Yamato both sweat dropped when Sakura began to shake visibly. Oh boy. Here it comes. Naruto. Present. And here we are. Kakashi said with a shrug. As soon as the race was ended, they had decided to talk in the guild and were now all sitting at one of the larger tables in the bar. Some of the other guild members had tried to talk with them, but Naruto shooed them away, asking if they could talk in private fist. But that didn't stop them from sitting at the nearby tables so they could hear the conversation. Makarov had yet to show either, but he was probably busy with something and Naruto trusted the old man would show up later. Naruto grinned as he looked at his fellow ninja. They were all finally here. But there was still bothering him. Why didn't you tell me how you were going to get here? Yamato shook his head. Because if we told, you would constantly summon the toads thinking it would get us here faster. Am I wrong? The Uzumaki scratched his cheek, a goofy grin on his face. Yeah. That's probably true. Naruto. Sakura said and Naruto sent her a questioning look, causing a tick mark to form on her forehead. Would mind explaining something to us? Oblivious to what was bothering the girl, he tilted his head in confusion. What is it, Sakura-chan? Sakura pointed to the blue-haired woman who was currently attached to Naruto's left arm. Who is that and why is she so attached to you? Yes, Naruto-sama. Are you going to introduce Juvia to your friends? Juvia asked shyly, like a fiancé being introduced to her groom's family. Sakura's eye twitching at the sama part. Noticing the Medinin's annoyed look, Naruto laughed awkwardly and gestured to the girl next to him. Guys, this is Juvia. She's a really friendly person and easy to get along with. Oh, and she can do all sorts of stuff with water. Friendly, he says. Kakashi mused as Sakura fought to conceal her temper, having promised not to lash out inside the guild. Senpai. Should I include in the report to Tsunade-sama that Naruto got a girlfriend, or two? The Exumbu captain shook his head. Nah, we'll let him do it. Naruto cocked his head to the side in confusion. Huh, girlfriend? See? Kakashi said with an eye smile. GG girlfriend? Juvia let go of the blonde's arm, clasped her cheeks and began mumbling random stuff to herself. Before Naruto could ask what they were talking about, a tiny voice spoke up from across the table. Naruto-kun? Who was that other girl? At the race? Hinata asked while poking her fingers together. Lee suddenly stood up and slammed his arms onto the table. Was she giving you a reward for completing the race? Yosh. Then I will do 500 laps around this town and get a kiss from Sakura-san. And if I cannot do that, I will do 1,000 push-ups and sit-ups. He declared, his eyes burning with determination. I don't think that was the case, Lee. Tenten said in a tired voice as her teammate took a seat excitedly, clearly not listening. Naruto laughed and looked over at Hinata, causing the timid girl to look down at her fingers. You must be talking about Lucy. Yeah, she ran off after that little accident. Naruto explained while rubbing the back of his head. Accident? Hinata's eyes widened a little, hope flashing in her lavender irises. Suddenly, a short man jumped onto their table. Hello ninja of Konoha. Welcome to Fairy Tale. No, that isn't right. Welcome to Earthland. Makarov said and laughed wholeheartedly. Who's the little guy? Tenten asked Naruto, and Makarov nearly face-faulted at the mentioning of his height. That's old man Makarov, the master of Fairy Tale. Naruto said and laughed when the girl's eyes widened in surprise. Tenten quickly turned to the man and bowed. And my apologies. The others were equally surprised by the revelation. It was written in Naruto's report that the master of the guild was short, but they weren't expecting the man to be this short. Makarov coughed into his hand before speaking. Yes, my name is Makarov Dreyer. It must have been a long trip, dimensional travel that is. Not at all, I'm actually surprised how easy it was to get here. Kakashi said with a wave of his hand. Ah, where are my manners? My name is Kakashi Hataki, a jounin of Konoha. Thank you for taking care of Naruto and I apologize for any troubles he might have caused for you. He can be quite a handful if left unsupervised. Hey, I resent that. Naruto pouted, causing Makarov to laugh. Yes, he is quite a troublesome brat, this one. Naruto crossed his arms and looked away childishly. No one asked you, old man. Would you like anything to eat or drink? Mira-chan is a great cook. Makarov asked and gestured to the barmaid behind him, ignoring the now sulking Jinchuriki. Hello everyone, my name is Mira Jane, but you can call me Mira. If you ever need anything, please don't hesitate to ask me. she cheerfully said with a bow, and the ninja were taken aback by the girl's beauty. Thank you, Mira-san. But I was wondering if there was a place where we could talk with a little more privacy? Kakashi asked with a nice smile, and the guild members looked away and started whistling. Makarov gave them a hard look before sighing. We can go up to my office and continue there. The kids can stay and get to know the other guild members. I'm sure they're dying to talk to you guys. Thank you, Kakashi said appreciatively and got up to follow the man up to his office. Yamato followed behind shortly after, feeling as if it was in his best interest, and he was right. Not being able to contain their excitement any longer, the rest of the guild crowded around the ninjas. You're all from the same place as Naruto, right? Does that mean you can all create clones and walk on walls and stuff? Before they knew it, the ninjas were scattered around the guild, talking with different members. So, are you Naruto's girlfriend or something? Kana asked Sakura, and the pink-haired girl frantically shook her head. No, just friends. We're like brother and sister. Sakura said frantically before looking around the guild. Hey, what do you know about those girls that are supposedly always around Naruto? What are they to him? Kana grinned slyly. Was she really not his girlfriend? That was certainly a question someone would ask out of jealousy. You mean Lucy and Juvia? Well, nothing has really happened. Naruto is one of the densest boys I've ever seen. Sakura sighed, partially about Naruto being dense, and the other relief. For Hinata's sake, of course. She had to look out for her friend's love, right? Tell me about it. Hey, big eyebrows guy. Are you strong? Fight me. Natsu demanded, and Gray put a hand on the teen's shoulder. Knock it off, Natsu, he just got here. Besides, if he's anything like Naruto, you'll just get your ass kicked. Natsu shook Gray's hand off and grabbed onto his rival's collar. What was that, Gray? Are you picking a fight with me first? Lee stepped between the two boys and separated them. I understand your youthful desire to fight, but let us save that for another time. He gave them a thumbs up and his teeth sparkled, earning strange looks from the two. I will gladly accept your challenge later. You're weird, Natsu bluntly said. At least he's got manners. Gray scoffed, and he was shoved into one of the tables by Natsu. The two then proceeded to duke it out, with Lee trying his best to stop them. He's trying to stop them, but I'm sure he really wants to fight as well. Tenten said with a sigh as a woman with red hair wearing armor sat in front of her. Hello, my name is Urza Scarlet. Welcome to Fairy Tail. It's nice to finally meet some of Naruto's friends. Urza said and extended her arm out to shake hands, which Tenten gladly accepted. She's really pretty, Tenten thought as she shook the red-haired beauty's hand. The name's Tenten, that's some nice armor. Are you a knight? Tenten asked, and the redhead nodded. I use Requip magic. It allows me to swap out my weapons and armor without having to carry them around with me. To show what she was talking about, Urza stood up and requipped into her Heaven's Wheel armor, and Tenten's jaw gaped in awe. This armor grants me the ability to fly, and summon a multitude of swords in which I can command remotely. She explained and summoned forth a couple blades, and they danced around her. That's... Tenten began to say, but it didn't stop there. The S-class mage swapped armors again, this time to her Lightning Empress armor. This armor grants me great resistance to electricity dash, she started but stopped when Tenten began to inspect her, or more specifically, her equipment. These weapons and armors are amazing. Not only are you able to change them to your advantage in the middle of a battle with no penalties, but you also look stylish. Is this what magic is? Noticing the knight's amused look, Tenten took a step back and blushed. Sorry, I tend to get a little overexcited when it comes to these kinds of things. I'm a bit of a nerd when it comes to weapons. Urza smiled, she was glad to meet another person that appreciated weapons and armors as much as she did. If you like weapons so much, maybe I can show you my collection sometime. She offered, and Tenten beamed in excitement. Really? That would be great. Tenten had a feeling she was really going to get along with this woman. Eh? Naruto-san is from another dimension? Wendy's eyes were like saucers. That's so cool. Naruto laughed at how easily the little girl believed him. Yeah, sorry I forgot to tell you earlier. Everyone else already knew, so it kinda just slipped my mind. Wendy shook her head. It's okay, I just can't believe how many interesting people this guild has. Fairy Tail sure is amazing. Fairy Tail is a man. Elfman roared out, causing Naruto to laugh even harder. I'm glad to see you're having fun, Naruto-kun. Hinata thought to herself and smiled fondly. Mira-Jane giggled at the two before noticing the way Hinata was looking at Naruto. A devious look donned the barmaid's features for a split second. Oh my. This could be interesting. Lee suddenly came out of nowhere and bumped into Elfman. Huh? If you want to fight me, face me like a man. Elfman demanded as Lee picked himself off the floor. That is an honorable way of looking at things. Very well, I will accept your youthful challenge. Lee said before the two went silent. Youth? Men? They said and stared at each other for a moment. Then, something clicked in their brains. Youthful men. Lee and Elfman yelled out in unison with an arm slung around the other's shoulder, a new friendship having been formed. The name's Elfman. What is your name, new comrade? I am Konoha's handsome devil, Rock Lee. Pleasure to have your acquaintance, Elfman Kuin. Naruto was laughing at their interactions when he felt a tug on his shoulder. HM? Oh, Hinata? What's up? Naruto Kuin? About that accident you mentioned earlier. How did it happen? Hinata asked nervously, and all the girls stared at the whiskered teen intensely. In fact, the whole guild hall went silent so they could hear him speak. Growing uncomfortable from the sudden attention, Naruto put his hands up in defense. I was just finishing the race, and I turned around and Lucy crashed into me out of nowhere. Our lips just happened to touch. It was an accident, I swear. He rushed the last part when he noticed Sakura's face becoming red with anger. When he wasn't beaten to a pulp, Naruto looked up and found the girl crossing her arms. Well, if you say it was just an accident, then I'll believe you. Sakura-chan. Naruto beamed. She actually believed him and didn't beat the crap out of him. I guess there really was a first to everything. Naruto thought and let out a breath he had been holding. Lucy's probably back at our apartment, I'll have to go and apologize to her later. He said and instantly regretted it. Makarov's office? You live together? The three men heard, followed by a not-so-manly scream and a series of light tremors. Such a lively bunch, those kids are. Makarov mused and took a swig from a drink he had brought with him from the bar. He felt he was gonna need it. Sorry. Both Kakashi and Yamato both said at the same time, causing the guild master to chuckle. No need to apologize, you ninjas seem to fit in here quite well if you ask me. After another drink, Makarov placed his empty mug down and became a little more serious. Well then, I assume this is about that demon fox sealed inside the boy. When the two shinobi nodded, Makarov waved them off. Faye, everyone in this guild already knows about it. It doesn't really matter. The two blinked at the old man's dismissal. The Kyuubi is a powerful demon with power that could level a town this size in a matter of minutes. Makarov shook his head. The boy is strong, he wouldn't let such a thing happen. But if such a time came, his family would stop him. Family? The old man nodded. Here in Fairy Tail, we treat our members like family. Naturally, as the master of this guild, I treat each and every member like they are my own child. Kakashi's eye widened. For a second he could have sworn he was listening to the third Hokage. But enough about that, I'm assuming you're all going to be staying here for a while. You're welcome to stay at the guild until you find a place to stay. We have a dormitory where some of the guild members stay, but it's for girls only. Ah, yes. Thank you, Makarov Dano. Kakashi was taken aback from the old man's generosity. If Naruto told Makarov anything about their world, he obviously knew what Konoha ninja did for a profession. To not only allow a group of highly trained assassins into his home, but offer them a place to stay without hesitation? It was bewildering to the Jonin. Actually, Makarov Dano, there was another thing that we need to discuss before anything else. Makarov raised an eyebrow. What would that be? There is a terrorist organization in the elemental nations called the Akatsuki. Their goal is to capture all nine-tailed beasts, which means Naruto. Makarov finished with a frown, a look of sorrow adorning his old features. Kakashi nodded and pulled out a book from his leg pouch. He then placed it onto the desk, and Makarov picked it up and began to look it over. That there is the knowledge we have on the Akatsuki and its members. Make out tactics? Quite an odd name for a book that contains such crucial information. Makarov mused as he flipped through some of the pages. Not bad. Kakashi blinked before realizing his mistake. Oh, sorry about that. That's mine actually. Here, this is the journal I was actually talking about. Yamato's sweat dropped as his superior swapped books with Makarov. Senpai. The copy ninja put his most valuable possession away and cleared his throat. Well then, I guess that's enough talking for now. But there are some things that I need to discuss with Naruto. As the three adults walked down the stairs, Makarov used his magic to get to Kakashi's height so that he could whisper into the tall man's ear, much to their mild surprise. If it's not too much to ask, I'd like to borrow that other book of yours later, if you don't mind. I don't see a problem, I'll lend it to you as soon as I'm finished with it. I just got to the best part of the book, you see. Kakashi said, and the two let out a couple perverted giggles, causing the wood-style user to shake his head. Well, those two seemed to be getting along. Their giggling was short-lived when they heard a shout and the sound of wood breaking. Makarov's jaw dropped to the floor as he witnessed the state of the bar hall. My guild. He sobbed as anime tears began to fall from his eyes. Guess she finally snapped. Kakashi thought as he consoled his new friend. Though he had to wonder, why was everyone else in the building acting like nothing was wrong? There was a fight in the guild and they didn't seem to care. Just how lax were the people here? Sakura chased Naruto around the place, destroying anything, or anyone, that got in her way. So while we were all worried sick about you back in Konoha, you're here playing around with that Juvia girl and some busty blonde? Sakura yelled angrily as she lounged and tried to grab Naruto, who dodged and cringed as another table was obliterated in his stead. Wait, Sakura-chan. It's a misunderstanding. Naruto pleaded as he continued to avoid the pink-haired girl's clutches. She's really going to kill me this time. Who are you calling some busty blonde? Sakura stopped chasing the fleeting Uzumaki and snapped her view towards the source of the voice. The girl that was with Naruto at the end of the race was standing at the guild's entrance. Ah? Lucy muttered meekly as she now had the entire guild's attention. How peculiar. So fights must be a normal occurrence here. But as soon as something dramatic happens, all eyes are on that. What an odd bunch. Kakashi mused to himself as Lucy walked over to the Konoha group. I'm sorry I just ran off without saying anything earlier. I was just a little surprised is all. Lucy said to them and bowed, stealing a quick glance at Naruto. My name is Lucy, it's nice to finally meet you all. Naruto has told me so much about you all and how excited he was to see you. Is something wrong? She asked nervously as the Sakura stared at her. This girl is, surprisingly normal. Sakura thought as she stared at the now fidgeting mage. Compared to what she'd seen from the other people she'd met here, this Lucy person was polite, spoke normally, and didn't have an odd quirk that completely stood out. Realizing that she was staring, Sakura shook her head and smiled. Sorry about that, I'm Sakura. It's a pleasure to meet you too, Lucy. As things finally returned to normal again, Naruto sighed in relief. He was glad Lucy was okay and Sakura wasn't trying to kill him anymore. He then looked around the state of the guild hall and sweat dropped. I see Sakura-chan hasn't changed. Kakashi was still trying to stop Makarov from crying. I'm sorry about Sakura, she's got a bit of a short temper. Finally settling down a bit, the elder man pointed at the wood splinters on the ground while wiping his tear-stained face. Those were brand new tables too. He sobbed as Yamato walked forward and placed his hands onto the floor. To Makarov's surprise, a new set of wooden chairs and a table sprouted from the ground and replaced the broken ones. Wah! I'm a wood style user. The Umbu captain said as he made another set of wooden furniture. This is the least I can do for your generosity. He was surprised to find the guild master bubbling with joy. You lot can stay for as long as you want. Let's party. The guild master gleefully yelled and everyone cheered. Later that night, most of the guild members had left for the night. It really had been a long day. First the 24-hour race, then the ninjas from Naruto's home world. Most of them were just about ready to pass out from all the excitement. Where are you guys going to be staying? Naruto asked as he helped Mira-Jane clean the place up. I'd offer to let you stay at our place, but it'd be kind of cramped. Kakashi shook his head. No need to worry about us, we'll manage something. They had originally planned on having Yamato create a house for them via wood style, but the man had used so much chakra patching the guild and its furniture. Kakashi didn't want Naruto to worry about that and figured they would figure something out. I see. If you have nowhere to go for the night, I wouldn't mind if you stayed at my place for the night. Urza walked over to Tenten and grabbed the girl's arm, then proceeded to drag her out of the guild. Ah, okay then. See you guys tomorrow, Tenten said, growing excited to see the night's collection. Heh, I guess Urza took a liking to Tenten. It makes sense though, with them both liking weapons so much and all. Naruto said with a chuckle before turning back to the others. So what about you guys? I wouldn't mind taking Hinata and Sakura with me to our house. I'm sure Elfman wouldn't mind sleeping on the couch. Mira-Jane offered as she finished wiping one of the tables Yamato had made. Though I don't think there is enough room for the rest of you. I'm sorry. Of course I wouldn't mind sleeping on the couch, Nei-san. In fact, I'll sleep outside like a man. Elfman declared and Lee buzzed with excitement. Your youthful decision has inspired me, Elfman Kuan. I too shall sleep in the wilderness. Like youthful men. The two shouted and ran out the door. There's no need for you to go that far. Mira-Jane tried, but the two boys were already gone. I'm glad to see those two getting along so well, but I can't help but worry they're going to go overboard and catch a cold. Are they going to be okay? Lucy asked worriedly. Sleeping outside was just. Yeah, Lee does this sort of thing all of the time. But we better make sure they at least have blankets. Sakura said and the three girls waved the rest goodnight before leaving. Hinata wanted to talk with Naruto a little more, but it was too late now that they were leaving for the night. But it was okay, there was always tomorrow. Kakashi-sensei, here. Naruto said and handed the silver-haired man a scroll. This should be enough money for you and Yamato Taishu to find a place for the night. No, what kind of teacher would I be accepting money from his student? Kakashi said and tried to give the scroll back, but Naruto just smirked. What, you think I'm giving you the money for free? He said and began to leave, waving a hand behind him as he walked. Don't worry, you guys can each treat me to Ichiraku ramen when we find a way to get me home. As the two men stared at the Jinchuriki in a mixture of surprise and amusement, Lucy frowned as Naruto's last few words floated around in her head. When you find a way home, huh? She shook the thoughts out of her head and bid the two teachers good night before catching up with her partner. He's sure grown a lot since we've last seen him, huh senpai? Yamato said as they watched Naruto walk down the street. Kakashi nodded, an almost sad look in his eye. Yeah, he sure has. Man, today was crazy. I can't believe they're finally here. Naruto said as he and Lucy walked towards their apartment, holding his arms behind his head in a casual way. Yeah, I'm so tired I feel like I could just fall asleep right now. Lucy said as she stiffed a yawn. This had definitely been one of the longest days ever. Want me to carry you? Naruto joked and laughed to himself before feeling Lucy press herself onto his back. Yes please. She said tiredly and Naruto blushed from the sudden contact. Oh okay. Naruto carried Lucy piggyback style as they shared a couple moments of silence. You feeling okay Lucy? The flustered teen asked, his blush growing deeper when his passenger straightened herself. Yeah, I'm fine. I just used up all of my magic during the race, then your friend showed up. It's just been a long day. The shinobi hummed and they shared another moment of silence. Hey, about the race. Naruto said, breaking the silence again. I want to apologize for what happened at the end. Lucy didn't answer for a moment, and he guessed that maybe she had fallen asleep. That is until she let out a few laughs. Why are you always like that? You always apologize, even if you're not the one at fault. Unless you're pranking someone, that is. Naruto laughed. That was my first kiss, you know, you better take responsibility. Lucy joked the last part as they got to the front of the apartment building. She could have sworn she felt him tense up a bit, but it quickly faded. Naruto? Hey, do you think you can make to the room? I just remembered I had something to do. Naruto suddenly asked and gently put her down. Yeah, I'm fine. Is something wrong? She asked, hearing the slight urgency in his voice. Yeah, everything's fine, I'll just be a few minutes. Naruto said casually and Lucy frowned. Well, okay then. I'll stay up till you get back. Whatever it was he was hiding, she'd make him tell her later. Okay. Naruto said and waited for his friend to be inside before jumping to the rooftops. You can come out now, I know you're there. As soon as the words left his mouth, a person jumped onto the top of the building just across from him. The person's appearance was covered by the shadows of the night. Seeing as they weren't going to say anything, Naruto spoke first. Who are you and what do you want with me? The clouds above them moved and the moonlight shined down on the top of the building the mysterious person was standing on, revealing their appearance. He was a tall man, standing at about 6 foot, maybe 6'1", and looked to be in his mid to late 40s. He wore black traditional samurai armor that had metal plates on his chest, shoulders, and waist. He had medium-length red hair that went just to his shoulders and a headband on his forehead with the same symbol as the swirl on Naruto's jacket. The man had two noticeable weapons on him. A sword, which was strapped to his belt on his right side like a samurai, and a rather large halberd on his back. Naruto narrowed his eyes. That symbol was just like the one on his jacket. What did that mean? Was he from the elemental nations? My name is Gale, and I have been watching over you from the shadows. He said and the blonde frowned. Watching me? For how long? For a very long time. Gale answered and Naruto was about to ask another question when the strange man cut him off. We have a lot to discuss, but not now. It is not safe. Not safe? What do you mean? Just who are you? Naruto asked but was not answered and Gale peered past him. He is watching us. Naruto turned around and almost missed the tiniest of movements on one of the nearby buildings. It looked like a rat, but it had a creepy smile on its face. It was almost like the creature he had seen when he was confronted by Ivan. Wait, you mean Ivan is spying? Naruto started but stopped mid-sentence, for the man was now gone. Well, that's just great. Omake? Your teacher was a writer? Lucy asked, looking back at her partner from her desk. She was currently working her secret project. She and Naruto were hanging out in their apartment with Urza and Tenten, the latter wanting to see what their shared room looked like. Naruto nodded and took out his late sensei's greatest piece of work, placing it on the small table he was sitting at with Urza and Tenten. No, not Ika Ika Paradise. But Jiraiya's first book, Tales of the Utterly Gutsy Ninja. Yeah, this one is my favorite. Though it didn't sell as good as this crap, he said, poking a copy of the infamous love novel distastefully. Calling your master's novel crap is disrespectful, Naruto. Urza said, picking up the little green book and flipping through a couple of the pages. No, those books actually are crap, Urza-san. Tenten said with a wave of her hand. In all honesty, the Ika Ika Paradise series was an enemy to all women. 99% of the people who bought the books were men. But Tenten was surprised when Urza began to nod her head as she continued to read. This is actually not that bad. I assume they sold well. While Tenten fell out of her chair in surprise, Naruto chuckled at the redhead's reaction. The books did so well, I'm surprised they never made a movie out of them, you know. Urza's eyes widened. Movie? Tenten snorted. Probably because those scenes are impossible to act out. Nonsense. We shall act some of these scenes out to prove it. Urza declared with a gleam in her eyes, causing Tenten to fall out of her chair once more. Lucy sweat dropped. Urza's getting fired up? Is it because she wants to act again? Is she always like this? Tenten whispered to Naruto, who nodded while laughing awkwardly. It's best just to go along with her. As much as Tenten wanted to decline, her instincts were screaming at her not to in fear of angering the knight. After a few moments later, Naruto and Lucy stood on one side of the room while Urza and Tenten stood on the other side, each with a copy of the Ika Ika Paradise to read from. Urza thrust a hand forward to initiate the scene and pointed a shaky finger at the two blondes in front her. How could you betray me like this? Olivia. Lucy almost face-faulted. She has stage fright in front of just us? But she quickly recovered and began to read out her lines. Because I'm the one who belongs with Chad. His heart already belongs to me, she said while clutching onto Naruto's free arm. Despite it being an act, this was extremely embarrassing for Lucy. But telling Urza no while she's like this would be even worse. Rachel gasped. Her best friend had just admitted to stealing her lover. Tenten read out in a dramatic voice, and Urza acted out the scene with stiff movements. Why am I doing this? I'm sorry, Naruto said before his eyes widened. He recognized the scene. Wait. This next scene is? But before he could stop the scene, Lee burst into the room out of nowhere. Naruto-kun, my youthful rival. I challenge you to a Sparpew dash. Rock Lee was immediately smashed in the face and launched out the way he came. Tenten unconsciously backed away from the red-headed girl, dropping the book in her hands. She's just like Tsunade-sama. Beautiful, yet overwhelmingly powerful. Poor Lee-san. Lucy thought, before she blushed and pulled away from Naruto when she realized she was still holding his arm so closely. Naruto sighed, relieved that the scene was miraculously stopped by Lee. Sorry Bushybrows, but thanks dash. Wah! Naruto's thoughts were interrupted by a scream, and both he and Tenten gawked when Lucy was hurled out the window. Luckily the window had been left open, but Lucy flew out of the apartment and into the canal in front of the apartment with a splash. Luca! Olivia! Naruto shouted, before he began to sweat bullets when Urza began to walk towards him. Urza's taking this way too seriously. He looked to Tenten for help, but the girl had gone out the window after Lucy to ensure the girl's safety. Naruto took a step back and fell back into a chair. There was no escape. If words aren't enough to sway you, Urza said in a low, sultry voice as she requipped into a nightgown and straddled the blonde on the chair. Then I'll have to use other methods. Naruto blushed furiously as Urza began to unzip his jacket, his mind racing in too many directions for him to say anything. What do I do? Urza's gone crazy. Urza leaned forward, to the point where her lips were almost brushing against his ear. Could you fall for me? Guh. By the time Lucy and Tenten made it back up the room, they found Naruto slouching in the couch, his head steaming. While Urza was sitting at the table, casually sipping on some tea with her leg crossed over the other. I think that was a success, don't you think? Urza said with a glint in her eyes. Naruto? Are you okay? Lucy said, rushing to her partner's side. But the teen was completely out of it. She's too powerful. Naruto said before passing out to a severe nosebleed. Tenten looked at Naruto and Urza back and forth before settling her gaze on the S-class mage in bewilderment. Urza-san, what did you do? She began to flip through the book to find what the scene was, but found nothing that could have knocked out Naruto. Unknown to the two girls, Naruto, creator of the sexy jutsu, had just been taken out by his own technique.